of gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings
8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour. We thank you for being with us. The entire kickoff hour is going to have the Good Time Gang in full force, and we thank you for being with us. Yep, that's right. Gregory is back, and we'll get an update for him. This is where the first time he talks with headphones on after being sick, you feel weird. But he is back with us. We'll get an update from him. Look at a very busy weekend this past weekend, and get ready for another busy week ahead of us. So here we go. Over to my left, it is Mr. Greg Burgess, and now to my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Hey.
Does that feel weird? Do you sound weird? Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Like you think you sound one way after kind of and then you put your headphones on and you start talking, you're like, well, okay, I sound weird.
Yeah, I do. I'm glad to be back.
Welcome back. Welcome back, buddy.
Well, like I went into just a wormhole and finally came out.
I mean,
my God.
Well, you had it's been a week and a half of you working through your wife being sick and then you being sick.
Yeah, we knew that was going to happen, so I didn't want to contaminate every last week, even though I got here a little early and everybody treated me like a leper, which that's fine. I get it. And but then of course I got it like I knew.
Yeah,
It's just like, if you have the flu, you don't feel good. You don't want to get other people sick.
Right.
And you got to run its course. So that's what it is.
It reminded me a couple of weeks ago, Mabry and River had gotten sick, and Tyler was texting the family, "Hey man, I'm clean. I hope I'm trying to stay away." And then like half a day later, well, I got it.
Yeah,
you try so hard,
contagious.
but when you're taking care of a family member, it's really hard not to catch it. And you ended up catching it.
Lisa's still struggling with it.
Really?
I mean, she's not like she was. I mean, about first 2 or 3 days, she just couldn't even get out of the bed.
Yeah.
She's not like that, but she's still struggling with it.
And
she's talked to other people she knows that's had it, and they're the same way. Said, look, at one point I thought I was doing better, and then it kicked back in.
Yeah.
I feel great. I'm good to go.
Well, we brought this up last week that she had never caught COVID.
No.
So she didn't have the alpha. So this is her first experience.
The doctor even said, he said, you got no antibodies of anything.
Yeah. So she's had it. Yeah, so it's hitting her pretty hard, and you don't know how many times you've had it.
I don't know.
You just never know.
At least 2, maybe 3.
Right.
Yeah.
Helmsy, he would call me when he was taking either the garbage to the road and then going back and getting it, or just walking the driveway to get out.
I'd get out and stretch my legs a little bit.
Yeah. And
me and the dogs.
Yeah, you could hear him talk to the dogs every now and then. Yeah, but they're so well behaved.
Oh yeah,
those two dogs.
Uh-huh. How many times have I go around the yard picking up blankets and stuff?
Well, it really is. It's good to have you back, bud.
Well, I'm glad to be back.
Anytime anybody's down, we're not the same, and so
I hate it, dump it all off on y'all last week, the behind the scenes stuff.
No, it's just life. It happens. That's why we got to be a good team and step up and help each other. And you couldn't help it.
But I mean, if I'd have come, somebody else would have got sick.
Yeah.
I mean, we've all been. My family's passing it around like candy.
I see you've missed the peanuts.
Yeah,
I have. I'm glad to see them waiting on me. Y'all didn't eat them all?
Helmsy, you want to talk to about the fact that we thought maybe
I not only
during
thought,
this time he didn't even eat.
I listen, I know you had COVID, but did you eat anything while you were gone? Because you ate those peanuts a minute ago like you hadn't had a meal.
I hadn't had any peanuts since I've been gone.
Goodness gracious.
Shaking, actually.
Oh,
I mean, you were trying to break the shell up, and he was like shaking.
I've seen drug addicts not act like that.
I just like them. I just like good old peanuts.
All right. Well, we know that.
I was a little hungry this morning. I never really lost my appetite during the whole thing. Lisa was looking at me like, why were you? I think you're eating more than you normally eat. She goes, it definitely didn't affect your appetite.
Well, we've had 2 weeks of Don Day's peanuts that he brings to the Bible study every Wednesday.
I was giddy about it.
And last week he brought some on top of some he had brought the previous week. And that was a discussion, is do we leave any for you?
Well, y'all should have ate them all.
Well, we tried to be
hard,
considerate.
And they need to be eaten.
Is losing your smell and taste still a thing with
Lisa has,
this strand?
Lisa claims hers messed it up. Nothing tastes right. Mine, I hadn't had that problem. But she said that.
She does say that?
She said that nothing tastes right at all.
Huh.
And she loves her coffee thing, them little frou-frou coffees.
Mm-hmm.
And, I mean, just loves them. And she ain't even been able to drink them. Don't even taste right.
Mm.
So she's kind of disappointed about
Yeah.
that. I get it. Everybody likes a good old cup of
You
coffee.
call it frou-frou thing?
Yeah, she fancies it all up.
Like a latte, maybe?
Yeah, that type of stuff.
Yeah. Just little flavored things.
Yeah,
But now when how about when you can't taste the flavor? That's tough.
While you've been gone, I've gotten a horrible habit. And I'm stopping at Buc-ee's like every day.
Oh,
What's at Buc-ee's?
I'm getting coffee and pecans.
Hey,
I haven't.
Greg,
I drive by that Buc-ee's every day, and I have never gone in it.
That's what I was doing. And now that I went in at one time, I feel like for some reason every 36 hours I got to make my.
Yeah.
Listen,
is there coffee?
Two
good?
people now know me. They're like, "Hey, good to see you again."
And that's a lot of employees.
Yes, rotating through.
Hey, the guy with the Jack State hoodie's back.
He's back. He loves the beaver.
Women's tennis coach is here. Get him some coffee and pecans.
Bullet head just pulled in.
Give him a handful of beaver nuggets.
Nah, I was waiting on that. Hey,
it's every day.
Good.
It's crazy.
So you just can't help it. So is it hard getting in and out?
No, it's not. That's what's saving.
See, I thought it
That's
would
why
be.
I'm doing it.
Go
Even if
over-
you go like if I'm going home, it's easy.
Go over the
Wow.
3 things that makes you stop, and you have to have 2 of the 3.
So they have, and this is what I'm doing.
He's
I've either
got
got to
3
use the
things.
restroom.
You're talking about the cleanest bathrooms known to man?
Oh, it's unbelievable. It's nicer than my house.
Oh, yeah.
Restroom, gas, or my pecans.
Well, now that got you covered on gas.
If it's 2 or 3, if I need 2 of the 3, I will stop.
Now, what kind of pecans are they? Cinnamon? you
honey
said?
roasted.
Honey roasted.
Yeah, he'll
Those
tear
are
'em
good.
up.
They're excellent.
I love pecans.
Yeah.
And their coffee's fantastic. And their breakfast bowl I had Saturday morning. It was good.
And you can't lose. He may sit down and buy a pair of boots. You know?
Before you
Give
know
me
he's going to
50
come in
bag
with a
of
Buc-ee's
jerky.
T-shirt.
Yeah, with that big yellow shirt.
Oh, yeah.
Handful of nuggets.
Well, a big place like that, it kind of spooks you, and you go, hey, it'll take longer going in there, but it really won't because they're so
exactly.
efficient.
It doesn't. Greg, it doesn't.
I've started to leave the house real early in the morning because there's nobody in there when I come through on my way to work.
Yeah.
If I go that way.
Hey, coffee's real good.
Okay. I'm going to have to try it. Buc-ee's known for their excellence. You got to call
Really?
Yeah.
I mean,
they really are.
I know.
He's going to turn into one. So he stops
I
all
just
the
wanted you to
time
know, the only reason I brought it up is I've got in a habit of stopping about every day.
Let me ask you
since
this.
you've been out.
When you see that selection of 9,000 pumps, is there any particular area you always go to,
Yes,
or do you rotate
I
it?
figured it out because
Okay.
I know the quickest area for me to go in and get what I need and get gas. all
I'm
at the same
calling
time.
right in front of the front door on the side.
It's on actually on
it's
down.
the main one.
Yeah, well, it's not the first one you come to.
Okay.
I don't need to be saying this. I won't give my tricks up.
Well, buddy, there's enough of them. I think we're all right.
I'm going to tell you this. If you're a gas, I don't know where this falls under, but if you're a gas pump salesman and you got the account in this Buc-ee's, you have knocked it out of the park. I've never seen so many gas pumps in my life.
Listen,
If
always.
you've got your own trucks, then you're doing well.
And most of the time, there's only a few that are left unoccupied.
Wow.
They're all being used. It's crazy.
Oh, and speaking of,
City of Leeds says thank you.
Yes, they do.
he also got new tires.
Yeah, I got new tires, Greg. I don't have to put air in my tire every
Which
morning.
makes you realize how big a hassle it was because now that you're not having to do it anymore, you go, I can't believe I did it that long.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
And Braden's 26. That's how long.
26?
That's how long you've been gone.
Okay,
He just
you're
turned
probably right.
He just turned 26.
Caroline got married over the weekend.
Had a first grandchild.
Maddie accepted a scholarship offer, so she's good. Welcome back.
Rick and Bubba.
Winter weather has a way of making you crave comfort food, so HelloFresh is here to help you do the chili season right. Check out their largest menu yet that has something for everyone, including meals that are quicker than restaurant delivery and 25% cheaper than takeout. Join today and get free breakfast for the life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box with active subscription with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. If you owe back taxes, Happy New Year. The party's over. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. You need Tax Network USA. They have brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. Tax Network USA just learned of a special limited-time offer, an IRS offer. See if you qualify for this limited-time offer by going to tnusa.com/Bubba or call 1-800-245-6000 or go to rickandbubba.com. Check the sponsors button for the website and number. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids' mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Resolving to eat healthier this year was easy. Actually doing it, not so easy. Well, Field of Greens is our healthy superfruit and vegetable habit in my house. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you resolve to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. Get 15% off your first order with free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba or go to rickandbubba.com. There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth. And folks, I couldn't agree more. If you're dealing with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor, a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It's not just a pill that masks pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain. Try their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2024, and for premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever. They offer optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit and 32-hour battery life, and Raycons are priced just right. You get quality audio at half the price of other premium audio brands. Get 20% off your Raycon order at buyraycon.com/Bubba, buyraycon.com/Bubba, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
I was afraid to cut the cord, but once I did, I couldn't believe it took so long to do it. Paying too much for my cable bill had become a bad habit. I either wasn't getting what I wanted or never knew where to find any of my favorite shows until it was too late. Plus, the prices just kept going up. Thankfully, I discovered a new way to watch, called Philo. For just $25 a month, I can catch all my favorite shows on networks like BET, MTV, and TLC. It even has Nickelodeon for my kids. I can watch anytime I want, anywhere I want. Plus, Philo lets me have up to 3 streams at once, so everyone can watch what they want at the same time. Throw in the unlimited DVR that saves all my favorites for up to a year, and this really is the best deal in TV. I just wish I hadn't waited so long. Sound too good to be true? Well, try it out for yourself, and you'll see why people who love TV love Philo. Go to philo.tv, that's philo.tv, and start your 7-day free trial now.
As we wrap up the year and usher in the next, it's the perfect time to reflect on what truly matters, the people we love most. This year, resolve to keep them safer than ever with Simply Safe Home Security. We all trust Simply Safe in our own homes and recommend it to everyone we know. Save 20% on your new system with a Fast Protect plan by visiting simplysafebubba.com. simplysafebubba.com for 20% off a new system with a Fast Protect plan. Find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
My Patriot Supply has helped millions of American families prepare for all kinds of emergencies. Protect yourself and your family for whatever's coming in 2024 with their 3-month emergency supply kit. From floods to hurricanes or any other emergency, those delicious meals last up to 25 years in storage and provide over 2,000 calories daily. Eat right when things go wrong with $200 in savings. You can get enough for each family member. Just go to preparewithbubba.com. That's preparewithbubba.com, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour. Got a lot of weekends to recap. And we'll do that right after top of the hour with Rick and Bubba. Yesterday, Super Bowl 58 is set. I missed most of the day. I caught some of the second game, but UAH Baseball had their first pitch banquet there on campus, and that's where all the families come and the players are there.
A little mingling.
And the coaches speak, and some former players were there. They hand out some awards, and it was a great time. I had good food and great fellowship, and got to hang out and meet some families that we had not met yet, but hearing from JC, you hear him talk about different teammates and, hey, this is so-and-so's parents. Oh, okay, I hear about your son a lot. Anyway, it was that kind of night. Yeah. It was fun, and it was a great night. But that meant that we went up over the weekend, and it was really a fun time because we got to stay with my parents. And we went up Saturday and just made a weekend of it and stayed with them, and then we're there Sunday, and then the banquet was yesterday afternoon. So that means that by the time you do that, get in the car, you've missed the entire Kansas City Ravens game. And then we got home a little after halftime for the second game, the 49ers and the Lions. So I was just listening to the radio broadcast. But I understand that first game was one – it was a good one, and I hate I missed it.
Yeah, it was. I watched. I didn't get all of it. I got most of it. Watched all the second one, the Lions and the Niners. And it looked like the Lions were going to walk off with it, but you knew better. It was too early. Mm-hmm. They shot out to a lead early. Yeah, took like the first 3 drives down. And scored. And anyway, but then whatever. You second guess. The guy makes a lot of money, and he's done a lot of great things with the Lions. But you just wonder sometimes this philosophy on going for it. Yeah, especially when you're sitting on a lead. Yeah. But anyway. Yeah. In the end, it would have been nice for them. I'm sure they would like to have had those. You're not guaranteed the guy was going to make the kick anyway.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, I know the 48-yarder was tough.
Fourth is what we're talking about.
Yeah. Got a chance to watch the end of the Chiefs. Okay. And I saw when Flowers started making his mistakes, I think that's when I came into the game.
Oh, boy.
He did. He had a tough 3 minutes there. For it was tough. But good. And then I saw the Taylor Swift and Kelsey and post game and all that. Then I watched maybe a quarter. I'm like you. I looked up. It was like 24-7, and I thought, wow, shocking. And I didn't stay with it, not because I didn't. I kind of felt like the 49ers would get back in it. I didn't think they'd win, but I figured at least they'd give it a run. Right. And I got into True Detective and left the NFL altogether.
I forgot to that.
And so I woke up to y'all's text about the game, and I was like, wow, okay.
Yeah. We got home. We were worn out, and the last time the Lions went for it and they didn't get it, I went, that's it. And I just turned it off. Yeah. I think at the time it might have been 27-24. So anyway, I
did flip it back on. It was it they were I guess the 49ers were up by 3, and then they scored another touchdown. Yeah. And then I was like, okay, well this is
the Lions scored, cut it to 3, onside kicked it.
So I missed all that.
And had a good one. Got that bounce you want, and they didn't recover it anyway. But it wouldn't matter because the guy touched it right before it went 10 yards. It was an illegal touch, and he almost had it, but it wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah, I was reading the game recap. They score was 50-something seconds left to get it to 3, 31-34, and then tried that kick. But Super Bowl 58 set, 49ers and the Chiefs, 5:30 p.m. Central Time on CBS, February the 11th. And one thing that is kind of interesting here is the next time a game is on Fox, Tom Brady will be the Fox Sports lead analyst, and the superstar quarterback is set to get a 10-year, $375 million role and take over the current number 1 Greg Olsen position, which I think Greg Olsen does a great job. He's not a bip to me. You don't think?
A little bit.
I notice everybody's a bip to you.
I know, but I hate that. Right. But he kind of is, and I loved him as a player. He was a great player and all, but he kind of gets on my nerves.
Okay.
Well, here's the thing: Tom Brady's going to get on your nerves too.
Sure.
These guys are good, but they're going to have to grow on you. Just like Tony Romo he's having to grow on everybody, and if Rick would stop ruining him for me. Like there was a moment last night I was sitting there watching and I was thinking, okay, in 3 minutes he hadn't said Jim. And then all of a sudden, I thought Jim, and I was like, golly, Rick.
And the thing about Greg Olsen, he does, and it's because they're ex-players. They start trying to call the play before it happens.
Right. What they'll do here is.
But I'm surprised. I mean, this was the championship game on Fox, and that's your number 1 team?
It is. Well, you remember.
Yeah. I mean, he hadn't been doing it that long.
Well, no, listen, they had to. Everybody was under contract when Joe Buck and Troy Aikman left and went to ESPN. They had to find somebody, and so contracts and stuff for other people that they may have brought in those positions weren't available. And so now they're out there shopping, I guess.
Yeah, and look.
I don't know that Tom Brady's the answer.
Well,
but
let me ask you this. That's a lot of money to put on a guy. I know he's a great quarterback, but what's that got to do with – I mean, Al Michaels is probably the best, and he never played quarterback. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's not you don't base it on that.
Yeah.
So, that's a lot of money for somebody who's never called a game, right? He may have called one or two. I don't know if he has or not.
I love this because this is so against what you just said. Olsen, who's become a fan favorite since beginning his role as a broadcaster. But no,
so what is he going to do? Is he just going to be their second guy?
Yeah. And he said, whatever broadcast team I'm with next year, so be it. I'm all about it. He kind of has approached it in a very, I guess, professional manner. But Tom Brady will be with Fox Sports next year and sign a 10-year deal.
Wow.
Upwards of $300-something million to be there.
I know.
So, wow, that's going to be something else. So I hope we like him because he's going to be around.
Olsen's he's not as bad as Romo. I wouldn't go that far.
Now, do you think anybody's ever sat down with Romo? Because what I hear would probably really like the guy.
I don't have a problem. I don't really have a problem with the way he calls games.
Do you think anybody says, "Hey, you're doing a great job"?
It's not
but
Miss.
you're saying Jim a lot.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's not Beth Moen.
No, but no, I'm just saying it's the Jim thing. What let's say every time I talk to you, I'm like, Greg.
He's gotten better
about
Helms. He's gotten better about calling the play. I bet you $5 he goes here. He's kind of backed off that like he did early.
Yeah.
It's just,
there's things I'm sure we say too much that gets on our audience's nerves. So
100%.
I know there's things that we're not saying that we're perfect, but he does say Jim a lot.
He does.
I get it. He likes Jim.
So 49ers, I was really rooting for the Lions and the Chiefs, but the 49ers and the Chiefs.
That's too much red.
I'm telling you.
Yeah. I don't like it.
Greg's fired up about the flag football game, Pro Bowl this coming week.
That's awesome.
Rick and Bubba.
Whether you're making big changes this year or just settling back into a consistent routine, chances are you could use some audio accompaniment on your journey. I know that's for me. It's crucial. A good pair of wireless earbuds, indispensable in 2024. And for premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are so comfortable, and they will not budge. Trust me. Raycons give you 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life, and they're priced just right. With Raycons, you get quality audio at half the price of the other premium audio brands. It's no wonder their everyday earbuds have tens of thousands 5-star reviews. Now's the time to check it out for yourself. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba today and get 20% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba to score 20% off. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. If you owe back taxes, Happy New Year. The party's over. The IRS is mailing millions of pay-up letters. Then it's over to the 20,000 new IRS enforcement agents to find you. Why target you and not millionaires? Because millionaires have tax lawyers. You don't, and you're going to have to pay up, plus interest and penalties. You need Tax Network USA, and you need them now. Tax Network USA has brilliant war room strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. Like a preferred direct line to the IRS, they know which agents to deal with and which ones to avoid. It's not all bad news, folks, because Tax Network USA learned of a special limited time offer from the IRS. They're willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. Schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited time IRS penalty canceling offer. Call 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/Bubba. Go to rickandbubba.com, check the sponsors button for the website and number. Have you tried the Innovative's Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order. Resolving to eat healthier this year? That was easy. Actually doing it? Not so easy. That's where Field of Greens comes in. Better nutrition is a key to health and longevity, and a healthy diet could even help you avoid health risks that run in your family. Field of Greens is your healthy superfruit and vegetable habit. It's the only fruit and vegetable product that literally promises better health at your next checkup. Your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Do your vitamins or green drinks promise better health? No. I love this stuff and definitely feel healthier taking it. Each superfruit and vegetable in Field of Greens was doctor selected for a specific health benefit. Some support your heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others support metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're resolved to get healthier in 2024, it starts with Field of Greens. And we got you a 15% off first order with free rush shipping. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com, find the link under sponsors. Cold winter mornings are perfect for staying under the cover and having breakfast in bed. HelloFresh supports that dream because they're giving away one free breakfast item with every single HelloFresh delivery for life. That means while you are a HelloFresh subscriber, not only will you enjoy the pick of the tasty dinner recipes they're known for, you'll also enjoy breakfast for free. HelloFresh actually has you covered for every mealtime occasion with a delicious array of quick lunches, sides, snacks, apps, dessert, and more. And not only does HelloFresh help you cut back on extra trips to the grocery store, but their pre-portioned ingredients help eliminate excess food waste. This new year, make eating better and saving money a priority, and make it easy with America's #1 meal kit. Join HelloFresh today and get free breakfast for life with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's one free breakfast item per box while subscription is active with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the Rick and Bubba Show. We've got Greg back today. He's back from sickness and doing well. He says Lisa's continuing to improve, but still struggling.
Struggling, yes.
But you are back and ready to go, and we'll continue to pray for Lisa to bounce back strong. But, you know, if you've never had COVID at all, and this is your first go at it, you know, it's going to be a tough one. So I'm hoping she pulls through it.
It's got to just work its way on.
I know, but, you know, when you've been in a sick house and everybody just kind of isolates from you, you're just isolated, and it's just you being out. Have you been able to get out much, or is this like the first big I'm out?
Yeah. Especially early, I wasn't going out.
Yeah.
But
does it feel
Friday,
weird? Yeah.
I started moving around a little bit.
You started feeling better.
Yeah. Started moving around a little.
Yeah. Because you don't want to get out.
Figure I was in the clear.
Contaminate
nobody if I waited till then. So.
Yeah. Well, that's good.
I laid low till then. Like
when
I said,
you get cabin fever and just stream everything.
I watched a lot of movies and series. Y'all gonna be mad at me because I'd never watched The Equalizer.
Oh, really? You haven't?
Oh, and that was awesome.
Yeah.
Is that Denzel?
Yeah. There's 3 of them.
Yep.
Really?
I don't think I've ever seen them.
Oh,
I don't think I've ever seen those.
Dive in, kid.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen them.
Yeah.
I know I haven't, actually.
Do y'all like movies or episodes better?
I like series better than movies
just
right now.
depends on what mood I'm in.
Okay.
I like them both, but I like a good series.
Yeah.
For some reason, I can't find the time to watch a complete movie in one setting.
Yeah. If I look and it's over 2 hours, I'm like, ooh.
Yeah.
I get about an hour and a half.
Yeah, you got to really.
Now, y'all need to watch, I was telling you on the break. Golly, here I go.
What?
The Hill.
I tried, Greg.
It's a good, uplifting, but it's based on a true story.
Now, this is on Netflix if you want to know.
It's based on a true
Dennis
story.
Quaid, right?
Dennis Quaid. You know, him.
Baseball movie.
Dennis will make a movie. Him
Yeah,
and
he
Nicolas
will.
Cage are going neck to neck, and John Travolta, throw him in there, too.
Yeah.
It's really good based on a true story, but it's got a lot of corn to it. But just take
Do you know
it
why I turned it off? This is so silly, so stupid. Y'all make fun of me. I had Amanda had picked, I was tired, kind of ill, trying to find something to watch. It's been a long day. And I had a big plate of Taco Mama sitting right in front of me. And I was eating it.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the opening scene where he's preaching, Dennis Quaid's preaching, and Grandma is over there spitting dip,
snuff in
and it grossed me out, and I cut it off. And I'm like, well, I'm not watching that.
He finally, there's people smoking in there. He finally has enough of it.
I saw that.
I don't know about y'all, but sometimes I'll get into this, and this is The Hill is an example. I've watched the trailer 3 times, but I won't click play.
I'll go ahead and watch
I don't know why.
Now look, I want to watch it because I want us to talk about some of the things.
Okay.
So when we take these true stories and we just make them so untrue that there's impossible, that no way. And again, I'm sick and tired of me doing this. I want to stop. Can't I just watch the movie? Yeah. Can't I? Lisa gets on to me. She goes, "Why you got to ruin it?"
Yeah.
But they're just, why did we go so far with some of our stupid stuff?
Did you say in the break, there's enough corn on the cob to go around?
Oh yeah, that's Corn City in there.
Yeah.
It's a good story. I like Dennis Quaid, and,
I do
and it's
too.
a good story. It's a baseball story, kind of.
Oh gosh, here we go.
Here's that again.
Well, it's kind of. It's no more to it than that, but.
Right, but
it's a good message and blah blah blah. But here we go. Oh, it's based on true. And at the end, they show the real guy and all this stuff. And I'm thinking, I bet there were parts of it he watched. He was like, oh god, you know.
Yeah, this is where you don't believe anything that's based off a true story.
Well, you watch it and then tell me about it. I know it's. I got one. I can't wait.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll have to dive in then for you, I guess, so we can discuss. So but when you're sick and you're just hanging out and you don't have anything to do, you have time for movies.
It was a good movie.
Yeah.
Just take it for what it's worth.
Speaking of John Travolta, I've noticed that he'll be in a movie and it'll be
a low budget.
Yeah, a little bit.
He's never said. Listen, there was a couple he filmed here in Birmingham.
Yeah, I know,
one of them was a racing movie.
I watched that when it was down here at the Talladega Short Track.
Yeah,
the entire show was.
And there was one where he was an electrician.
Oh, he was a lineman.
Lineman, yeah.
Yeah, that was corny. I watched it.
How'd you feel about it?
So it's the worst thing you do is watch something that you actually know something about.
Was any of that accurate?
No.
Okay.
Well, I mean, no.
How about at the end when he goes?
Let's say that was ridiculous. Okay. But anyway, it's for entertainment, Greg. It's not to educate people on line work. That that was not the purpose of it. It was for entertainment.
This is it.
So take it for what it's worth.
You're counseling yourself.
Come on.
So a lot of watching, a lot of hanging out, a lot of getting better.
Mm-hmm.
And he's even thrown some other movie titles out during the break that we'll have to discuss at some point.
Yeah.
Vince
Vaughn, not sure how you end up in Arkansas.
Yeah, Arkansas.
And you know who else is in it with him? And doesn't even last the whole movie. John Malkovich. What? Cyrus the Virus that looks like you. But he doesn't look like you in this one.
No, he doesn't.
He's even in it.
Yeah. How old is that?
I don't think it's that old.
Really?
It's weird.
I asked him about it. I said, "What is that about?" He said, "It's so weird, I can't even explain it."
Well, it's like crime. I'm organized crime kind of deal.
Okay.
But
is Vince Vaughn a detective?
Dixie Mafia type? No, he's the man.
He's kind of that role in True Detective too.
Yeah.
In second season.
This is like a little bit of that. I mean, it's okay. It's just I'm going, why is Vince Vaughn?
If Vince Vaughn is in
and
it,
why
I will
in the
stop
world is
and
John
watch.
Malkovich in? I think hadn't he won an Oscar?
But so you're saying he shouldn't be in low budget movies?
He shouldn't be in this movie. And again, I don't know if they're low budget by the looks because 4K makes it all look low budget.
Greg,
4K ruins movies.
You can correct that.
I tried.
I don't.
Ruins it.
You see things in this that nobody else does.
It's a soap. Oh, really? Ask Tom Cruise how he feels about it.
Well, okay, but see who you're comparing yourself to.
Well, I'm just
you're comparing yourself to Tom Cruise.
He's way more qualified to be mad about it than I am.
Greg,
we saw him saying that it ruins it.
I think you got the same gift that Tom Cruise has.
I'll tell you this.
I think y'all two are in a league of your own.
I used the term soap opera look. And he used the exact same term.
I know.
It looks like a soap opera.
Have you Googled
it
make,
looks like
model?
A cheap movie.
But y'all both are ruining it for everybody else.
I just don't know why they do it. And they don't even look right. Now, sports on it looks good. I like the sports on it. That's good. Live sports.
We might as well get peanuts. And
live sports are good. I'll give you that. But don't mess with Saving Private Ryan and stuff like that.
You done?
All right. So
I can't tell what movies are cheap and which ones aren't. There it is.
I know that you have a Is it a Samsung you have?
Yeah, I think.
Okay, and we at one time had.
Look, I tried to do it. He couldn't.
I know, and
we tried.
Sent and all that. Have you tried your make and model? Maybe it's different. It's a different.
I went through every setting on that thing.
I'm trying to just get used to it.
You go to expert settings.
I just don't know who thinks it
didn't even. His didn't even have expert settings.
Where'd you get your TV?
I don't know. I don't know where I got it.
It was a nice TV. That wasn't. That wasn't.
I bet you got it at Walmart.
Oh, yeah, I think I did get it at Walmart. Samsung.
Yeah, I'm not no fun. I just don't know what.
I just wish they did. I just don't want to see the first. My daughter and them's TV's 4K. That was like the first one I saw, and I was like, "What is wrong with your television?
Yeah,
everything looks ridiculous." I feel like they're sitting in the room with me. First of all, second of all, it looks like a soap opera. I want a movie to look like a movie. I don't want it to look like a soap opera or a sitcom.
Right, we got it.
Like I'm watching Roseanne or something.
Yeah, we hadn't talked to him in a while. I'm letting him get it all out.
Just let him finish.
Yeah.
It's best to let him finish.
He's just been able to hold.
Well, the reason I spend a lot of time with the TV. So,
yeah.
So that's why it's on my mind.
Any other TVs in the house that you go, okay, see, this is better? Do you go to it?
No.
That's the only TV you got in the whole house?
It's the only one that I watch.
That you watch. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, Greg is back.
Not finished upstairs remodeling. I'm working on that.
Okay. Yeah, then you can go up there and maybe get you one.
Right now, it looks like a storage building.
Yeah, well, that's where everything goes to die or hide.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have one of those. Just get it out of your head.
Get it out of there. Oh, boy, this room's crowded. Oh, what's that light fixture doing in here? I'm never going to use it again.
Right, yeah.
And ain't nobody going to buy it. I will sell that, okay.
Yeah.
When?
Right.
People lined up for them.
Does she still have her little place, a little shop?
Oh, yeah, it's doing good.
Is
Main
it?
Street South, Piedmont, right there. So it's a pretty awesome little place.
Well, maybe that's why she's saving it, Greg.
Getting ready to get the spring stuff out before long.
You can get old Blue out and get it to him.
Yeah, it's the Main Street South.
Okay.
Yeah, I go down there and have to haul stuff in and out.
Do you? Because
I'm the hired labor.
Yeah. You get your. When I said old Blue, I said he has a blue truck.
Mm-hmm.
So you are the moving man.
I am.
Yep. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back. We're off and running, and we thank you for being with us here on the Kickoff Hour. Rick and Bubba and Adler all join us right after the top of the hour. What?
Nothing.
No, tell me. Go ahead.
I said, you got to watch Arkansas and you got to watch The Hill.
Okay, both of them.
Yep.
And apparently I have to watch them so I can tell you how much I don't like it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So that makes
we
me
won't
want to
talk
watch
about the corny parts on the true story.
Hey, watch something. You're not going to like it, but watch it.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I was afraid to cut the cord, but once I did, I couldn't believe it took so long to do it. Paying too much for my cable bill had become a bad habit. I either wasn't getting what I wanted or never knew where to find any of my favorite shows until it was too late. Plus, the prices just kept going up. Thankfully, I discovered a new way to watch, called Philo. For just $25 a month, I can catch all my favorite shows on networks like BET, MTV, and TLC. It even has Nickelodeon for my kids. I can watch anytime I want, anywhere I want. Plus, Philo lets me have up to 3 streams at once, so everyone can watch what they want at the same time. Throw in the unlimited DVR that saves all my favorites for up to a year, and this really is the best deal in TV. I just wish I hadn't waited so long. Sound too good to be true? Well, try it out for yourself, and you'll see why people who love TV love Philo. Go to philo.tv, that's philo.tv, and start your 7-day free trial now.
Hey there, folks. Let's talk about something that's on the minds of many of you listening today, dealing with overwhelming credit card debt. Now, if you're feeling like it's a financial uphill battle, we've got some good news for you. If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced monthly payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've already helped over 300,000 qualified consumers, hardworking Americans just like you, pay off more than $3 billion in debt, earning them an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau. The consolidation specialists at Accredited Debt Relief tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. They understand one size does not fit all. Call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free, no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny. Call 800-511-1200. That's 800-511-1200. Program or services not available in all states.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
There's a popular saying out there, health is wealth, and folks, I couldn't agree more. Some of you may be living with everyday pain. Now, this can affect so many parts of your daily life. I mean, it can affect the mood, your sleep. What about missing out on activities? Our friends at Relief Factor offer a natural way to relieve that pain. It's 100% drug-free. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients to help reduce or eliminate everyday aches and pains. Now, unlike pills that just mask the pain for a short time, Relief Factor helps support your body's natural response to inflammation, so you feel better all day, every day. Over 1 million people have tried Relief Factor, and here on our team, several of us have tried it. So let's get you a special deal, and let's see if we can help you too. Go right now and see if Relief Factor can work with you with their 3-week quick start kit that's only $19.95. Now, this is a great price to try it out for 3 weeks. You'll know in 3 weeks. You will feel the difference and know it works. You can also find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Have you tried the Innovatives Helix Sleep Mattress yet? Well, nothing beats a great night's sleep, the kind you get with Helix. So we love them, and Helix has over 12,000 5-star reviews with customized mattresses that fit your sleep needs because they know everyone is unique. They even have big and tall mattresses and mattresses for the kids. But how do you know which mattress is right for you? Well, Helix has you covered. Just take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find the perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Place your order and your mattress will be delivered right to the door free of charge. And the best part, Helix knows there's no better way to try a mattress than by sleeping on it in your own home. That's why they offer a 100-night trial for you and a 10 to 15-year warranty. Right now, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders at helixsleep.com/Bubba. Best offer yet, by the way, and it won't last long. So if you've been waiting to try a Helix mattress, here it is. Now's the time. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for 20% off your mattress order.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't
11 minutes, 10 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. We have a full Good Time gang here. Greg is back, and we are glad to have him back. Now we are a full staff. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour. CBDistillery.com is who's bringing you this portion of the show. Maybe you're not sleeping well, maybe you're hurting, stressed out. We'll make a change. CBDistillery.com and use promo code Bubba because you're going to have some good savings there. Their targeted formulas are made from the highest quality, clean ingredients, no fluff, no fillers, just pure, effective CBD solutions designed to help support your health. You go to CBDistillery.com to find out more and save that 20% with promo code Bubba. You can also find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so if those of you are watching YouTube, you know just from seeing us that our dialogue and our conversations continue in the break. So we have continued to discuss things to stream and watch. And, you know, when you're sick and you're locked up in the house, that's kind of what you do. You just kind of sit back and enjoy TV, I guess, even though it's in 4K.
That Tulsa King ain't bad.
Yeah.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah.
I have not seen that
I'm
either.
surprised.
Yeah.
I actually like that.
If I ever get COVID or anything, I'm going to have a lot to watch.
If I ever have COVID.
Yeah.
I got all three of the
other
creeds. Now I've got them done.
Oh, you did? Really? Boy,
That's
you
a
have
good one.
been
I did
watching
see
stuff.
that one. I like a good boxing movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How you feel about the Creeds?
They're pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't touch the original Rocky, but that's fine.
Yeah.
They're not trying to.
No.
But as they continue on, are you glad with the quality? Are you happy with that?
Yeah.
Okay, because I know how you sometimes
Two
don't like
rounded.
the 2s and 3s and 4s of movies.
No, that's one of the few series that can pull it off because it's a continuing story.
Yeah.
The whole Rocky thing,
Right.
anything to do with it.
Right.
I'll give them a pass. Now, trying to make a sequel just for the sake of like Beverly Hills Cop 2 and stuff like that, that you know, we all wanted to know what happened to Rock after he almost beat Apollo.
Well, everybody wants to
What
know.
happened? They picked right up at that point, and when they've done it with all of them. So
Yeah.
5 I didn't like, but besides 5, they're all pretty good.
Yeah. We discussed earlier the Chiefs and the 49ers are Super Bowl bound. Everybody's calling it the Swifty Bowl, not the Super Bowl.
I'm gonna be honest. I was wanting the Lions in because I just wanted something different.
Yeah, I did too. That's what we kind of decided on last week. We wanted the Lions and the Chiefs, well, Baltimore was a little. They were in shock. Excuse me. After the game was kind of quiet. Everybody was like, "What just happened?"
Well, when stupid penalties hurt.
Yeah,
stuff like that.
The dad called me. We were coming back from Huntsville, and he called me, and he goes, "Man, the Lions are opening up on the Chiefs," and we were just talking.
They came out just smoking.
And then he told me about Flowers. He goes, "Man, that Flowers kid from Baltimore." Yep. He said, "Your mom looked at the TV and said that boy's going to need counseling." Mm-hmm. He had a tough go at it. He had as Helmsy said, he had a tough 3 minutes.
Yeah,
and he cut his finger on top of everything else.
Yeah. Throwing a little fit. Yep. That's how he did it.
Yeah, I didn't know how he did it, but
they said it was because he slammed his helmet on the bench and cut his finger.
The Chiefs, you do look at them. Yesterday, when I was watching, I'm like, here we go. This is the cream rising to the top because there was a section of their season that did not look good. And they had to overcome some adversity to get through this.
And they're playing well now.
They really are.
Yeah, they are. They're hitting in stride. Right as you go into Super Bowl 58.
And I will say this about the 49ers. Wow, your defensive front. Now, they, couldn't slow them down at first, but look across there who all you got. Bosa, and then Chase Young, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is.
There was
Chase Young's glad he left the Washington football team, whatever you call them. Commanders, yeah.
Commandos.
He's happy for that trade.
Don't you know?
He went from there to, I'm in Super Bowl 58.
I'm in Super Bowl.
There was a run where the Chiefs had lost 4 of 6 games, 5 of 7 or 8 games. And
everybody thought they were done.
Yep. And so for them to come back through all this.
I was listening to some Mahomes stats breakdown, and what he's doing early in his career.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, minus Super Bowl appearances and wins, and if they can pull this one off, good night alive.
And I've said this: I didn't know who he was when coming out of college. I'd never heard.
I didn't know him.
I'd never heard of him. And then I think his second year in the NFL, he got to start, and then he was ridiculously good. And I was like, who is this?
Yeah.
I had no idea who he was.
And then for all the Kelsey haters that thought he was distracted, he's come on these last few games. He's pretty unstoppable as well.
He is.
And
he also wants to fight for his right to party.
He does. Him screaming that.
I've said this a couple times now. I think it's worth mentioning again. There is a chance that we will have a Super Bowl champion, who's going to make less than 20 college quarterbacks.
Mm-hmm.
How about that?
And Purdy.
Oh, Purdy. Was he the last player pick, Mr. What they call irrelevant?
Yeah.
Or was he just the last quarterback pick?
I believe he was the last.
Don't know the answer to
that. I just have.
Because I think somebody last
flickers
night
of
said he
memory
went
there.
from Mr. Irrelevant to Mr. Relevant.
Yeah, I believe so.
I'll tell you this: he heard him running, which is not his thing.
Yeah. Well, and you know what? Give the kid credit, man. He took advantage of an opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Prove yourself.
Yeah. I mean,
I believe his next contract, he's going to be okay.
Yeah,
he was selected by the 49ers with the final pick in the 2022 NFL draft.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah, but he's like some of these young guys. I know that Dak was one of them back when they had the rookie stuff and they got locked into the first couple of years when they didn't make a whole lot of money. But he is, because of what we just talked about, he's on down there. So if he can pull this off, even if he doesn't, my gracious,
I know.
I think, is this the third consecutive? I say they've been to 3 consecutive championship games. Is that right?
I mean, he got hurt last year's game.
Yeah, his UCL or whatever it was.
That pretty much they were out.
Yeah.
They put in some quarterback that they had to call the week before that was working at the lube shop. They were out of quarterbacks.
Yeah. We talked a little bit last week, Greg, about the Super Bowl commercials. We didn't go too deep into them. I know last year y'all beat the guys down, and they really didn't play many of them or discuss many of them. But the big story last Friday was that Bud Light's coming back. They
Peyton Manning's like their
they teased one of the commercials. They all got teasers out now, like little 15-second teasers, and the question was asked: has everybody forgiven Bud Light? And really, It was a little bit of a mix, but a lot of folks was like, "No, I'm never drinking them again." But do you think it's a slow fade back?
Yes, absolutely. Like we thought it would be.
We needed you here. Well, we did.
I don't know about all.
You're
I'm
a beer
just saying,
expert.
No, I'm not. I'm a people expert, and I'm
Connoisseur
just saying,
of some kind.
People, if they really like something, they'll come out and try to be sharp, but they're eventually going to go back.
They'll pour it in a red Solo.
Yeah.
and not show old blue.
No, but they'll still, like I say, I don't know. I'm now you got me mad about the commercials again. I'm not going through that debate this year.
Right.
Fine. Whatever. If y'all want to watch them, let's watch them.
A lot of people are getting they're done with showing Taylor Swift 1,000 times during the game and talking about Taylor, but the NFL's not dumb. They also know that gives them good ratings as well. But I see where Taylor Swift kind of snapped at the cameraman at one point going, just leave me alone. Yeah. I think she might be tired of it.
I think we all do this thing. Now everybody has to hate Taylor Swift because she's at the ball games.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's just, I got to, who cares, really?
Right.
Who cares? I want to show her. She's famous. Right?
Right. And she can't help that she's so famous she can't go anywhere.
Yeah. I mean, let her enjoy the ball game. She wants to watch the Chiefs play. They got to fight for their right to party.
They do, according to.
Isn't that the thing they've been doing for years? I think it is.
Yeah, he'll scream it. But she snapped at CBS. She snapped at CBS and appeared to say, "Get away, please," after a cameraman was lingering too long during her visit to watch Travis. So I think maybe she's even saying, "Will y'all please stop?"
Yeah. Oh, speaking of commercials, the State Farm commercials are pretty funny.
Yes.
I know, but my favorite is when he says, what is it, 4 things or something, one word explains about bundling. And he goes, actually, that's 4 things. He goes, not if you bundle them. And they start screaming, "Oh!" dumping Gatorade on me. And Andy Reid's good in them.
Yeah, he is.
Y'all heard the latest rumor on him?
No.
If
he's
they win, they win.
I was getting there.
They win. He retires. Belichick goes to the Chiefs.
Well, we know that might
hearing.
happen because he's come out the last 24 hours and said he's planning to come back next year. So which means it'll be opposite of that.
Yeah, true.
But Andy Reid has said, I'm back. I'm coming back. But who knows?
My gosh, Andy.
But normally when somebody comes out and says that, that means it's opposite.
Yeah, that's true.
We'll be right back. Main show starts next.
Rick and Bubba.
Did they think their daughter really was on the rowing team?
Considering she never rowed a day of her life. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe not.
BJ Fleck's upset about it.
Yeah, they're rowing the boat.
But in October, things kind of turned worse, I guess, right? When Lori Loughlin and her husband were slapped with some additional charges, I guess.
When
mail fraud, money laundering, bribery, all that.
When they wouldn't plead guilty, the prosecution kept piling on more
Let's
charges.
look a little closer.
Which in the due process thing, I don't think is the right way. If you did it, they've pleaded not guilty, try them if they are, penalize them. But now you're beginning to look like you're manipulating this a little too heavy-handed,
Mm-hmm.
Right.
If you have charges, you file them. You don't file them because they won't plead the way you want to and continue to do it. Initially, I understand. They go, look, we're going to charge you with this. If you plead guilty, we'll do this. Well, they're not doing it. Well, down the road, I'm going to keep throwing on more. Yep. You know what I mean? It just sounds.
I know.
Yeah, I get it. I get what he's doing.
I know.
Look, it's whatever. It is kind of odd that some of the people who we're letting out of jail and going to walk and not go to jail, and we're going to lock up Aunt Becky. I mean, it's you got to admit,
we
some
must
of that's
stop
kind
her.
of strange.
Well, I find myself now kind of understanding the way Betty sees all this because now I've got my own axe to grind. How can Lori Loughlin's daughter be on YouTube and we're not? So she's still on them. They running us off.
After that, I'm faking that you were on the road.
I didn't fake that I was on the team. How am I not on YouTube now?
Yeah.
Well, this is clearly
abuse
of the system, and I feel damaged.
It is.
Well, they mentioned the Hallmark Channel in this article and everything. And have your wives forced you to watch these Christmas specials on the Hallmark Channel?
No. I realized last night, and the ladies can attest to this, even at the Chris Tomlin concert, they do a thing at this Christmas thing that's really cool. Now, they may have done it the first year y'all went to. I don't know if they did. Might have been they added it. Did they have the video thing up there that talks to you, the video screen?
I don't think so.
So when you're sitting there, it kind of comes on, and they make it like it's Chris Tomlin giving you text messages up on the screen, and they'll start asking questions in the audience.
I think it was that.
Raise your hand if you ever been here before. And one of them was raise your hand if you're watching Hallmark Christmas movies.
Good.
And like the whole place, their hand went up. And raise your hand if you've been watching since Halloween was over. But I will say this. Now I don't want to mojo myself, which I could clearly do right here. I don't know what it is. I don't know if my wife isn't interested in those movies or she doesn't know about them. But I have never been drugged to the Hallmark Channel.
Well, I guess it's Terry's girlfriends. They told her all about it, and now she is. I mean, I have watched some, and I've screamed, "Why am I watching this?"
Yeah,
and then, of course, you want it to work out well, so you keep watching.
It's possible that my wife doesn't know about it, and but I've never been drugged to the.
I'll admit this because I think I'm pretty safe today because you're not going to hear me say I'm taking my dogs to see Santa.
Right, you're right.
but I will say this: Amanda has not forced me to watch these movies, but she will watch them, and I will sit down and I will find myself, even though I'm making comments like, "Hey, it's Thursday night football," or "Hey, there's Monday night football." I find myself getting into them.
Yeah.
And somewhat enjoying them. I'll be honest.
Well, if I get up
give
for
me a thing of hot chocolate or some apple cider, and I feel like I'm in the movie.
Yeah, if I get up for a second, like last night, I mean, I just get up to go use the restroom. I come back, and I'm like, what's this? Oh, it's Hallmark Channel. I mean, she just turns it on her own.
And I try to
like,
predict.
well, I guess I'm
it's so
down.
predictable what's about to happen.
That was my next question.
I can predict it a little bit.
Look, I can.
That's a game we play at home.
I can expand my horizons to the. As Blake Shelton saying, let's do what she likes.
Yeah.
But are they any good?
they're not horrible.
They'll hook you in.
They will.
But the plots are not overly deep and twisty.
Yeah, big city girl comes home to her country town and falls in love with a local, and she has a decision to make. Do I go back or do I stay with him? Because I'm sure I'm happy.
And they always get together at the big town event. It could be a barn raising, a dance, a Christmas tree lighting ceremony, any of that stuff.
Wait a minute.
And they decide they really love
There's a
each
wedding
other.
going on.
Wait a minute. That's the movie Sweet Home Alabama.
It's a lot like that.
Right.
Everyone has that basic plot to it.
That's very.
Is it that movie over and over again? With different characters?
Exactly.
Yeah, in different places. Sometimes it'll be in the big city, sometimes in the country.
And wow, the decorations.
Sometimes in between.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, everything's decorated, and I walk around the house dressed up. I don't get that.
Sometimes they can be farmers. Sometimes they can be cookie makers. Rick. It's all the stuff.
They'll have some Christmas pajamas.
They can try to save the local hotel from closing.
Yeah, because it's
so
been there
many
forever.
memories
Yeah,
have
it's been there
made.
forever.
This
We got to
feels so
save it
strange.
together.
And the evil developer wants to tear it down
and make
to
a
build
new
a
one.
resort, and of course he falls in love with the girl who's supposed to save it.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Guys, I think
that's
we're all
Tom
watching.
Hanks
And he
in
has
that
to-
movie about the book.
He has to choose between his job and his love.
Yeah.
There was one on the other night. It was two sisters, and
Greg, you're
they
broadcasting.
inherited some land, and like you said, one of them was going to sell it for real estate, and the other one wanted to keep it the way it was.
Yeah.
The functioning farm.
What are we saving Walden Woods here?
Yeah, it's a lot of that.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, I'm in trouble again. I said something that involved Don Henley. He's probably copyrighted the word Walden Woods.
Right.
Don't say it again.
So anyway, no, I haven't. I don't. I've never been in the Hallmark world.
You can even go to their website, print out a list, and check off the movies so you're sure you've seen them. all.
Listen, I was really the only time I ever got trapped in something like this, and Helmsy and I both did, and we both admitted it. Minutes past the hour. Here we go. Brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new week. The Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. National Anthem gets us started. is 7.5 minutes past the hour from the Big Boy Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Thank you for being with us today as the 30th anniversary celebration continues. And we will chat with you at the number I just gave you, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Weekend recaps coming your way today. Your phone calls, lots to unpack. The real Greg Burgess is back. He joined Speedy and Helmsy for the kickoff hour. That's behind us. If you missed that, look for it in the Rick and Bubba archives today, either on the YouTube channel or on our podcast channel. Eddie Van Adler now takes over the YouTube channel for the full experience. Had someone say something interesting to me up in Hendersonville, Tennessee this past weekend, and it's something that maybe we can discuss too. He said, I would like to tell you this, and I want to be clear. And I said, okay. He said, I watch y'all every day on YouTube, but I'm not a tuber. I didn't know what that meant, and he said, I just want to be clear about that. It's almost like I just want you to know that's just my platform, but I don't participate in all the tuber world. Maybe that's what he meant. Yeah. But anyway, so I thought that was an interesting statement. But anyway, hello, tubers, or those of you that just catch it on YouTube. You got the live and you got the archive option today. Right there sits the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master out of King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates.
Come on. Come on, lay them down. Lay them on down. Bubba, welcome back for another week. Hope you had a good weekend.
Rick, it was a great weekend. Glad to be here. I want to welcome Greg Burgess.
How about old Greg is back?
Back again.
Yeah, there he is, stretched out, ready to go.
All right.
There it is. Well, we had such a good time for 10 days here on the show.
Did you?
Wearing whatever we wanted to wear. I mean, like I say, it got crazy. It got crazy Thursday. I even snacked on a meat stick.
Openly.
He yawned, didn't even cover his mouth.
No, it was a crazy day. Adler, he seemed to really pick up, more. He was almost like a young buck that heard the dominant buck had been killed. He just began to run around, gather ground, take territory.
Yeah. Greg's back.
It ended up.
Oh, Greg, man, Greg's back.
Yeah. Look, he's even let his hair down because of it.
Yeah,
he's no man bun.
Yes. So anyway, I guess Greg right out of the gate just tell the folks out in the audience to be praying. Everything's okay. I come in and found out that our sister had been in a car wreck last night late. So she's gonna be okay, but she's hurt.
Yeah.
So she's recovering.
News on the way in.
You got that news on the way in, but she's recovering. But did have to have surgery, and y'all just pray for her full recovery. But wow, that was didn't expect that to start the week. So there you go. And we have a lot to unpack on the program today. Obviously, for sports fans, the Super Bowl 58, Speedy told us, is now set and ready to go. Yep. It will be the 49ers and the Chiefs. Should be a good matchup if you're just a football fan. Like I say, I lamented with one friend of mine that's new that I'm getting to know that is a rabid Lions fan. And, it was – I laughed pretty hard at the pregame thing when they were showing the difference between a 49er fan and Lions fan. And how they would look at this game. Right, yeah. And how Lions fans were going ahead and just getting a tattoo of what they'd already accomplished. Right. Yeah, and stuff like that. But it was, the sad thing, and I know if you're a Lions fan, and this is what will haunt you, but that was a winnable game for the Lions. I mean,
got a 17-point halftime lead. You got to be able to hold on to that at least. Don't let that part of it get away.
Yeah,
but they've had a great year. I tell you, their coach, he may be one of the greatest modern day coaches I've ever seen with that turnaround of the Lions.
Yeah. Probably should have taken some field goals, but
when you got the lead, you might as well just add a few more points.
Yeah, of course you would have been going in for the win or to tie, but you know what? That's the way they got there, and
is it? I heard them say that.
Well, they had owned
These are the only 2 football games I've seen all year.
Well, they had on the line. I mean, they were dominating the line so much the first half. I don't see how the score wasn't bigger.
Well, and this is nothing. They kind of got away from that. I don't know.
And the Niners have a really good defensive front, but the first half, but they kind of turned it around a little.
Well, it's you got to pour it on when you can pour it on. Back to what y'all said, if you you get down to a 4th and whatever, take all the points you can get because grab them all. Because you need to extend that lead as much as you possibly can. And if they stop you, you don't get anything.
Yeah.
I mean, but I understand. I'd rather take 7-3. Yeah, but I'd take 3 over 0.
Yeah.
So
I turned it off when it was. I think it was 4th and 3, and they decided not to try a 48-yarder, which I mean that's not a guarantee, but. They like, no, we're going to go for it. And Goff got flushed out and threw an incompletion. I'm like, all right, that's it. I'm turning it off.
Well, the Lions' second half featured a fumble, a missed interception that bounces off my helmet into the receiver's hands for a 58-yard completion.
Yeah, don't forget about that.
Right. So they fumbled it, bounced it off their helmet. Had receivers dropping balls right in the chest.
Guys who had played a great first half, they weren't dropping anything.
So it just looked like but see, I wondered what all the hype about the 49ers was until I saw them start their run, and then I thought, oh, this is the team everybody's been talking about because I hadn't seen either. I haven't seen the Lions play except highlights. I haven't seen the 49ers play at all. Have never seen the Ravens play, and saw the Chiefs, I think, maybe for a half. So this was my first real look at these teams, and all 4 of them really good.
You know, being a long-suffering Vikings fan, I figured our luck, the Lions would go all the way and win it, and just make Minnesota the only team in that division that had not won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I thought about that. Is there a little bit of solace you take that they didn't win it?
I'm just not that wrapped up in the Vikings anymore because they don't deserve it,
right?
And I can't just keep unconditionally loving that dead puppy. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I've got to see some life, but. No, I didn't. I was amazed, really, at how the Lions had changed. They were a team perennial. I mean, they just were no threat.
Mm-hmm.
You just felt like they were no threat as a franchise. And, I mean, they've changed over the last 2 years. I mean, they came out and beat the Chiefs in Arrowhead opening weekend, and I thought, wow, is this the same Chiefs team? And clearly it wasn't. Their coaches did. I mean, if he's not coach of the year, I don't know.
Yeah, he should be. Yeah, and Taylor Swift's boyfriend played really well.
He did.
Can anybody cover him? Anybody?
Yeah. Well, I didn't know this. He had not had a great season, but boy, he's going off in the playoffs.
Yeah, he's
they had a rough patch as a team there. During the season.
They did.
They definitely turned it around.
Yep. Well, they're veterans to the playoffs world.
Oh yeah.
So you can tell too.
6 championship games in a row. Is that right?
Yeah.
Something like crazy, yeah.
What if you're Mahomes in all 6 years that you've been there?
You've been in the championship.
Yeah.
And this is a rematch from how many years ago?
Gosh. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. And I got one more question about Brock Purdy I got to ask.
All right, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
I got trapped, and the first time I brought up, is there a new episode of Downton Abbey? Yeah. Look, if the gay couple didn't show up, I would have been trapped in there forever. Finally, that was like, cheers, like, we ain't watching this. I knew eventually the gay couple would show up.
Yeah. Okay.
In every show, a gay couple showing up at some point. Yeah. Now, if it's modern.
Right.
And so, Adler, put those movies back up there. Rick, I just want you to hear the titles.
Sadly, I think I've seen every one.
Marry Me at Christmas. Christmas.
That one's closer right now.
At the Palace. Is that what it says?
Yes, that's what it says.
Christmas Getaway, Sweetest Christmas, The Christmas Cottage, and Coming Home for Christmas.
And there's so many more, too. That's just touching it right there.
It's a big iceberg.
Everybody who spends the night, is that the cottage where everybody spends the night and it falls in love? There's one of those.
Oh, yeah. Well, listen,
just the look of the when y'all show me the media picture of the movies that I just looked at, the things you go and pick which one you're going to watch. It looks like what was their budget? $100,000? I mean,
some of them look like bad soap operas. I'll give you that.
Some of them are well done. I'll give them credit.
There's one.
They got that B-level movie feel to it.
I think they signed about 3 female leads, and then they rotate all 3 movies.
Yeah.
Does it look like the first Christian movies that ever came out? Before they
they're a little better.
Quite that bad.
They're a little bit better than that, but the plots are just not overwhelmingly deep and twisty.
Okay.
Other than two people who obviously care for each other will not say I love you or kiss for some reason. Right.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Weekend recaps starting and working our way back to yesterday, kind of working in reverse order, the NFC and the AFC championship games yesterday. And Bubba, you said you wanted to ask about young Brock Purdy.
You know, the San Francisco quarterback job has, it's been kind of crazy the last few years, and he came in as, a third-string quarterback at one point last year and really showed that he could get the job done. He was the last man chosen in the 2022 draft, Mr. Insignificant.
Irrelevant.
Irrelevant.
I'm sorry, that too.
Yeah.
Irrelevant.
Right.
Which I can't say that word.
Yeah.
I think they should change it to Mr. Insignificant. And I've actually asked the NFL to do that. But he certainly has proven everybody wrong with that. He's now headed into the Super Bowl.
Sure.
Do you think? I mean, because the NFL cut the number of rounds they did. back to whatever it was when he was picked. Do you think the fact that now a Super Bowl, potentially Super Bowl, well, we know a Super Bowl quarterback, potentially Super Bowl winning quarterback, was chosen at that position in the draft, that they need to go back and maybe add another round now?
Yeah, you
because they still a lot of talent out there.
Well, yeah, because if you're a team, you go, so we don't get our chance at a Brock Purdy?
All right.
So we don't.
You have to go sign him somewhere, So I don't know. But what a story! What a story!
Yeah. Well, talking about Mr. Unnecessary,
right?
Mr. Ain't got a chance. It's just hard for me to say irrelevant.
Never mind.
Mr. Insignificant. Mr. Insignificant.
How about Mr. Last Pick?
How about the last guy chosen?
But the fact they
How about
give
Mr.
him,
262?
So he's the kid on the playground that was standing there and nobody wanted, and then he goes in there and lights everybody up.
Right. Sure.
You just you have to kind of cheer for that.
You do.
You're Mr. Last Pick.
Well, also it'd be one thing if he was just if he was managing,
say that word,
which he was managing, but he broke the lines back with his legs.
Yeah,
he picked up first downs that were just backbreaking.
Well, he's not a super runner, but he can go when he has to.
Yeah,
and I think that's the key. You got to. They're so the margins of error are so tight with these athletes at this level. If you got somebody that can run and get you 3-4 yards on the third down scramble,
he wasn't irrelevant last night.
No, he wasn't.
No, he wasn't.
No.
You think he just keeps that as a great chip on his shoulder? The head, you know, he was in news stories too.
Yeah.
He's probably got those framed everywhere.
And his agent's just looking at him, going, "Just wait.
Here it comes.
Here we come. We finally have leverage."
Yeah. It was. There were a lot of players out there, and the atmosphere was good, and no doubt he did a good job. And all credit goes to the 49ers. But sometimes it is easier to beat a team if you play them in the second half. And apparently they decided to put both hands around their neck,
right?
That old ball bounce is funny sometimes.
Boy, it does. It really, really does. It's part of it, though.
It is.
I mean, and the 49ers made plays when they got their chance, and what you got to do is not give them that chance.
Where was Brock Purdy? Where did he play in college?
Iowa State.
Mm-hmm. Gosh, another one of those you just don't.
I know.
See a whole lot.
I know. It was it was interesting too for them to talk about that golf was basically playing around where he grew up and went to college. And all that.
And wanted to be a 49er.
Yeah, wearing 16 for Montana.
Does that kill you? You see that and you see that in college a lot, where they'll say, well. So and so here, our quarterback, he grew up a fan of our rival and wanted to play, but he ended up here because we offered him and whatever. And when they beat you, as a fan on that team, don't you think, what? We had a guy wanted to be on our team and we couldn't get him on.
Now he's beating us.
now he's killing us.
I was looking at a little bit of Brock Purdy at Iowa State, and he was a 2-time first team All Big 12 in 2020 and 2021. So I mean, I never even heard of him in college, but apparently he was pretty good.
Of course. Well, obviously he's good, but
I mean, seventh round, 262 pick. Like, let's just grab him.
He wasn't at a big SEC school or Michigan, Ohio State or something. University of Southern California, so he would be a household name.
Yeah.
And I can't remember the exact number, so I may get this wrong. Maybe I'll just say something that I know I won't get wrong, But one of the most profound things that I thought David Pollack said this past weekend at this conference, we'll get into that later.
I heard he had several profound things to say.
But one thing he did for the dads in the room, which I thought was really, really, it was the best thing he said, in my opinion. And of course, I'm sure he's worried about my opinion. But he said, dads, I'm just going to tell you, because he said he was this way. So it was an adjustment that happened in his life when he was redeemed. He said, the odds of your son playing professional football is less than 1%.
Yeah,
he actually hit. I think it was 0.02. And he said, but the odds of them standing before Jesus is 100%.
Yeah.
So I would probably put a lot more effort there of what's going to 100% happen, as opposed to obsessing over what really has very little, if any, chance of happening.
Yeah. And he's a good Instagram follow.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. And I didn't realize that he told the story about how his neck got broke year 2, and that was it.
Yeah, he's done.
He had all this potential and was starting.
Remember how much bigger he was?
Yeah.
I remember the first time I saw him when he looked like he does now, I thought, there's no way. Half the guy was a defensive end.
He told the story about hitting somebody for the Cleveland Browns. And he said, I go back there with the trainers. They take me back in the back, and they're looking at me. They, they do X-rays right there on the spot. And he said, I'm sitting there, and they tell me what's going on. He goes, I don't know what that means. What does that mean? And they said, you broke your neck. He goes, wow, that sounds a lot worse than you tell me about the vertebrae. And you basically broke it down.
Put it that way.
So I'm done. You're likely done.
I knew
Can't play with a broken
I knew
neck.
he didn't go long in the NFL for such a great college career. I couldn't remember if he had an injury or what it was.
Yeah, broke his neck.
Wow.
So anyway, we'll get into that later. But what who feels worse today? Okay. The kid from Alabama, this great running back that fumbles, that was a turning point in the game, by the way. Big turning point.
Gibbs.
Or Flowers for the Ravens that is scoring the touchdown to give the Ravens. I mean,
the win.
This is it. And he fumbles going in.
He had a couple of mistakes. He got that penalty on the long pass, which was ridiculous. Yeah. Ridiculous. Put the ball down, get to the huddle.
Well, another thing too, I'm tired of this stretching the ball out. How about this? We would have had it at the half-yard line, and you got to try to stretch it out and dive and.
And I'm also tired
of the ball away.
Yeah, I know that sort of thing. Reach out, deal, and it happens all the time. Another thing, I'm tired of routine plays being celebrated like we just won the game.
I know.
And that's on both sides of the ball.
Right.
Hey, guys, we got a lot of football left to play. I know you just got a first down, and that's awesome. but
we're going.
We got a lot of them. You're going to need a few more.
We're going to need 15 to 20 more of those to win
exactly.
this.
But have you ever noticed it, Rick? I'm going to go over to my buddy. We're going to do some silly Mary Mac dressed in black, silver buttons up and down her back. Yeah. You know, what all that is.
That's so true.
Come on. I mean, it's ridiculous. Look, if you've just caught the game-winning touchdown pass, turn a flip, whatever you want to do.
Right.
But it's 3rd and 8, and we convert. Like, okay.
Right.
Continue. You may fumble the next snap.
Continue.
Good night.
For him to get that penalty, then go over on the bench and pitch a fit and cut his hand up when they might need him to actually win.
Have you ever done that, showing yourself and you end up hurting yourself?
Well,
and then you act like it don't hurt.
Over there asking for a Band-Aid.
Anybody got in there?
I'm not as prone to those fits as maybe some people.
I am prone to
but
them.
I know you've hurt yourself.
Yes, I have. Bob.
Well, that's one of those things where you tell people when they say, "Hey, I lost the game for us." You didn't lose the game. We all lost the game. Now you could have won it.
Yeah, you did have an opportunity to win the game.
That's it.
Now you could have won it, but you didn't lose it. But you sure could have won it. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. 866 We Be Big is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Everybody.
I have to say, as you've talked about before, some of these songs only get a short run every year, so don't want to overdo them. But had some others that missed the first time we spun it this year. That I just can never hear that enough. Today I picked up on something that I have never picked up on it, because I like to try to figure these things out. Because remember, when you and I, fell in love with the radio, even the thought that a radio show would be on TV would be. We didn't even know about live streaming. That was not even a thing.
Never
for you to see,
Rick the computer had not really been thought of much.
But for you to see a radio show was unheard of.
Yeah.
And so it was all theater of the mind, and you would try to figure out what was going on. And in that particular instance, I realized, because it hit me one day listening to it, I'd always kind of pictured, and there's been all different people that have told us who that is doing Porky Pig. It is spot on. I mean, it could have been Mel. What was his name?
Blank.
It could have. Yeah, it could have been him. It sounded that good. I don't think it was, but I mean, it was a great impression. And I'd always pictured that was a guy playing acoustic guitar and doing it, which was impressive. But today I listened. He's the one doing the kazoo solo, because you can actually hear him stop doing Porky, start playing the kazoo, then pick it back up. So there must be an accompaniment. Somebody must be playing the guitar with him, and I'd never – today it
was a band, Rick.
Yeah, because it would be impossible for him to play the guitar, pick up the kazoo, and start, and the guitar never stop. So I was, because it's not like a harmonica thing. I don't think they have kazoo things you can wear.
That mount on top of the guitar.
I don't think. Maybe Adler do they? I don't know of a kazoo mount.
Would it mount in the harmonica mount?
I don't know. So there he goes again, Greg. There goes old mouth heart Bussy.
Boy, he brought it in about the middle of the song.
So
he was trying to find the key.
I was hunting for
got
it.
close one time.
Yeah.
Hunting pack.
So anyway, gift number 7 today. Bubba, you have. I don't know whether this idea to bring your own Oculus VR to the studio was the right move or not. It is bizarre when when you're watching Helmsy standing over, usually where the live bands are in the big open space of the studio, just swinging maniacally. I think one time, did I see you playing tennis?
That's what it was. That's what I was doing.
Yeah.
I finally figured out what I was doing.
Okay.
It took me a minute.
Yeah.
Helms is further along than I am on some of that stuff because I'm just now learning some of it. So you learn it, but it's the Oculus system that we are giving away.
Yep.
I felt, Rick, and I didn't want one. I want to be clear.
Well, of course not. You did this for the benefit of others.
I felt like that I needed to get one so I could test it out so I could tell others.
Okay. Well, and how about this? We don't know whether it should be a gift or not. What if it's no good?
Yeah. So
I'll say this. Somebody's getting an awesome Christmas present.
Oh, yeah.
And because of this, I may go out and get one myself.
And what you have is that one,
is
right?
exactly,
the 64 gigabyte?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey.
Ooh. I can get gigabytes in there.
Ooh, gigs.
Yeah.
Rick, I know.
Gigs.
Listen, I know when I say things like I played Star Wars this morning, that doesn't interest you. Okay.
No.
When I say things like I played tennis this morning, that doesn't interest you.
No.
But what if I say, hey, I'm behind center, I got Mike linebacker, I'm pointing out, I'm calling plays, I'm doing now that interests you. And you're in a big stadium and the crowd's going nuts.
Well, yeah.
See, that's available.
It is. Well, see, the reason why, because only in the virtual reality world could I ever play quarterback.
Well, that
Yeah.
And so that's
now's your chance.
Yeah, so that's fantastic.
And now, Bubba, you were explaining it. Is this a lot like an Xbox or a PlayStation where you have to purchase games or download them to the headset?
Well,
or what comes with it?
Let me give you kind of the evolution of this. To begin with, you used to have this hooked to a computer.
Okay.
Then they got so they would hook to your phone, or you put your phone in and
Correct.
you looked at it like a ViewMaster.
We've got that away.
Yeah.
This one is completely standalone, other than an app that you have to set it up.
Okay.
So it connects to the internet itself. It stores, it has everything on board on the system. It has the speakers, so you have that part of the reality around you. It's a great view in there. You have the controllers. And it's funny, I was telling you, because you can play games, okay, which are animated, or there is a lot of virtual reality footage out there now. So you can be in the cockpit of a jet fighter that's flying in formation.
Come on.
And when they turn, you feel it. You feel that you're turning. You're like, oh, my gosh, I'm turning here. But it's funny how you realize what you see affects how you feel things,
Yeah.
And so, like Ham said, it's just an endless number of things. You can just use it as a computer and surf the internet. You don't have to be in 360. You're just looking at a screen. But if you go to the VR 360 stuff, wherever you look, it's just like you're looking. It's really neat. Have you had it on yet?
I have not. No.
Ham's just got to put you in it here in the break. We got to get you out here.
Well, I was about to say the first thing you got to do is get away from Helms.
Yeah.
Well, I'll leave it here. If y'all don't touch it, I do. I give you about 30 seconds.
35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. A brand new day on a brand new week. As we make our way back. Yeah, come on with this. A Mary Mac dressed in black, a silver buttons up and down her back. But I know you told her she broke a needle, now she can't sew. Knock in the door. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Greg, I know that you have been in a sick house, but you and your little bride have been snuggled up in a customized mattress made just for y'all. Yeah, and you can get one yourself by simply going to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. They're going to ask you some questions. You're going to take a little survey.
It's kind of personal.
Going to ask you if you sleep on your back, your stomach, your side, real quick, stuff like that. They want to know, is this maybe you need a big and tall mattress? Maybe this is for a kid, things like that. And they'll customize the mattress, send it right to your door. You got 100 nights to sleep on it. To decide if you want it. They have been awarded the #1 mattress by GQ and Wired Magazine, recommended by many leading chiropractors and doctors of sleep medicine as the go-to solution for improving your sleep. So let's get this done. Save 20% by going to HelixSleep.com/Bubba for your customized mattress, shipped right to your door. HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Get truly amazing sleep. You'll also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. I did get a lot of people reaching out to me preparing for Tony Romo, but I want to say this. I really thought that Tony Romo, I don't know if he's been listening to friends. I thought he never really elevated. He didn't get up there high pitched like he normally does. He stayed relatively calm. His number of gems I thought were down about 30%.
Oh,
okay.
I just enjoy him.
Yeah, he never really, Now my wife, heard me do the impression. She said, "I wish you'd never done that." Because she watched the games with me. She goes, now that's all I can hear about how many times he says Jim. And I said, I don't know, Jim. And we didn't get many of those. There weren't many times
he's working on it, right?
that he was correcting Jim and saying he didn't know if I was going to stand. I really thought for our Romo game it was pretty uneventful.
Yeah.
That he handled it all right. And
CBS has a Super Bowl, so
okay, all right. Well, now watch out there. That'll be filled with excitement.
Can I ask you how you feel about Greg Olson?
All right, I can't believe you. I can't believe you did this. All right, now look, I'm not making this up. This is completely no embellishment whatsoever.
I know what you're gonna say.
We're sitting there watching the game, and I had to do a whole deal, which is another story I'll tell you later in the show, where I had to sell Sherry on this afternoon. Let's watch football again. Okay. She wants to know the storylines and all that.
This is fixing to be really funny. Go ahead.
It is. Okay.
I got a similar story.
Oh, really? So we're sitting there, and we get through the first game, and she went through the Romo stuff and all that, and she was like, I wish you had not told me that. And, of course, Sherry just can't get enough of, which one is Taylor Swift's boyfriend, and we really had a wonderful time.
Yeah.
So we get ready. I said, you think you're up for another game? She goes, I don't know about another game. And all of a sudden, here it comes. It kicks up, and Greg Olson and whoever he's with, I can't know the guy's name, they come on the screen. Mm-hmm. And he's breaking down the pregame for us. And Sherry goes, hey. And I said, what? She goes, who's this guy? And I said, well, that's Greg Olson. She goes, he played football? Mm-hmm. And I said, yes. She goes, he's a little effeminate. And I said, what? She goes, you don't hear that? She goes, he seems he's got a little high pitched voice, and it's a little less masculine than I expected. And I'm like, well, now you've planted a seed.
See, I didn't go there.
Yeah, well, that's what Sherry. That's what Sherry said.
What's funny? Same thing here. I've got Lisa trying. Let's watch a little football. Mm-hmm. I've got her all fired up about Detroit. Never been even sniffed.
Right. That's how I sold that game too. Same way.
She didn't say he was feminine, but she did not like him at all. And she said he looks like he's got a bad toupee on.
Yeah.
And why did our wives not like Greg Olson?
I don't know. My wife didn't like him. Your wife didn't like him. I had to start showing highlights of him.
He must not do well.
Wait a minute, honey. This is a great player.
Yeah, he was. He's a fantastic player.
Yeah, I think I like him because of the player he was.
That's exactly right.
I don't discount what what he's doing. He does have kind of a high.
Well, the women, ours.
He knows the game. Yeah. I mean, but he was such a killer at times.
Lisa was like, I wish he'd be quiet. My goodness, look at him. They got a bad toupee.
Who is the play-by-play?
I don't know. I've never heard of him.
But Sherry said Sherry didn't like him either.
It wasn't Iron Eagle. Was it?
It almost cost me on the game. Sherry was like, I just don't know if I can listen to him. And I
same thing here.
And so
we wouldn't shut up about it.
And then we got in. Then I had to find
Kevin Burkhardt.
I had to find something else. I said, have you noticed who the quarterback for the Lions looks like? She goes, Ryan Gosling.
Yes.
And I
had that same discussion.
I said, I bet you picked up on that pretty quick. And she goes, well, he does. You just favor him. And so you try to find things to keep him involved. But
we were having the exact same conversation with our wives watching the game.
Sherry had a bad reaction to Greg Olson. And she said, which was true.
And
she said,
Ryan Gosling thing.
And what Bubba just said is right. Sherry said, oh, well, you know him real well as a player. I said, oh, yeah, he played for the Pack at one point. And she said, okay, well, you're blinded by that. And I said, well, that's true. I said, you're right.
Me too.
You're exactly right. Yeah. And she goes, well, how do you feel when I bring your attention to something like you did me in the first game? I said, I don't like it. Now I realize that Greg's voice is a little high.
Yeah. Yeah, guys.
And
realize he played for Seattle.
Well, he's about to drop to the number. He's dropping to the number 2 slot because Tom Brady's going to start next year.
All right, so
those Tom Brady numbers are. I mean, we knew that. We'd heard it before when they said he was going to join.
This.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think they just had to do it to get him on the team because
neither
everybody else
Romo.
was going to be.
You think about it.
Yeah.
Romo got the same big deal.
Yeah,
that's true.
And he had never done a game.
Standard.
Right. Well, it's just they think people be drawn. Hey, Tom Brady's talking.
And they will.
They will.
Yeah.
But I go back to this, Greg. You touched on this. I think we've all touched on this, and I don't understand the reasoning behind it.
Okay.
Other than what we're talking about, maybe it's just the more names I can throw out, the better people get interested. there's not enough to say to have that many people on the panel.
No, 6 people on the panel. Ridiculous.
The panel's
before and after. I mean,
the panel's too big.
As more people retire, they're all trying to grab them.
Yes, exactly.
And I mean, before you know it, you're going to have 25 people out there. I
You
mean,
can
now,
eliminate.
Yeah, I mean, but they're afraid, I guess, to get rid of anybody.
I
don't
guess
know
that's
why.
it, because why would you go? I tell you what we're going to have to host our post and pregame shows is going to be 6 to 7 people.
Yeah, and then
we'll
get
go to
everybody.
people on the sideline.
That's what I was going to say. To get everybody in,
It's
you
10
got
by
your
now.
A group, and then you got B and C somewhere
It's
around
ridiculous.
Yeah,
and I don't know, the first game, was it, what was it on, Fox or CBS? Who
First
had the
game was
Chiefs
CBS. Yeah.
You know, they didn't have the lights on their set. They
No, I saw
were
that too.
sitting in
I
the
saw that.
dark
I saw
for
that
half
too.
the thing.
Somebody just cut the lights on for the panel, Jim.
You know who one of my favorite post pregame guys is? Randy Moss.
Yes.
Randy Moss does an excellent job.
He does.
Y'all like somebody?
I actually do.
Oh, cool.
But you know,
I'm a Randy Moss fan.
Mark that on Greg.
And I like Bradshaw.
Short.
I like Bradshaw and Cowher.
Yeah.
How about
Randy
this?
does do a good job.
How about
Jimmy
this?
Johnson, not so much.
I have a lot of people. On the panel I like. They just don't get a chance to talk much because there's too many other people.
Yeah, I can't remember.
You know, at one time on the second one yesterday, I think Phil Simms went to sleep. Or on the first. Did you see it?
Well,
They
he's
went to him
waiting
and they
his
said,
turn.
Phil, what do you think? He said, yeah. I mean, he just kind of, yeah, I know we're out of time. We've had to listen to the expert opinion of 12 people here in this 15-minute window. So,
Can they just not say no to people? Is that it? Well, I told him he could do it. Well, let him do it.
I think they're all afraid that somebody will get away and they will be, you know, the little piece of the puzzle that ignites one of the other shows. Yeah. But they never get rid of the old guys.
No, you're right. They just keep adding.
bring new guys on top of it.
That's what they're doing. They just keep adding.
And Bill Cowher's
and you've
mouth's
seen-
hard to look at when he talks.
Yeah, and you've seen this across the board. It's like Corso. They just can't get rid of anybody once they've had them on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Huddy.
so it was.
The things he picks
I
up
know.
with people is
Am I
amazing
wrong?
to me.
No, you're not.
I've never even thought about Cowher like that.
Hey,
Watch next time.
Hey, let me tell you.
I won't be able to see
He
anything
looks-
else.
He
Greg.
looks like he's struggling to talk. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like
You know,
he's trying to force it out.
I got this convalescence, but then my lips roll.
Well, his bottom lip is the alpha.
You know, yes.
And I hate to bring this up for you.
Did you see him interview Jim?
But if you pay attention, he'll pick up some saliva too.
Oh yeah, the work in the corner of his mouth.
Well, he's got a wheelbarrow at the
It's gonna
bottom.
happen.
Yeah.
You know,
Greg, you've got his mouth movement down completely.
You really do.
You really do.
I've been watching that for years.
Oh, yeah.
Back when he was coaching.
Well,
at
back to
Bobby.
Bubba's point, nobody's going to bump him out. We just add another
Rick, when
person.
he used to yell at the refs and his mouth did that.
Bubba, I know you're sensitive too with people with oversized tongues.
Yeah,
He's
I mean,
got-
it's a group. We struggle, you know, and you can get a lot of things cut down. You know, you can get your ears pinned back and all that. It's hard to cut your tongue.
No, tongues comes.
They don't want to mess with it.
It is what it
Yeah,
is.
it's too sensitive.
Well, I'll be honest, you never heard him use the word irrelevant, did you?
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Yeah, that's it. If you have oversized tongue, you can't say that word. There ain't enough room for the letters and your tongue.
It's
in your
right
mouth.
there where you make that turn.
That's right.
Yeah.
Let's take your phone calls, America. If everybody's rolling yet, comments on the championship games yesterday, the coverage, all that. 866 We Be Big is the number. You can join us right now, and we'll come back and chat with you. All 10 lines are available. We have much more to cover on weekend recaps as we go forward on another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Getting close to the big year ender. 1 week from today will be the big year ender. December 20th, we'll wrap this year up. We'll be gone for a couple of weeks. You'll get some best of shows, get some Rick and Bubba replays, and then we all come back together to start the new year. And then we'll celebrate our 26th birthday in January. So Bubba has, very, very self-sacrificing, has been working with the Oculus VR, which is the virtual reality gift that we will be giving away in the 12 working days of Christmas. And you laid out before we went to the break, Bubba, that all of this has evolved. It like everything, it gets a little better, and so now Speedy is putting on the virtual reality, and Helmsy is trying to get him set up.
Put the straps on him, or he'll throw them. You will sling them.
So what game are you putting him in right now?
Like my dad, huh?
What game? What game?
Who's got the mic?
Star Wars. Yeah. So
Helms has got the mic.
Okay.
I've got to,
Yeah, he's getting him wired up here. So Speedy, what he's doing, he's putting the controllers. I mean, Rick, Speedy's putting the controllers on his hand, and you've got all kind of buttons on there that do different things.
And he's going to do Star Wars right now. So is this fighting with lasers or something?
Helms is going to try to set it up to get him going here.
It's so funny to watch them try to get the.
This looks like a dance.
It does. It really does.
People can't see.
I know, it looks like that Helmsy has got some sort of issue. You know what I mean? And and that's his handler. It's new medical research, and we put something on we think can help him. But he's got to learn how. All right, now here comes Speedy.
And when you first start, we're kind of jumping ahead. When you first start, they have a training thing you go through.
Okay.
And you learn how to pick up things and drop things and move things.
I wish he'd fall in the
that.
drum set. So.
What are you after, Speedy? Look at him, he's poking at something. What is he doing?
You're supposed to block them, so just try to
block them vertically with the lightsaber vertical.
They may be
my gosh!
They may be behind you too. So
am I dead? Okay, everything around me's
turning red. Am I dead?
Did I just die?
Yeah, I think
somebody shot you if you got red.
Look behind you too. There may be something behind.
What? Rick, look at him.
Y'all.
I just cut one in half, but now another one's coming back.
So
you can hear the sound. It has little speakers.
Give us
in
that
it
look
there.
behind again.
Yeah, look behind.
Now, if you.
The only thing I wish is we could see what he sees.
It just went black.
Okay, so you went out of the. I don't know.
I got hands.
Rick. Look behind.
Okay. What are you doing?
I'm trying to punch Adler. I know he's around.
That has nothing to do with what you got.
Yeah, right.
All right, so I see the little box.
You got to stay in.
Stay in the box.
Okay. All right. Now, how do I get a guy to come after me again?
Do you have the lightsaber?
No, I just have hands.
All right, hold on.
Ooh, hands.
Yeah. You realize that?
Can you shoot a bird?
Is the lightsaber right here?
No. Who's that?
Rick.
Oh my gosh! Now Speedy thinks everybody.
Now he's attacking everyone.
Don't attack the real people.
See, look, Speedy's punching everybody.
Hey, don't attack the real people. Yeah, that's right.
But Rick, you see how this is going to evolve. It won't be long before you have. I mean, like Adler was talking about years ago, you had to set up, sensors in the room.
Right.
And now you don't even have to do that. So your movement, it can tell. But I think in the future we're going to see them where a group of people can put them on, and you can be in each other's thing, and it's it'll really get wild.
All right. No, he's got.
Has he got the lightsaber?
Now, I got
Cut it on, Speedy.
It's on.
Okay, cut it off right quick and then back on.
It's like he's going snorkeling.
Just push the button.
All right, back on.
Yeah.
Ooh, here comes a dude in white. A stormtrooper.
A dude in white.
He'll energize. You'll hear it go.
Rick.
Oh!
Don't get near him. He's going to hurt somebody.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do.
Block it vertically and it'll relay it.
I'm looking behind him every now and then. Of course, he's taking it too far. Of course.
What about this? When you're in there, what we all see is so much different.
Yeah. What Speedy's seeing now? It looks like he's on a platform that's 40 stories tall. Mm-hmm. You see the surroundings. There's also buildings on that platform, but it's open on the ends, and you have things popping up out of the floor that are little balls that are floating, and you have to try to cut them in half, or they go back and you hear they'll turn red. They're about to fire on you, and you have
10 minutes to the top. Let's talk to America about yesterday's ball games, the Super Bowl, whatever else is on your mind. At 866-WE-BE-BIG, the real Greg Burgess is back, and he's taking your phone calls right now. We got a couple of clips, too, we can play that Adler says he's got. By the way, I laughed at Babylon Bee. They said that Poxitani Phil has told everybody 2 more weeks of Taylor Swift. I thought that was funny. To the phones we go. Let's go to Donald Dothan, News Talk 1039. Go ahead, Donald. How are you?
You talking to me?
If your name is Donald, or Greg thought that was your name. Yeah.
My name is Thomas. Actually, I think they misunderstood me. This is Thomas.
Okay. Well, the first time you said Thomas.
Chili Vanilli and them.
Yeah. First time you said. Yeah. Okay. First time you said Thomas.
Donald. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Anyway,
wow.
Just this morning, I was watching clips from number 30, a game that I remember well, Dallas and Pittsburgh. That was the Larry Brown game.
Yes.
And that was number 30, and they had a really cool logo with the triple X, which is 30 in the Roman numerals.
Yes, it is.
And it was the first one ever in Arizona, so they made a sunburst thing out of it. And it was about that time that I lost track of, the Roman numerals. And granted, I'm old now. I mean, I was very young when number 30 went. But the NFL seems to have gotten away from the really fun, logos like that. And they just keep copying and pasting the same one and just barely, having a skyline of the city in it. And I was wondering why they did that.
Because nothing's excellent anymore. I think that's also harder, when you get to the level we are now and you can't use cool X's as much, you get into L's and all that. I think it just gets complicated to make cool logo. Don't you think that's much?
There's a lot of letters.
These letters are harder to work with.
I blacked out during all that. I don't know.
Let's go to Joe in Huntsville. Joe, go ahead.
Hey, this is Joe. Hey, man, first of all, it's my first time ever calling. This is pretty cool.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I heard Bubba don't drink coffee, does he?
He does not.
There was the Wendy's commercial, and Bubba was talking about how good the coffee was, and I thought, I ain't never heard Bubba drink no coffee.
Only Wendy's coffee, and they actually pay him to drink it.
And he loves it.
That's right. We continue. What's this person's name?
Claus in there.
I'm not sure. I'm going up here to Jordan. I can see Jordan. All right. Jordan, what's on your mind, buddy?
Hey, I was just going to throw in a comment about Brock Purdy, or as Bubba called him, Mr. Insignificant.
All right, pause.
All right, Jordan, fire it in there.
So go ahead.
Can you say the other name?
The other word?
Yeah. His real name is Mr. Irrelevant.
Yes.
Yeah. I just want to see if you can
say it. A lot of R's.
Because I can't say it.
A lot of R's. So go ahead, Jordan.
But I seen a story around the beginning of football season, and the 49ers coach sat him down and basically told him if he can get Tom Brady on the roster, he wouldn't be the starter anymore. So I think that added to the chip on his shoulder right there too.
Yeah, is that anybody else heard that story? Is that a valid story? Or is that one of those things somebody tried to be sharp down at the loading dock said? Or I mean, it could be.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, I would. Yeah.
If I'm the coach, I go try to get Tom Brady.
Yeah, right.
And everybody should know if Tom Brady's on the team, he's going to play.
Yeah,
I don't think that would catch him by off
Kudos
guard.
to him. A lot of people are given opportunities. He seized his.
He did.
So congrats to him.
Bill in Birmingham, ZZK. Bill, go ahead.
I just wanted to share a quote from John Riggins from about 40 years ago, and realizing he was on the same team as the Fun Bunch, those guys against the end zone. He said, look, when you get in the end zone, act like you've been there before.
Well, that quote has been attributed to many coaches over the years.
Bear Bryant, one of them.
Barry had that one.
Yeah, right. But I mean,
I imagine when football started, about the third coach probably said that.
I heard it from my dad when I was 4.
Yeah.
On Bye Bye Barry, when he said his dad told him early on in his career, you better.
Oh yes.
Don't be acting a fool when you score now. He said that kind of stayed with him throughout his whole career.
Let's go to Clip. Clip, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, Biggins.
Hey, buddy.
I was listening last week, and I will tell you something. The people at Netflix haven't given y'all a commission for promoting that American Nightmare. They need to.
Oh, boy.
Because, Bubba, was about as confused as you were, and sat there and watched all 3 of those episodes and said, I don't believe how this thing is.
I know. I hadn't seen it, but what they told me is crazy.
It just goes to show you got to have due process.
Yeah.
You can't just pick up what you see on media.
Yeah.
No, and the comment that you made about the police department just not even following through on everything. But just to sit there and watch it, it was such a bizarre turn of events. I just had to call in this morning and tell y'all, if they didn't pay you a commission, they should have, because I bet you got a whole lot of people like me that went home and watched it.
Yeah, I have. There's not well, it is serious, but not as serious as this. But it is still serious. I've have people that I know that do a lot of marriage counseling, and they say the biggest mistake you can make if anybody comes to you and wants to talk to you about their marriage is not to hear both sides of the story. You have to hear both sides of the story. You'll never get the real picture unless you sit both of them down and say, here's what she said, here's what he said, and you'll be amazed how if you only hear one side of it, you'll be like, oh, wait a minute, okay, so this wasn't exactly, and this sounds like this documentary does that. If you only hear one side of the story, or somebody tells you, here's what we got, you start thinking, well, there's no way that there's another.
And the media was a willing participant in it. It was bad police work, and it all just multiplied and destroyed these people's lives.
Brian in Birmingham. Brian, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, man, how you doing this morning?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I heard you talking about your water machine last week, and it sparked a memory that I had. Back, it's been well over 10 years ago. I was your water delivery guy at your house.
Okay. Yeah, the name of that company has changed quite a bit over the years.
Yeah. I haven't been there in over a decade, but your kids were still young, and I remember the first time I ever came to your house, I was nervous. I'm like, I'm going to Rick Burgess' house. So I pull up, I do my whole deal, I knock on the door, and one of your boys, now they were young, he just opened the door and let me in the foyer and just ran off. And I thought, what do I do now? And I'm sitting there. I said, if Rick Burgess happens to be here and walks by and there's some random man standing in his foyer, he might try to whip me.
Yeah.
And luckily, I believe it was your daughter. She walked by and she looked at me crazy, like, what are you doing in my house?
Right.
And I was like, hey, I apologize. One of the boys let me in. I said, I'm just trying to figure out where I need to put this water at. And thankfully, she showed me where that was at. But after I heard that last week, I thought I'd give you a call and tell you that.
Well, those
had me a little nervous there on the first time around.
Well, in those days when all the kids were home, various people walked in our house. The doors were always open. Somebody was so you would have just fit right in.
Yeah.
You know, and if we'd have noticed you around dinner, we probably would have asked you to sit down and eat with us. But you probably would have said, let me go to a much more peaceful place, and that's delivering water in a truck.
Yep.
You know, you had like.
But it really goes back to what Sherry said. That's how long that's been there, and you didn't know it had hot water.
I didn't. I never knew. I think it has changed, though.
Week.
Don't you think it's changed? I've gotten a different water thing maybe over the years. It would have been the same one the whole time.
I don't know. I didn't know. I've never had one, so I don't know what
it's we don't know, Rick. You should know if it's changed.
Yeah.
We don't know if it's changed.
Right, so you're asking us questions that you should know.
I never went over to this thing and got hot water. There was never a situation
until last week.
That was one of those mini water scares.
Yeah.
You know, your water's going to get you. There's always a water scare. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Block the laser shot. Then you have stormtroopers coming in various places, hiding, shooting at you. Then you have dragons that come out and they try to attack you. So as you progress up, you just get to you get to do sword fighting and blocking and all that kind of stuff. So
wow.
And we're giving one of these away, right?
And what he's actually doing right now is not even the real story. It's only a training thing to be in the game.
Get him ready,
right?
So you learn how to control all the controllers and all that stuff.
Oh boy.
By the way, I'm killing everybody.
All right, you doing pretty good?
Yeah.
Dealing with the Oculus VR, and he's more than happy to set people up who are having a hard time with it. Watching Greg try to figure it out was a lot of fun in the break. The only thing that may be funnier than that is if I try to figure it out. Casper, let's talk about this. We've heard for years and years and years and years, and I know that all of you always dial to the Rick and Bubba show to get the latest on health and fitness. But anyway, when you're talking about health, honestly, we do know this, right? One of the things, and that's why you've seen the sleep apnea and people concentrating on that. because we've discovered that if you're not getting a restful night's sleep,
nothing works.
It's killing you. I mean, literally. How about this? That's not an exaggeration.
Hey, it's killing you.
It's taking.
Killing you, man.
So Casper, having the right mattress has a lot to do with that as well. If you're not sleeping well, you got issues. I mean, you're starting off without the foundation that you need for the day. So their award-winning mattresses transform the way we all sleep. If you have not tried them yet, it's time to treat yourself to a better sleep during a huge Christmas sale that's going on right now, and it may go through the new year. So the Casper mattress is an award-winning balance of comfort and support. Now, there are 4 layers of premium foam. They're designed to provide the pressure relief for all-night comfort. Their zone support, which they've trademarked, keeps your back aligned and cradles you with extra support. And Casper has free shipping and free returns, plus their mattresses come with a 100-night risk-free trial. You sleep on it for up to 100 nights. If you decide that it's not what you thought it would be or it doesn't work for you, then you're out nothing. But the likelihood of you sending it back is not very high because it really is that good. Treat yourself right now. Get 25% off gift orders of $100 or more. Shop for friends, family. While you're there, treat yourself too. Get this special. Use the special promo code GIFTS, GIFTS, to get that $25 off orders over $100. GIFTS when you go to Casper.com or the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. All right, so let me tell you this. I'm not trying to cause a frenzy out there on the 12 working days of Christmas as if it needs any more hype. But Speedy got excited about this Oculus, and he's done a little research. And if you're going to try to get one without winning it here, you're going to have a hard time with it.
You're going to have a really hard time.
What are they saying?
I have searched, a lot of websites, and they're available, but you're going to get them at the end of January.
All right, what if I would pay what if I would pay full price?
Yeah.
All right, get rid of the coupon.
That's funny. That's funny. No, and there's not many used ones left. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I have really searched for these, and I want to thank Scott Hand, who is
for giving you a hand
in the Rick and Bubba Army. He has taken some screenshots of what I just went through in the studio off of Facebook Live, and I didn't know I looked like that. That's crazy.
Okay,
that is interesting. But yeah, you can't find them. Not at Best Buy. They're out of stock. Not in stores. It even says not in store, not online.
Wow.
Not for the 64
Too
gigabyte.
late, pal.
Too late, Pally.
The 128 gigabyte, I hadn't done a good search on that one. That might, it's about 100 or so more. There might be some available. I'm not sure. Let me see.
Speedy was even, I think, very graciously offering that if we wanted to take that one that we have out of the 12 working days of Christmas, he would just buy that.
I would.
Right, yeah.
And then we could get something else.
I would.
Right, yeah.
Or
that's a deal if you want to do that.
It's too big.
We got the show party coming up Sunday night, I
Ooh,
guess. And
let's do that.
I told him, I said, we could just pull it and put it in the Dirty
Heck
Sound. Man,
yeah.
that would make it exciting, wouldn't it?
Easy now. Easy.
I like that.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Hey, don't do that because I do a little shopping. Then we just have two. So it was. So we'll see. How about this? Bottom line is they're hard to find, and you can find one right here. We're gonna give one away.
That's right,
Bubba. That's what we try to do every year. It's
right.
hard to find gifts, and the kind of gifts that'll change a Christmas. So that's coming up. I will.
Good night.
Well, what's going on?
Just people that have bought them and they jacked the price up.
I know,
like a lot.
I know, buddy. This is not what you're looking for.
Well, I mean, you go buy one and then you trying to sell one for like $980. But somebody might do that wants it. I guess some people make money during Christmas.
It seems kind of fun, but it's not that fun.
Right.
No, not at all.
But Greg, you have been an expert on this. But if you convince people that they have to have it,
if you have this, it's a status thing.
They'll pay anything for it.
That's true.
Yeah. What do you mean?
If you can get this
What do you
and
mean
a
I'm not
Popeyes,
gonna, what do you mean I'm not going to get one?
Popeyes sandwich and this, you're set.
Dang.
You know what they call it, don't you? The fear of missing out.
That's it.
Greg.
Hey, Greg, come here.
He's got you set up. Greg's going back into virtual reality.
When did Helmsley become the setup guy for the Oculus?
I don't know. He he's a kick guy, so watch it.
Minutes past the hour. Said the Joker to the thief. Speedy, the return of the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here from the Big Boy Studios. There's Bill Bubba Buster.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
So we will wrap up. Don't forget Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today, the chaos that is college sports. We talked to athletic director Greg Sykes, and it was a great conversation. I got a lot of you. I tell you what I get a lot of. Hey, wow, this was even better than I thought it would be. Very informative. So Greg did a super job and gives you an idea of what it's like to be in this chaos right now. And so if you haven't caught it, wherever you get podcasts, do that. So let's kind of wrap up football talk from the weekend. Y'all can bring it up in phone segments and stuff later if you want to. But Lions head coach Dan Campbell, I'm with you, Bubba. We all kind of have fallen in love with this guy as a coach. Magnificent job.
Incredible.
They came up short, and here he is in his locker room talking to the Lions that will be returning for next season. Here we go.
And I'm sorry, I mislabeled that. It's the press conference.
The press conference.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
here
sorry
we go.
about that.
And it's a lesson learned. And look, I told those guys, this may have been our only shot. Do I think that? No. Do I believe that? No. However, I know how hard it is to get here. I'm well aware. And it's going to be twice as hard to get back to this point next year than it was this year. That's the reality. And if we don't have the same hunger and the same work, which is a whole nother thing, once we get the offseason, then we got no shot of getting back here. I don't care how much better we get or what we add or what we drive. It's irrelevant. It's going to be tough. Everybody in our division is going to be loaded back up, and, you're not hiding from anybody anymore. Everybody's going to want a piece of you, and which is fine, which is fine. But so it's hard. You want to make the most of every opportunity, and we had an opportunity, and we just couldn't close it out. It does stink.
Well, he's right, and if you've been a franchise,
you ain't got to worry about the Vikings. I'd worry about the other two.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, if
they're
you,
no threat.
If you're a Bubba, you're a Vikings thing too. You know what I thought about too, seriously, and I'm going to get this wrong because I don't follow it with everything. Do you remember what the name of your quarterback was at the end of the season?
Which season?
The Vikings this season.
This season, Nick Mullins.
Who was the one? Was there a Josh, somebody that played for Tennessee?
Yeah.
What was his name?
He came in on
he
fire.
Was on the couch, him and Flacco.
Yeah, then he got benched. And
Dobbs. Came over from Arizona.
Josh Dobbs?
Yeah. Well, he was out, wasn't he? I thought
he was out at the beginning of the year. Arizona might
might
have picked him up. But
Yeah,
at the beginning of the year, he
so
was out.
The reason you're asking this.
Yeah, where I was going with this is I thought of you because there was a scramble at the conference I was at this weekend. We'll talk about it in a minute, and you know why? Because he was supposed to speak at it, and then he didn't come. And I thought, well, there go the Vikings, even messed up the conference.
Yeah, former Tennessee player.
Right? Yeah. So and that threw everybody in a handle, and they had to find some way to which was.
So he didn't end up showing up at all.
No, it was a show. Well, they went and found 3 players and then interviewed them, and then where he was supposed
about
to
a week out.
But anyway, gave him a big handle. But anyway, so but the but I thought
just like a Viking.
I thought, well, there we go. But
sounds like the way his year went.
But here's the thing that you got to think about. I think he retired, by the way. I think he retired.
He disappeared on the Vikings too. He came out on fire. I mean, won a couple of games and then ended up getting benched again.
So he what he said is right. And there's certain teams, as we know, we don't know why, and it's a uniform. Bubba and I've studied for years. There's certain franchises, certain teams,
certain cities.
They can't handle success.
Yeah.
And so can the Lions, to Coach Campbell's point, can they handle success? Because he said next year, we're playing the Lions, let's take them lightly. Everybody's going to be ready for you. Everybody knows you got a good football team. And it'll be twice as hard to get there because you sneak up on no one.
Yeah.
Next year, can you handle being a team that is expected to win?
Mm-hmm.
You've never been that before.
That's right.
And can they handle that?
You know, when Coach Fisher and the Oilers went to Tennessee and became the Titans, the Oilers were really bad when we were growing up as kids. They'd had some good runs, but they were really bad. But I kind of felt like he did that same transition. It may have took a little longer there, and but they stayed good for several years. They didn't get back to the Super Bowl, but they stayed good. So I don't know. It is challenging. Like you said, I think it's much harder to stay on top than to get on top.
Yep. I got somebody said they got the percentage on what Pollack said about making it to the NFL, and it was right. I just didn't finish it out. It's 0.0296. Or as Speedy put down about the percentage of dying of COVID.
Yeah.
But it actually covers a little higher. So
Yeah,
but 1%.
yeah.
But so
somewhere around there.
So there
Still a
you
good
go.
one.
Yeah, that was it. Bubba, also over the weekend, there's a project going on at the house, and it features, I think we all are aware of it, it features that room in your house, if you're fortunate enough to have an extra room, where anything you don't know what to do with it, you put it in that room and shut the door.
I got several of those.
Storage room. Yeah, and it's supposed to do something, but you never quite. And so this has been something, and there's a great plan, and it's going to be beautiful. And Sherry's really been concentrating on it. So one of the things that you do is you sit down and you go through the boxes, the buckets, the stacks of papers. You go through all of it and try to figure what needs to be thrown away and what needs to be kept. So so she's discovering, pictures of the kids that we forgot we had, and all these different things. And hey, look at this. Maybe we could use this. And so, and Bubba, you're going to have to help me because I can't remember what it stood for. So we're celebrating our 30th anniversary, and Sherry found this, and I'm going to show it to Bubba.
I can't see
It has Rick and Bubba's, which it was the restaurant, and it has my name, and underneath it has Worldwide GOB LLC. What is that? It's a name tag for those of you that can't see it.
Worldwide Good Old Boy, I think.
Was that what it was?
I think so.
I couldn't remember what the GOB stood for.
I thought that was it.
Good old boy.
Yeah, and that was some magnetic name tag. That we had.
Yeah.
And she asked me, she goes, "Do you remember that?" I said, "I don't even remember having that. I remember the restaurant, obviously, but I don't remember."
I think it was Worldwide Good Old Boy.
Was that it?
I think so.
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah,
That's a good looking tag.
Yeah, well, see, do you remember those?
Yeah, I do now.
Does that ring a bell?
Yeah.
I don't know if you can see it. I know it's so small, and I'm holding it up here. So there you go.
That's cool.
You can see it pretty good. And so she brought that to me, and I said, "Well, I don't remember that, but I know it was a loss. I got that, but it was still part of the 30 years, and so I don't remember that name tag, and I couldn't remember what GOB stood for.
I think it was a good old boy. I think.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Good old boy.
A good old boy.
Yeah,
So
good boy.
So we'll come back and we'll begin to unpack the weekend. We have some personal stories from the weekend, and we definitely have the trip up to Hendersonville, Tennessee, about 20 minutes outside of Nashville. By the way, had not driven through Nashville in a while. Because I had to get through Nashville to get over to where Hendersonville was. And more memories. I look, because I didn't know this. I didn't know, and I know this is dumb because it's big news, and I probably should have known this. I didn't know the Titans are getting a new stadium.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And so
you wouldn't think that stadium would need redoing already, would you? Or it's longer. It's longer than I thought.
As I rolled through, because
they want a dome,
because we drove. So in the car. There was me, and then there was Bones, and then there was Andy Blanks, and then his son went with us, Paul, to help, and so I got to hang out with Paul. And so as we're riding by, back to the 30-year celebration again, as we're riding by, we see the stadium, and I start telling all the different stories about Speedy being the stadium guy, and all the years that we were there. I actually met somebody at the conference who said that's how they remember us being on the affiliate there and all that. And so at that point, Andy said, "Do you know that Mr. Rick and Mr. Bubba are on the Music City Miracle?" They were on the sideline, and he was like, "No." And all of a sudden, they pull it up on his phone as we're driving past it and start watching. He was like, "There's Mr. Rick," and it was like, so
what a moment.
I thought, and then they told me they were tearing it down. They are.
They are.
They're going to build a new one, and now for some reason that was kind of sad.
Yeah,
I thought.
Yeah, it is.
And so I thought their stadium.
We had turkey toss out there a couple of times, and Mr. Lucky played a gig across the river.
Sure did. But that, by the way, that stadium is older than we think it is.
It is. It's been there a minute.
When did they build it?
Oh, I don't know. I know I was stadium guy for like 8 or 9 years, and it'd been there not too long.
It's older than we think it is.
Yeah, it is.
All right, we'll come back. We'll start weekend recaps next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Oh, he's all in.
Yeah.
But he does. I give him credit, though. When he gets interested in something, he'll figure it out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so.
Ooh, this one got free shipping.
Speedy, you're not going to get one, buddy. Not in your world.
Helms is going to explain what Greg's
I think the boys would love this.
No, they would.
I've got him set up on the Creed boxing
Look,
game.
he's boxing.
Oh, please.
He's lost the boxer. He's already lost it.
Where's he go?
Who were you boxing, Greg?
Says press any button. Press any button. I did. Punch.
I heard it actually. I heard it punches
He's got
back.
a lightsaber in the boxing ring? Greg, are you boxing anybody?
Next page, what?
Hey, it says it slaps back.
Boy, that is real.
I don't. It's got a screen that says punch harder for more damage.
Don't cuss.
I got it.
Greg, that's just telling you what to do.
Good gosh, Greg.
Greg,
Next page.
you better put the strap on him, Hams.
All right, here we go.
Oh,
Yeah, you about to lose the control.
Hams, you better put the.
Oh yeah. Ooh, this guy looks rough.
Gum, everything's on back
People
order.
at the fight, by the way.
Hams, he don't have that strap on. He'll throw those things.
How about he said there's a lot of empty seats at the fight?
It's sitting good, yeah.
What is that? They just introducing him? He's just thinking Rhino Reynolds. Oh, Greg, it's Rhino Reynolds.
Yeah, I see Rhino.
Really?
He's a hoss.
Oh, okay.
Is that who you are?
While swinging arms.
So I can't get one.
Well, look, Greg's walking while swinging his arms. Why is he doing that?
I think it's coaching him, telling him what to
Do
do.
something I can't do.
What?
You can't do or you don't want to do in front of us.
Arms. What?
Do what it tells you to
I
do,
don't
Greg.
know what X and A is.
Careful.
What's he doing right now?
This word. It's want me to walk.
Let me have it.
Hams is gonna help him out again.
X and A. This is cool. I like it.
This is good. I like it. Eeyore's done.
Too much hassle. I ain't.
Get going.
That's enough.
Matt,
Fort
Fort
Payne.
Payne.
Can I do something? Can I just fight the guy? Have I got to do X and A?
He got it ready.
Greg, get over and fight. Hurry, Greg.
Look, he didn't
Rhino's
want
coming
to.
after you.
Hurry
Greg,
up,
a little
Greg.
pout. A little pout.
Get Rhino, Greg.
Rhino's coming after you.
He's coming to get Mr. Buddy.
Come on, Greg. That's so good.
Greg, he's already punched you. Greg, look.
Oh.
Get him, Greg! Get him, Greg! Get him! Get him, Greg! Get him, Greg!
Did he get back up?
He didn't do it!
He got back
You
up.
see how quick he got into it? Get him, Greg! Get him, Greg! Get him, Greg!
Where'd he go?
Greg, put him down! You can't kick him!
No kicking
can't
in
kick him,
boxing, Greg.
Greg, get him! Get him, Greg! Is he back up? Who is that? Is that
That's
Rhino?
the guy he's beat. Yeah, I see who he's boxing.
Oh, he's working on the body. Greg's working on the body. Chop him down, Greg.
He's giving out.
Greg's a lot of boxing.
He's winded.
It's a good exercise.
Greg, watch the door. Greg.
He knocked me down.
Did he? You okay?
You all right, buddy?
All right, I'm done. I'm tired.
I got one more here.
Look at me. Watch it. He don't let him hit the wall.
Come on, Adler.
I'm tired.
That's so awesome.
Greg, you went in a flurry.
The only thing is,
Wind.
lines up on your face and it gets blurry. You got to push it back down.
Oh, really? Okay.
Hey, that guy's big.
Well, Greg, you went after him pretty good.
I knocked him down.
Boy, Greg.
You twice? Yeah. Did he get you finally?
Yeah, he knocked me out.
Did he knock you out?
I don't know.
Yeah, you just got
Adler,
tired.
do you think it'll let you roll with somebody?
Yeah.
Roll in it, roll in it. All right, we'll come back. We'll take
Ham's
your
just
phone
gonna
call.
make sure it's set up again.
Thank you, Hams.
Yeah, thank you, Hams.
Hams, your commitment to the Oculus VR is very moving. We'll come back. I mentioned the Don Lemon thing, so we watched the little meme that uses the Avengers and Donald Trump snaps his fingers like they do in the end game, and everybody begins to evaporate that are enemies of Trump. And so we are back. 21 minutes past. Weekend recaps. We've hit the playoffs, the championship games. and we got the Super Bowl set up. We kind of covered that pretty good, but that can come up in some phone segments if you still have some things you want to discuss. So looking back over the weekend, had the pleasure to be invited up to Long Hollow Church, where Robbie Gallaty is. By the way, Bubba, I laughed really, really hard because I know, and I told him how disappointed you were to hear that his ham tower and I said, we have to know whether you're still into this or was it a kick. Well, I did that just on an off comment, and he gets up when he gets his time to speak and refers to the fact that there's a joke about him. He acknowledges it with the staff that they call him Hobby Robbie.
So he moves around.
And I thought, okay, so he can be a kick guy.
So he moved through the ham radio world.
He goes, I know a lot of y'all. I know y'all talk about it, Hobby Robbie. You know, and I took a note. I said, I'm going to take a note of that nickname. But anyway,
didn't know he was so large of a man.
Well, I'll talk about
Good
that
night.
because I'd forgotten the sheer size of
He's
Robbie
big.
Gallaty. He's not. As I put out in the pictures, is this how Adler feels? Yeah.
What?
I went into your world, Adler. You know, between him and David Pollack. I mean, he dwarfs Pollack.
He really does.
How big is Robbie Gallaty? At one point, I thought remnant from the Nephilim. I mean, he is a. Look
at that neck. He's a pine tree, man.
There was a running joke from Marvel fans that he was Thanos. I thought that was funny. That he sounds like Thanos and is as big as Thanos. That's a big villain in the Marvel movies. So there was all kinds of Robbie comments on his sheer size, and that was. It was almost uncomfortable how big he was, you know. And he shakes your hand, and your hand just disappears. And so I thought, this is how it is to be Adler. I didn't know what.
Not how I
didn't know how that felt.
I feel normal.
Let me just
Adler,
let us apologize. We're sorry.
Right. So
I feel normal when interacting with others.
So
we don't know Robbie's size. We don't know what he goes.
Bubba, he must be.
Is he 6'6", 6'5"?
He must. Oh, he has to be.
Yeah,
I mean he's
how big?
giant.
Let's see how big is David.
Look. I mean, I'm coming up to his chin, maybe.
Yeah,
man. I mean, it's. I
don't know if I had to Google that.
Sure,
I'm gonna try.
Sure, and you know, so you're looking at me.
Right, Pollack, they say 6'2". So what does that put you, Rick? About 6?
Oh, that ain't right.
Rick's
Because I'm
6'1".
Yeah,
I know as you get older, you start to
6'2".
shrink.
Yeah, I get to shrink. I don't know if am I bending my knees here because I'm 6'1" and maybe a quarter. But
maybe you were 6'1".
Yeah, I may be wasting away like the we all. One thing you can't beat is age. It's out there.
Your vertebrae, they'll
start to shrink.
Well, if that's the case, then Gallaty's shrunk as well.
Yeah.
Think about that a minute.
Well, true. Mm-hmm. Wow,
he's a little younger though. How old is he?
I don't know.
40s,
probably. So there was the moment, where everybody was worried about it. Every time any of us go anywhere, and I'm the worst. And Speedy, you may have to leave the room.
Oh no,
this is bad. So, the pressure of the David Pollack thing, he's the big celeb for the weekend and all that, and there's always that problem that we've had, and I'm the worst at it, where I think that I connect with people and I really don't. And Bubba and I both do it to a degree. I'm probably the worst, and I'm thinking, not going to come in hot. Not even gonna care. I'm just gonna sit here, and if David Pollack wants to interact with me, I'm not gonna spook him out of the green field. I'm gonna relax. And so they had right off to where we had the merch table. They had what I guess is normally a counseling room, but they turned it into kind of a green room for the worship people, and they were all phenomenal, of course, and the speakers and the people working the event, where they could come in. They have food out there. They have a Coca-Cola cooler like we do, and you can get drinks. And there's couches. Make a note of that.
Okay.
Nice leather couches.
All right.
And then there's tables, and you go in there, and there's your gift bag for the weekend if you're a speaker. You get kind of how the room operates.
Yeah.
And then from there,
showing some of it.
Yeah. From there, you walk up onto the stage, or you walk up into the baptistry if they're going to be baptized people. That's where everybody goes. That's where you get to wherever. Or you can walk into the worship center, all from that room. It's really set up.
Yeah,
really nice. So we're there, and unfortunately, right here, see, everything looks great, doesn't it? Doesn't it look like Dave and I are connected?
Yeah, our buds.
Isn't that good? You see that couch behind me?
Yeah.
Make a note of that. put that in your mind.
Okay.
Picture it.
Because in a moment, Speedy, unfortunately, right when I think David is this close to asking me if I'm ever around where he lives, I should drop in. Okay? Yeah.
It's going that well.
It's going that well.
You don't have a mutual friend with Palmer.
Paul, yeah, right. Thank you, Greg. He comes in high energy.
Okay.
He's a big talker. Seems like he's on caffeine when he comes in, that kind of energy.
Yeah.
And
how's his neck?
Well, I didn't know his neck was broke till I heard him speak. So right here, I don't know he has a broke neck. So I didn't hug him.
Horseplay.
I didn't hug him or anything like that.
Okay.
And
you ask him what he's up to.
Shook his hand, made sure it was a good handshake.
You
Nobody
did?
panicked
Good.
about that.
Got good.
You know,
Get that thumb on in there.
Didn't say I played a little ball. I never brought that up.
Okay, never
you
did.
know.
Never did.
Yeah, it came up, but I mean, somebody else brought it up, and I'm not trying to bring any attention to it.
This is what happened.
It is what it is.
And so,
just what it is.
About the time I thought, I tell you what, this is off and running. This is going well.
Bonding.
He comes around with his cup of coffee.
Oh no!
And I make a hand movement to
No, you didn't. Really.
to describe something, and knock the coffee out of his hand onto the couch.
Did you scream fumble?
Oh, Rick.
Coffee went everywhere.
Oh, no.
Oh no!
So now,
Were
keep
you
in
talking
mind,
with your hands, Rick? Were
Yeah,
you talking with
yeah,
your hands?
yeah.
Oh,
Keep in mind,
How big a bit was that?
keep in mind, the bip levels is a tenfold. Now I want you to listen. Don't miss what now immediately I start thinking about. I've embarrassed myself in front of David Pollack.
Right.
I'm a bip to him, okay? But then it begins to hit me that I have stained Thanos' couch.
Uh-oh. Was there anybody on the couch?
No.
Oh.
And you know, it got off the table real easy, and it got off the floor real easy. It didn't come off that leather couch. It hung on there. It just became a bunch of black spots on that couch.
At one point, were you and David Pollack helping clean the couch
What was
together?
Pollack's look on his face?
We were working together. I tried to produce paper towels as quick as I could, and it was very awkward. Didn't know what to do, and all I think about is I still have to face the Nephilim. I mean, somebody's going to tell Pastor Robbie that Burgess spilled coffee all over his leather couch, and I ain't crazy about that. I'm starting to fear that more than Pollack, you know. And
Pollack's
just written him off.
Pollack's probably going, man, it's okay,
Right.
and you're thinking it's not.
He couldn't believe
it. He kept reassuring me that I was not a bit, which only meant I was. And
No, it's okay.
Was Andy
it's
in the
an
room?
accident, Rick. You know, like when you tell a little kid that.
Andy was nowhere around. Les Bradford, who's part of Iron Hill Press 2, ran out to tell Andy. And I told him not to because I said I'd like for Andy to continue to work the rest of the weekend. and Andy will literally ask for a cab to the airport and fly back home. Yeah. You know, I mean,
if he'd have been standing there.
Right. And so
God, Rick, that's
Rick Burgess.
terrible.
have you ever seen one of those disposable coffee cups just without the top on it just get knocked out of somebody's hand?
So you're doing something. You're explaining
and
something.
coffee just went out as if it was a scatter pattern.
Yeah.
And
now you've become a kid, and you're scared of Robbie. Of him finding out.
We'll come back to that conversation.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Don Lemon is not pleased with this.
No, he sets it up, plays it, and then has his commentary, which is not much. Just really.
Okay.
But anytime we see him,
Now, there's a difference in a
lose it.
meltdown and a come apart.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is
there
this.
is.
I don't think this meets the criteria of meltdown, but I like watching Don Lemon be annoyed.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay,
right.
so here we
This
go.
courtesy of CNN.
In addition to all the lies and all the blustering at tonight's rally, Trump's war room posted a meme on Twitter today showing Trump as the supervillain Thanos from the Marvel Avengers movies, dispatching his Democratic enemies. Take a look at this.
Look, he acts like this is something. Things you can do now with Photoshop and video.
I am inevitable.
On this solemn day, I recall that the first order of business for members of
That's funny.
That is funny, by the way.
And I have no idea what it means, but it's funny.
Look at him.
Stand at the camera.
What are we, in junior high school? Like, what the hell? What is this? Like, what? What?
Don, it's called humor, something you know nothing about.
Okay, crew to be quiet.
I cannot believe that I'm even having to report this on the news.
Ooh.
But look at the things
you know how we felt for the past 5-6 years.
This is crazy.
Ooh.
And now he forgets he's on there.
This is literally crazy. Are you people insane?
You people? Ooh.
Oh, a little shot at all of us.
Ooh.
Are you insane?
I know how basic hardware works.
Troll the Democrats on Twitter. Do this stupid, silly, you know what?
Watch it now.
Watch it.
Play this stupid, juvenile meme game. History won't record this meme, stupid crap. But history will record this, the seriousness of what is happening. That today is the day that the House of Representatives in the United States of America introduced articles of impeachment against President Donald J. Trump, the President of the United States of America, for committing high crimes and misdemeanors.
We're going to remember it, all right. I'm going to remember it when I go to vote 6 times.
Did y'all feel?
I have to start early too to get them all in.
But don't
It's a long day.
Now don't miss. Please don't miss the things that Don Lemon can't seem to figure out.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. And now he's going to talk down to us while recognizing 32 genders.
Well, look,
Okay,
right
yeah.
now, Don knows exactly how we have felt for, a lot of other past administrations and some of the crazy things they did.
Mm-hmm.
I felt that way the night they lit the White House up.
Thank you.
And the rainbow.
Thank you.
I mean, good night.
I think I said
That's
into the-
one I can't
I think I
understand.
said into the camera, I can't believe we're reporting on this.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
So we get.
So,
hey,
Don, this is
know
what
how
we
you
call
feel.
America. The pendulum will swing back and forth. You just have to put up with it.
Right.
You'll have your day again.
Right.
But I really think your little impeachment speech will go down in history as the day that it ended the Democrats for a long, long time, as we know.
Yeah, and usually, Democrats are pretty good about, licking their finger and holding it up in the air to see which way the wind's blowing. They're ignoring the wind this time.
Well, they've got derangement syndrome.
Yeah,
It is really
and you
bizarre.
saw it. You saw it right there.
Yes.
Yeah, that was a little. I think the guy called that was a little bit more of a meltdown. I mean, he wasn't screaming and hollering, but he was.
And
beside
intellectually,
himself.
if you could have that discussion with Don, if you guys had not moved everything so far to the left, we'd have never had a Trump.
No, you're right.
Good point.
So you are the creator. I mean, you might as well have put the lightning to Frankenstein.
Now I was about to say what we just watched was we were just watching Dr. Frankenstein scream and holler that he can't believe a monster's living.
Yeah, I know. I know. Who did it? Who did it?
Did you guys?
Hey, Adler.
Did you guys want me to explain the Marvel mythology behind what's going
buddy,
on?
we got it. I think we got it.
We got the
Thanos.
general concept.
Yeah, we got it.
See, that's Thanos, and
we're good.
he's a.
We know
okay,
it.
so
Thanos?
Thanos.
Right.
Sandos.
Not
Panned.
Panned.
P-A-N-D.
got it.
So in the mythology of the Marvel
wiping
universe,
out somebody.
Yeah.
We know it.
Oh, well, I can
It's
go
not that
easy.
deep. I got it.
Yeah,
I saw that clip. I got it.
No, the subtleties. The subtleties.
Yeah. I know you could explain it in great detail, and I'm going to protect us from that.
Right.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Just ask me later if you want to know about it. We can talk in the break.
Rick hates it when I drift off and don't pay attention.
But Adler, you know what? If I got a few minutes after the show, maybe and I don't have somewhere I got to go, we'll talk it out. Okay. 35 minutes now past the hour. Weekend recaps, talking about the trip to Hendersonville, Tennessee, Long Hollow. Hey, thanks to all of you guys that came from all over to that this weekend. Your encouragement, your kindness was just so incredible. So thank you for that. So here's how it works. Kind of give you the behind the scenes, and some people were asking me about this. So when you hear me reference Andy Blanks and you hear me reference Les Bradford, and of course both their sons went to help. They are part of a publishing group called Iron Hill Press. So they publish everything we do at themanchurch.com, all the curriculum, all the individual resources, and so they're the publisher. And then Burgess Ministries, we partner with them to create themanchurch.com, which is where all the curriculum and everything's there. And we are doing these conferences together. We got those 2 coming up. Robbie Gallaty will be coming to the Birmingham one on February 16th and 17th. We were laughing about that. He invited me to come there, and then we're inviting him to come here. So if you didn't get to that, you'll get to hear Robbie coming up on February 16th and 17th if you're coming to our conference at Sanford. Tickets still available to that. So anyway, and then Andy, of course, well, like if we do a curriculum, Adler and I do the videos, and then Andy oversees the group of 10 writers that write all the study guides that go with it. And then if Andy writes resources, but if I write a resource or Brian Gill writes a resource, then Andy edits it. So that's kind of how, and then Andy does go out and speak and teach too. So anyway, that's kind of how the team works. And then Bones is kind of like he's on the road, making sure the speakers get to where they need to. If he doesn't travel with them, he still interacts with everywhere, knows where to go. And we have a group of speakers, and then Helmsley helps book those and be sure we get everybody there. So that's kind of how it all works. So we're standing there now, and I realize Speedy asked a question which, people who want to know every detail of awkward moments have to know, almost like a mouth ulcer that he can't stop messing with in his mouth. Yeah. He said, I need to know if you went and got David Pollack more coffee after you knocked it out of his hand all over the leather couch and table. I did not, and I think the reason why he didn't really want me to, because I think he began to become afraid that I might spill it on him. And I don't think he wanted me to fool with coffee for him anymore.
Okay. And now, did it get on him or just the couch?
It got on us a little bit, but thankfully, I don't know why I think that's comforting, because it was still a bad scene. It didn't get on us very bad. Yeah. Can I find solace in that a little bit? That I didn't get it all over him.
Yeah, that thunder could have been worse.
See right there.
Is this before or after?
It's before.
Yeah. Oh, Rick, I was hoping it was after because he's smart.
And look how happy they are.
And Bubba, I don't even have to tell you this, because we love that scene from Dumb and Dumber, but about the time I knocked that coffee out of his hand, I was owning the room.
Rick, I have no doubt.
So you were the center. I wish you were talking about a play you made in high school. That'd make it that much more of a bit.
I was holding court, just about to start telling awkward stories from men's events, and of course I was going to tell the one about, the guy who asked if that guy was here in the audience. I was just about to get to it.
That's maybe a really good one. I hate he missed it.
Man, I think there might have been enough time. Have I ever told that on there? I think enough time has passed that we could. I don't know if we ever told that on the air or not. But
did the room ever get back to?
But
hey,
you know
we're
how
having a good time.
On certain topics, we all have our A story. If a right topic will come up, like you were telling the hunting stories, you went to the A's.
Yeah,
and I was just getting to my A stories.
Rick
was owning the room.
When it happened.
So you're explaining.
I'm thinking to myself, oh, he's finally starting to think to himself, hey, I want to know this guy.
I got to know, did he walk into your hand, or was your hand already moving?
My hand came across like that and knocked it out of his hand.
Good night. That would have got me.
Oh yeah, I'd left.
I'd attempted one.
I'd have stayed. But
I attempted one line too quick. I said, "See, I can strip the ball as good as you can."
A
little quick on that one. So anyway,
wasn't to that point yet.
A little quick on that one.
And he really wanted that cup of coffee.
Not a big laugh from Dave. But anyway, so this all gets settled. Everybody who has really worked to get David Pollack at this event, now I can tell them, they don't say it directly, but they're beginning to kind of separate me from him. They don't. They want to isolate me from him. They're like, okay, we want him to have a good experience at the conference,
right?
Well, and we have him for other conferences, and we really wish you would not. Could you find something else to do? So I go back to
quit telling stories.
Yeah, I sheepishly, kind of beaten down, go back to the team.
Yeah.
I don't have a good story, not for them to be proud of me.
Yeah.
And so then I start thinking.
You have a bad story.
Yeah. As far as rankings.
Right.
Yeah. And then Andy, unfortunately, said, how did it go with Pollack? I said, you of all people do not want to know.
Just forget it.
Because we need you to stay. But So now I'm thinking, I've got a giant pastor. We've just heard officially 6'7". What do you think he weighs? I mean, he's in shape, but I mean, his arms are.
He's big.
His arms are as big as an oak tree.
He's got to be 295, 300.
Yeah. So anyway, I think
maybe more.
I think. Well, how is he going to know? What do y'all think? Should I say something or just let him find it?
Yeah.
I didn't.
You gonna let him sit in it?
I didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
So
you don't want him to have to ask who did it.
So
what if he went behind the back of his pants, was wet, and he was looking for somebody?
Look, this is me. This is me in the moment. He finally comes back where we are, and I said, "Hey man, I'm just so glad to be here, man. I appreciate you, Robbie, for having me here and trusting me with this. And I spilled coffee all over your leather couch. I don't know either way to get into this. And,
do you have a towel?
And he goes, "You did what?" I said, I knocked Pollack's coffee. You knocked Pollack's coffee out? I said, I'm sorry.
Swatted it out of his hand.
I knocked it out of his hand, and I've spilt coffee on the leather couch. He goes, the worship team spills stuff on it all the time.
Oh.
And I went, okay. Okay, woo, okay.
That helps.
That really helps.
Thank you, big bearded man.
So it wasn't as awkward.
Big house.
It wasn't as awkward with Robbie. I think I was okay. I don't think Robbie cared about it as much as I'd feared, so I was kind of glad of that.
That's good.
I don't think he ever connected that I took a guest of his and gave him a bad experience, because I think he just had too much on his mind. So we started rolling. So they finished the Friday night. I didn't speak then. I was just there to watch the sessions and listen. Dawson did a great job. Pollack was interviewed by Dawson. Then Dawson did his own message. I heard that was exciting. It was exciting. It was. David Pollack said a word that he kept saying that I think Scott wished he wouldn't have said.
Oh.
And Scott's face was red, and all I could do was lock in on that. It was. I shouldn't say it, should I? I don't think I should. Well, it wasn't. It's something. It's not like a cuss word, but it's probably not a word that you would include in a.
Don't tell him what it is.
In a testimony.
What's it rhyme with?
Well, it doesn't
You
really rhyme with
can't.
anything,
No,
does
it
it?
doesn't.
I
know what
Greg can be one sometimes.
Yes, he can.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
You know, when you say someone.
Oh yeah, probably not.
Yeah, when someone's.
But it's not the farm version of it.
Yeah,
He said it more than.
It's more the medical version.
Yeah, you know, there's a word we use that can be a farm animal, but then there's, like Bubba said, there's the medical. We're using it for a part of the body.
Sure.
It's one of the first words you learn when you're little.
Right.
That you get in trouble for. That's usually the first one you get in trouble for.
And he didn't say that word. He said the B version of that, and then added the.
See, look at this.
You can't say it.
He loves it.
Just give the initials, Rick.
If you add together the back end of something and a hole in the ground.
There you go, Bubba.
I'm just trying to get how that applied. I mean, I get it. I kind of.
Well, you know what, Greg? And so was Scott. So anyway,
he spilled his coffee. Give him
so
a break.
anyway, so
Rick, you can't say a word.
I enjoyed watching somebody else in an uncomfortable
I
situation.
think if you hadn't done that, he might not use that word.
By the way, I found it so much more fun for someone else to be in an uncomfortable situation than for you to actually be in it.
Rick, you ought to heard the word he used when you hit his coffee.
It's good.
No, he wasn't talking about you when he used that word.
I tell you what,
Something may be.
Somebody back there, I'm wearing coffee.
I think you could say that on there.
I know you will before the end of the segment.
There's no
I got
need
money
to.
on you,
There's
buddy.
no
I did
need
too.
to.
I'm not.
So anyway, my favorite was it was more than once. I think Scott.
That's the key.
Yeah. So anyway, so we get all that done. And then, Bubba, I thought of you. We arrived back for the next day
Very
sessions.
kind of you, Rick.
The next sessions, and I walk into the lobby and I see, Bubba, hear me out. I didn't know. People are saying this has been done before.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know it. A wall of donuts. Have you ever seen?
I saw your post on this.
Have you ever seen a wall of donuts?
Worried about the cleanliness, yeah.
I didn't, but I liked it.
Look, a literal
I thought
wall
it's a lot of holes.
of donuts.
You know, I thought
David Pollack said something about that.
when I first saw that, I thought somebody was like, doing embroidery on stuff, or putting people's names on shirts or something. It looked like thread up there.
Yeah, the sock mill.
Those are all donuts, and you just go take one off the hook.
I love what you said about it.
Were they fresh?
Did you say Satan never stops?
Satan never stops.
Were they fresh, Rick, or they've been up there a little long?
They're fresh. They were taking them out of the box and putting them up there.
Is that donut in the center of the garden? I need to know that.
So we get down to and I had the chance to speak, and that was great. Worship was great, and great response. But how about this? When we get down to it, because I did a time of response, and that I was supposed to hand it to Robbie, the pastor, and then he would do his message, and then we'd have the actual come forward, and all the men that made decisions. And I think we had 55 first times, and then we had another probably 50. I just need to get my act together and all this. And so anyway, so we get down to Robbie actually saying, now's the time for you men to respond, and all the power goes out.
What?
Boom! And you just hear this noise.
You didn't hit something else.
All
did
the
you?
screens, everybody looks at me.
Where's Rick?
Yeah. And all of a sudden, we're sitting there, and he's looking around right when it was time for people to respond to the gospel. This is the landing point of the whole conference. And Dawson's sitting next to me. He goes, "Can you believe this?" And everybody, please listen. Hey, we're gonna. I don't know what's going on. Everything. Everybody stop. He's literally walking them through the plan of redemption. And all of a sudden, and do you think Satan don't hate men's ministry? And so he said, no, we're not going to. Everybody stay with me. And of course, the emergency lights come on, and then they finally work it back in.
Follow my
Rick,
voice.
I have to ask the question though, with the coffee that was spilled on the couch. A lot of times when you have a couch, you'll have like a plug on the floor close to it.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you think maybe a few drops
Rick might have caused the blackout.
Fell in, kind of drained
I'd
over
like
there?
to think that the Prince of Darkness and his forces were waging war. Not that I just spilled coffee on something and messed the whole thing up. So it was a great weekend, and just so thankful to be there, and looking forward to the Man Church conferences coming up in February and in March, Birmingham and Starkville. But what a great weekend in Tennessee. Thanks to all of you that came out.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Now, it's possible I need to leave, but,
Okay, so in Avengers, the first movie.
No, we got it.
Okay.
So it's Spanos.
Yes, great.
Okay. No, Greg, that's those undergarments that make you not look fat.
Oh, that's right.
All right, so
those are useful too.
So I actually enjoyed watching Don Lemon just then. So I'm glad.
I don't think that as much as a meltdown as it is a come apart. It's closer to come apart.
What it is that?
Yeah, he was speechless almost.
Right.
Yeah, meltdown to me is when you're pitching a fit.
Oh, you got to your volume gets up.
Yeah, you're pitching an absolute fit.
You say
as meltdown.
you can't. When he said, you know what, you actually say the word.
Right. See that one he kind of came apart. He lost his chain of thought. He couldn't gather himself.
He was like,
I just want to make sure I have this
and
right.
that really wasn't that bad. I mean, I see them for all kind of political. I mean, they go both ways. You just have to laugh.
But
at
I just want to be sure that I've got this right from Don Lemon.
This is a guy on CNN, by the way.
Yeah.
We're not talking about the
Don
the
Lemon.
local blowtorch.
Don Lemon thinks that he and the far left of our country, they're the ones that have shown people and continue to show people how to act like adults.
Yeah, I know.
Did I hear that right?
Isn't that something?
Yeah. Did I get that right? So that just seems odd. We'll come back, and when we come back, if you hate porch pirates, you're gonna love this next story.
Yeah,
because I love to see people that are, to me, lower than whale dung, which is on the bottom of the ocean, and that's people who steal other people's stuff.
Yeah, thieves and liars.
Thieves and liars. We'll come back, and a Colorado mom gets a victory over the porch pirates. We'll share that story. More of your phone calls. Gift number 7 on the 12 working days of Christmas. All still to come on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Been given away. And I do want to tell you this. One of the gifts that has been added is from our friends at Bumper Nets. You can see behind me, if you're watching on the video option, you can see that the Beatles pinball machine is behind me. And remember last year we gave away an Avengers pinball machine. Speaking of the Avengers. Well, this year, Bumper Nets has done it again. Bubba, now I'm not talking about the little cube or some kind of handheld thing. We're
talking about a full-size arcade version.
Yeah, I'm talking about Miss Pac-Man and Galaga Arcade Home Edition. And this is just like the same setup that we played in the arcades of the 80s. Bubba, this is almost like something from the 80s.
Yeah, and you mean the greatest decade mankind
That's
has
exactly
ever
what
seen?
I mean, yeah.
But you talking about adding something to your game room, to your man cave, to your downstairs, or heck, to your garage.
Mm-hmm.
You got to have one of these.
Yep.
This is a game changer.
And it is a $32.99 retail value. So $3,299, and it's been added to the 12 working days of Christmas.
It will be gift number 12.
If you're looking for gifts like this, you can always go to bumpernets.com. And they've got some really, really cool ideas if you're trying to put together a little entertainment room in your house. All right, so Bubba, we have a Colorado mom that has foiled the porch pirates. I love this because I can't stand thieves. There's just something that is so just intrusive about people who steal other people's stuff. I mean, it's something about it just gives you the heat.
We got a couple of stories today I think we got to dig into. This one and also the Ring camera that people were saying were hijacked.
Mm-hmm.
A Colorado woman reportedly gave some porch pirates a taste of their own medicine this week by leaving trash-filled Amazon packages outside on her front door.
Fantastic.
Christine Hite told the local TV station in Colorado Springs that thieves had stolen her packages 20 times.
How many?
20 times. And that last Wednesday was the third time she was able to dupe the criminals by removing her garbage for free. she is basically packing her garbage into old Amazon boxes, leaving them on the porch, and they're carrying them off.
That is fantastic.
Let me ask a question here. That doesn't say much for the law enforcement in her area.
No.
20 times?
Right.
So they've hit me 20 times. Y'all haven't thought maybe that y'all want to keep an eye on this and see that if there's people stealing packages?
It sounds like if they.
I hate to question that.
Right. It sounds like they
20's
did
a little high.
It seems 20 times you would almost just say, "Hey, Ron, go over and watch this house." Surely somebody will come by. If somebody
Rick,
tells
I
me,
hope it like 6
She
times
says 20 packages, so she may have had 3
Okay,
packages
that helps a
stolen.
little.
at a
All right,
time
that
or something.
helps.
I don't know. But anyway, she
That
said
helps.
one of the times she had her daughter's diabetic medicine stolen.
Come on.
Come on now.
She said she can't afford to have her medicine stolen just because people are being jerks.
That's right.
Good night.
Her way of fighting back. How about this? She gets.
There you go. There you go.
The only thing better would be sitting there with a BB gun.
I know, but you make a good point. But
A
it's
good
20
one.
packages, so
Or-
maybe not as many
A
times.
good one.
Or
So here we go. It's phone troll time. First phone troll of the week. 866 We Be Big is our number. Plenty of topics to discuss. You got plenty of time. Dial right now. All 10 lines are available. Speedy's taking the phones. Your comments, your questions, bringing information to the table. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close. Move right now. You won't have to stay in line very long. And if you move now, you get in pretty quick. Tax Nation USA. It won't be long. Tax day is here for all of us. I'm sure many of you hearing this right now, you have never expected to have a tax problem, but it has happened. Stop feeling like a criminal. I know you're made to feel that way. You're not. Many times you're a victim of the system, and that can lead to feeling stuck, not being sure what to do or how to fix the problem because you're facing the government. The one thing I can say is that this problem is not going to go away. That I can say with certainty, unfortunately, and it's only going to get bigger. The IRS is currently mailing millions of pay-up letters. They've added nearly 20,000 new IRS agents to enforce what they want to do and find you. So they're going to target you too, not the multimillionaire, because the multimillionaire has tax lawyers and they know that you are more likely to pay up with interest and with penalties. So you need Tax Network USA. Go to tnusa.com/Bubba, and you need to go now. They have proven war room strategies to solve the IRS problems quickly and in your favor, like a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to deal with. They know which agents to avoid. And something they've asked us to make sure that you're aware of, they've learned of a special limited-time IRS offer to get you out of your tax problem. In short, the IRS is willing to waive $1 billion in penalties if you qualify. So schedule your free confidential consultation to see if you qualify for this limited-time IRS penalty canceling offer, and then make 2024 a positive year where you can put any tax issues behind you. Call 1-800-245-6000. Again, 1-800-245-6000, or go to tnusa.com/Bubba. If you're driving, then just go to rickandbubba.com and look at the link under sponsors when you get to a safe space, and you can do that. All right, to the phones we go. We do have all 10 lines available. Angela will get us started. 30 seconds. Angela, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
I want to know if Kevin Derryberry got an answer for y'all from Paul Thorne. We were at the concert Saturday night. Great show. Paul Thorne is amazing. But I wanted to know if Kevin Derryberry got an answer for y'all.
Did you ask Kevin?
You know what?
We talked about
We talked about it,
but I didn't talk to him.
I never told him. I don't think any of us got the word to
surely Kevin would know.
Rick.
Rick. It was on my mind, and then everything under the sun is on my mind. I got a lot on my mind, and I forgot about it. I completely forgot about it. Did we all forget? Yeah, I didn't remember.
Yeah, I didn't either. It kind of snuck up on me. I felt like we had another week for some reason.
Well, how about it's kind of, I tell you who's happy about this right now. Not the audience, not us, Kevin. Because he would have hated for us to put him in that situation. Now, he would have.
Oh, Rick, he would have thing like that.
Yeah, so anyway.
I love them questions.
Right. So we don't.
I'm going to do the podcast with him. I can't have him get mad at me.
Brandon, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. There's
We're
room.
gonna play golf next in a few months now.
Get
Counting
it on your calendar. Do get it on your calendar.
Hey, Rick and Bubba, you know I love Jesus. I love golf too, but not as much as Jesus. But I need y'all to have it on your calendar.
Brandon, 30 seconds. Go ahead. I forgot about that.
All right, what's going on, guys? How you doing?
We're good.
Buddy.
Well, good. Hey, I didn't know if anybody had a chance to welcome Greg back to the show yet. Welcome back, Greg.
Thank you very much.
And also, just wanted to make sure to let you know, hey, Greg, Happy New Year.
Oh, that's
Happy
the
New Year.
I knew it. Brandon, he just got back. Yeah, up
in February.
It was funny that in Nashville, the number of people that thought that you had done something that got you removed from the show. They were like, "Was Greg ever come back?" Of course, I do.
Well, we all kind of have that. We have that running feeling.
Yeah, you know what I said to him every time. Hey, you know, that's it. He's gonna.
Hey, Rick, it's possible.
But it was so. But no one questioned it.
Gosh, I mean, I hate you miss a couple of days around here.
Tyler in Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Tyler, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yeah, brother. I'm excited to see you in Starkville here in a few weeks. But did the guy come up and start singing Andy Blanks?
Yes, I got our friend from Nashville. Did you see the picture I put up of the guy in the Rick and Bubba hoodie? He was willing to go over to Andy and sing something a cappella to him, and he was headed that way. Now I got pulled off to the side, but Andy did tell me that people were singing to him. So, and he said, and it made him feel terrible.
Well, he had a fun weekend.
He did. Well, I mean,
I can't believe everybody didn't mention the coffee to it.
Well,
I tell you what,
I didn't want him to know.
He'd have left,
and I don't think he could have taken it. And here's what I should have done: is when it was over on the way home, I should have mentioned it. But again, with the recaps and trying to get everything out, it was a big load in and a big load out. They had quite the production there. Quite the production.
All right, I texted Kevin Derryberry and I go, "Did you happen to talk to Paul Thorne about Rick and Bubba at all?" And he said, "Yes, LOL."
Okay. Yes, LOL.
I need more about the LOL.
What is the
call the show, Kevin? Call the show, Kevin.
All right, I'll get to work.
Okay.
Yeah, David in Leeds, listen on ZZK. David, go ahead.
Hey, Greg.
Hey.
I missed you, buddy. I'm glad you and Miss Lisa's better, but man, you missed a couple of topics that you would have went haywire over.
Well, doggone, I missed that.
Yeah, by design.
I missed your reaction.
Well, I'm back, so maybe we'll bring it back up.
Yeah, you wouldn't.
Hey, I'm glad to have you back, buddy. Y'all have a good day.
Thank you, bud. Pretty good to hear from you.
Y'all think he starts drinking at 7 or 6?
That sounds like leftover from last night.
Did you? By the way,
yeah, I think that might be.
Yeah, by the
permanent.
Greg, you wouldn't believe the clothes we wore when you were gone. We were just, we were so free.
You get that pot handle shirt back out?
Yes, I did. Matter of fact, I started to try to wear it every day, but I just thought, well,
go ahead.
Yes, I can get all the wear out of it.
I wore Wilford Brimley 2 or 3
Greg,
times.
he wore Wilford Brimley with a short sleeve shirt.
Daredevil right there.
I haven't seen Wilford, I don't think, all year.
Yep. I knew I had to put it back up today. I put it back in the closet.
Luckily, it's warming up.
Right. Yeah, and everybody was excited about the fact that they've got some new snacks up there because can't any of us eat them now. But we were eating them like we were just partying. We could say anything, do anything.
Yeah.
Mispronounce anything.
Well, them days are over.
Have you seen all the peanuts that stacked up?
Oh, I have. I've been partaking.
Yeah, there's a bunch of those.
My man Don Day took care of it.
Yeah.
Y'all were more than welcome to them.
Well,
we didn't want to.
We didn't want to do that, Greg. We knew you was having a rough
I'm
back.
going to give me some right now.
Top of the hour. If you leave us, don't forget Rick and Bubba archives are always available. Pick up any part of the show that you missed. More weekend recaps and stories and more of your phone calls, and then we'll get to some of the stories around the country as well when the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Dung in it.
Yeah, well, great.
Yeah, you always go there, don't you?
Yeah.
If you read the whole story, I think you'll see that's
Okay, good.
She said,
there's your little box.
She said the next box will contain cigarette butts, kitty litter, and fast food wrappers.
There you go.
There you go.
Take that, porch pirate.
There you go, porch pirate.
Have y'all ever had a porch pirate, by the way? Anybody?
Not that I'm aware of. It's obvious. It might have been that I just think something hadn't come in yet.
So I've been married for 3 years now, And for 2.5 years, we had packages on our front steps for a long time. No problem. Never had an issue ever. And my wife said she comes home and she was like, I was supposed to have a package today. And just now coming home, I saw in the gutter one of those big old manila envelopes. I bet that's our package. In the gutter, just like a block away from our house. And I'm like, are you serious? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, well, let's go check it out. So we jump in the car, and there's this manila envelope just in the gutter with the top ripped off, and the package was empty. And it was, in fact, our
porch pirate.
And so the porch pirate came to our house, come up to our front step, grabbed the envelope, not even 100 feet from our house, in the car. So there must have been 2 people, is my guess.
Yep.
The person in the shotgun side rips it open, and you know what they got? Cotton swabs.
And they took dog.
No. This was definitely it was like ripped by a person or whatever. So
Well, at least they got somebody had to have opposable thumb.
So yeah, they got our cotton swabs, guys. We don't know what we're gonna do.
Let me ask this on the thieves. Yeah. On the thieves, and look, we all are anti-thieves. Thumbs down, can't stand them. But if they rip open the top and it's cotton swabs, did they want those? I mean,
see,
that
the thing is potluck every time they grab.
I would have looked at that like, well, that didn't work out, and I would have just left the whole thing there.
Yeah.
Well, they did it down the road. They don't expect it on the porch.
Adler also, he can't tell the story, but one time he also thought somebody stole something from him
in this studio.
Greg, why are you bringing that up? Is this the year of bringing up past things?
That is one of the funniest. Did we ever get clearance to talk about that? Because I guess I brought it up.
I still don't think.
I think we
clearance.
can.
I don't think we.
They don't listen.
Rick,
guys.
Well,
no,
when
it's
you
just
thought
more
the cleaning
for me.
people stole it.
Well, that's what I wasn't
there
going to
was,
say that.
I think it's actually been a different cleaning crew since then.
No, he actually accused to their face.
But I don't think so. I don't think that happened.
That happened, Adler.
Listen,
No,
it did happen.
But Greg, they didn't do it.
Yeah. No, not even close.
Greg, and he accused him about wearing a MAGA hat.
No, I did not.
Rick, and then he tried to write a nice letter apologizing.
I didn't try to write a nice letter. I did write a nice letter. Okay?
Me llamo Adler. I'm so sorry.
Adler was convinced.
Guys, it was a very hard to get item. It's amazing that this person who doesn't speak English was even able to get this item.
Oh, hello, racist.
There was a 6-month wait.
So that was part of the evidence, right? He was going, no way he could have got that quick.
Wait a minute. So
you said that out loud.
It was a 6-month wait for this item at the time, guys, and mine just went missing.
What's that white privilege?
The day mine go missing, this person has them.
Where was it?
All right, I just asked.
Who had it?
I just asked.
Well, how did you
just
ask?
lost it.
Well, how did you
they're
ask?
gone. Yeah, they're gone.
Hey,
He lost it.
How'd you if did you like point to your ear? How'd you ask?
Google Translate.
It was bad, guys.
Show us the look on his face when he figured out. So
guys,
you're accusing me.
This was probably 6 years ago, and then so for the last 5 years, I've seen these people at night all the time.
These people. There's a lot being.
I meant to say
there's a lot of being revealed today.
The same people.
Didn't you ask him to prove it? He had to bring the box that he brought him in, and he brought it.
How about
let's role play.
Guys, he produced not only the box but also the receipt within 30 seconds, and I'm just sitting there liking it, just sitting there. And I'm just like, what, Chris? What are you doing, you idiot, Chris? You are an idiot. Never ever assume anything again.
Called
you
him
racist
out.
ass. God.
Called him.
Adler, this is the guy right here. Walk up to this racket and act like he's the guy, and you ask him about.
All
it.
right, I just looked at his ears.
Come here.
I looked at his ears and I was like, I can't believe this guy took my AirPods.
So where it's out now.
Yeah.
All right, so I can.
So
you said something to me about it.
Adler, I hate to bring this up.
It bothered me, guys.
If you want closure on this, I just got a text from one of my buddies, and he actually owns the company that cleans these buildings.
Oh my God!
So he has access to these people.
Did he get the letter that I sent the guy the next day? I left him a letter typed.
What'd you
Serious.
say? What'd you say?
Hey, you handled that situation much better than I did that day. You are a better man than I was in that moment.
He knew that by the end of the first conversation.
Yeah. I just wanted to tell him back, Greg.
Greg, ¿cómo está? Probably not too well.
I'm sorry, I've been hanging out with Greg Burgess too much. I assume some things about your race.
Hey, Greg, he went home too and told everybody.
Yeah, he's going. You can't believe it, this idiot.
Gosh, I felt like such a jerk and an idiot.
I hope he knows that you were not us.
Yeah,
I know. Imagine first of all, Alec get to the point where he goes, Rick, I tell you what, I'm saying something to you.
Yeah.
When you get to that point, my favorite part about this. My favorite part about this. Listen, my favorite part about this. Greg, no, don't miss this. This is so important. I know I'm running out of time. My favorite part about this, if there's one person in this team that tries the hardest not to be racist, yes,
it is Eddie Van Adler, and he tries so hard to the point sometimes I think he needs to back it back.
Yeah.
But I will tell you this. When this happening to him, it could not have been funnier because
it's like a Seinfeld episode.
It's like a Seinfeld episode.
Guys.
Hey, let me tell you one thing. You may present yourself as a hippie, but you don't see the world like one.
I've been hanging out with y'all too much is what it is. That's what it is. I had to make up for this. Like, I've been for like 5 years giving them like, hey, you guys want some Dreamland? We got a whole slab of ribs in here left over.
What do you assume they can get their own food?
Adler's been buying.
From the Big Boy Studio, from Sweet Home Alabama to the world. Another hour, Speedy, the return of the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler all here. So we've contacted Kevin Derryberry. He will report this hour on how it went with Paul Thorne. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us, and man, I'm looking forward to hearing from that. You know, Helms was saying in the break that he hopes it's something we did, and I said, you know, he got mad because I said the name of that song wrong.
Guys, it's got to be more.
It's got to be more.
Surely
than
that's
that.
not it.
I mean, that's the only thing I can think of was even close.
Yeah, he and I don't.
I mean, you know, for me, that's nothing. That's going to happen 2-3 times a day.
It's so bad.
Oh, hey, secondhand right here.
I know.
I was all around it.
So you really was offended by it?
Well, no, I mean it was. I don't know.
Hey, he ain't got very thick skin. If that's okay.
The response was a little more than what I thought it was, but I don't
think it was
know
that.
why. But I mean, it wasn't that big a deal.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
come
I
on.
don't think it was that.
I don't either.
The Speedy bark in his ear.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, okay.
So sorry.
So somehow it's on me.
So sorry. I want you to know that's him, not me.
See, you didn't have to worry about this last week.
No, that's fine.
I mean, sure.
No,
Still one of the best.
It was a pretty calm.
ever.
It was a pretty calm 10 days. You know.
Yeah.
It really was.
Oh yeah. Somehow we've gotten to that.
I can't believe how you found
I
out.
was not ready for that one, Greg.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Somehow.
And don't ever forget how I found out.
Yeah, that Rick coming goes, hey y'all.
It is
Nobody
something
gonna tell me.
it is something they did though.
Oh,
It
I'm
has
sure.
to be.
Oh, it's got to be.
Because when it was happening, I was uncomfortable.
Because just since I've been here, I think there's been 2 occasions where people claimed that he said, "No, I'm good,"
Right.
and then you tried to set up something and it didn't pan out.
Yeah.
I'll
I'll go ahead and take this line on myself. No, I didn't spill coffee on him.
That's good.
Pollack said he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Pollack said I ain't going over either. So anyway, so that we'll get an update from Kevin coming up. So
He asked me on the phone, "Are y'all sure you want to know what he said?"
yes, of course.
Now, that's either
he's
Kevin
teasing
having
us.
fun
He's teasing
or
us.
Yeah, he's
we're
teasing
really
us.
about to
It's
find
going
out.
to be that
knows.
same
I don't
company
think he
answer he's gave the last few times.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm good with him.
Not helping, buddy.
In fact, I love him.
Well, Rick, I was very excited to have my daughter in town for the weekend. It was not under the best circumstances. She had to come in. Her roommate's father had passed away very unexpectedly in Troy, and had to come in for that funeral. But I did get to spend a little time with Caitlin, who lives in Washington, D.C., and we were talking, and she told me about a concert she had been to, and Morgan Wallen, I know you're a big fan. And she was talking about how all these guys, I don't know where it was, somewhere in the D.C. area. I don't know which venue she went to. But she said she was talking about all the lights they have and how extreme the light shows are now.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, and I've been to these, and I feel like, you know, you always hear if it's too much, it can give you like a spasm or
don't they do warnings?
seizure. Yeah, if you have different.
Yeah, they have to give you a warning.
You have to.
Yeah,
I
they
mean,
do.
all this stuff because they go from, and you see it in the football stadium. They go from bright to dark and back. I mean, it's just there's no transition time. It's incredible. So she said she was involved in a kind of an embarrassing incident. Said she was going down the aisle headed to the concession stand. and said the lights were going, and they had this thing. It was like at the end of the song where it all lit up real bright. And she said, I had cowboy boots on I'd never wore before, because I wanted to fit in.
Well, you have boots everywhere. Yeah.
And she said, I'm going down the steps, and the lights go totally black.
Oh, God.
And she says, I go down the steps.
No. I mean, down, rolling.
He's boots.
And the ones I've been to, I've noticed when they do this, when the lights will go off, you see people stumble all the time or hit chairs or something.
Well, think
because
about
you
it.
go into total darkness.
Bright, dark.
And it's so bright it leaves that.
Yeah, you can't adjust. And she said, and Dad, that was not the worst part. She said, as I fall forward.
But wait, there's more.
She said, I hit this very extremely large man who is carrying an armful of beers.
No.
And she says, I don't know if it was the lights for him too or the fact that I hit him so hard. She says, I knock him down too.
Oh, no. And that's about a $10 beer.
Beer everywhere.
Now there's beer in the boots.
Down. And she says, I'm falling actually over him.
He stood in line a long time to
completely
get it
over him because he steps
I'm tumbling
down?
over him.
Tons.
And she said he reaches out like to either grab for himself, but he ends up grabbing my shirt, tears my shirt.
Oh.
Good
and
night.
she said the lights come back on, and I'm skin up. My shirt's tore off. There's beer everywhere. There's people mad. She said it was terrible. Terrible.
Did the guy act like a jerk to her, or was
and
he
I,
understanding?
of course, I said, Caitlin, is there any more? No, I'm telling you, Dad, that's what happened. It was absolutely the darkness that got me. It wasn't anything else. And I thought, we've been there. I just
I have nothing to
how
say.
about embarrassing moments in public are just tough?
Say falling's bad enough.
Yeah,
but
knocking somebody else
taking
over,
somebody out with you.
and probably
beers.
killing $40 to $50 worth of beer.
Oh yeah.
at
And
least.
again, don't forget how long he stood in line for.
Oh, yeah.
Those lines
sure.
long.
I'd like to know what song Morgan
And
was
then
saying.
your skin up, and all that.
Got fingernail marks on
Did
your
she get to
shoulder.
enjoy the rest of the show?
She said it was not enjoyable. She said I was hurting. I had beer in my wounds.
Yes.
My shirt's tore off. I'm embarrassed. She says I was glad when the lights went out again so people couldn't see how embarrassed I was.
Scuffed up my new boots.
And then did Betty chime in to comfort her and say, "Well, one time I dumped butter popcorn on somebody's head. Don't feel so bad."
Well, she's familiar with that story.
That's a great story.
I thought it was going to get me killed.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, we have to defend our wives, but when your wife is it wrong, and you're just trying to plead your case,
Right.
Please, man.
Look, I get it.
If I was in your place,
and then Betty keeps laughing
Sure.
during the movie because you can see their hair. It looks like it's been moosed with the butter. And
Well, you got to admit that is funny.
Yeah.
it is, but you don't need to laugh at it.
No, you don't.
Because they know what you're laughing
Yeah,
about.
they
and
feel
they're
it.
not going to punch her. They're going to punch
That's
me.
a good point.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why she was laughing.
back to Caitlin's story, was the guy a good sport about it?
Yeah.
She said he was extremely nice and he was concerned about me and the fact I got skin up, and she was very thankful that he didn't throw her further down the steps after that. So,
Right.
That helped.
Well, that helped.
Yeah.
That's good.
But she said, Dad, the number of people who saw it.
Oh, boy.
Oh.
And started hooping and hollering. She said, 1 minute you're fine. You're walking down the steps in your new boots and you are headed to the concession stand. You're so excited. The next minute, total darkness. You're flying over somebody. Your shirt's off. You're laying in the aisle.
Yeah.
People are hooping and hollering, and you're like, "Oh!"
And they automatically assume.
Oh, yeah. Party, social. All that.
Oh, and look, I mean,
that's what they were doing.
Well, I always hate the fact, just like what happened to all these things we say, because you do it too. I project myself if I was the person watching this happen, and I was just sitting there.
I'd be screaming. I'd be screaming 1 2 minutes.
Sadly,
and then you try to get up and act normal.
We should
after.
really care about people and thank God. We should.
Yeah.
I know.
And
well, I'm glad she's okay. And he acted.
Yeah, I didn't ask what song it was.
Right.
I need to find out.
Any injuries? They're lasting?
Well, no, not that we can tell. I think all the physical wounds have healed.
Okay, good.
But,
Emotional, maybe.
The emotional are still there.
scars.
And there may have been somebody else further down the aisle. I'm not sure. The whole story got a little confusing there. But
Right.
Train reaction all the way down.
Oh,
Yeah.
my goodness.
Is she a Morgan Wallen fan, or she just went to the concert because her friends and all that? Because if she's a huge fan, this would be a huge disappointment.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I really don't
What
know.
about that guy with all them beers?
I think she may have went with some friends who were going, because I don't think that's probably her top genre of music.
Okay.
But
I got you.
she probably would enjoy it.
She don't want that to happen.
I don't know. I don't know. From now on, I bet every time one of his songs comes on, she's traumatized.
Yeah, Caitlin shares my affinity for K-pop and stuff like that.
So if it was Psy, she'd have been all about it.
Yeah.
I think it was the song "Still Going Down" or "Somebody's Problem."
or whiskey glasses.
Right, sure. Yeah.
This has been a rough morning for us, hasn't it? A lot of odd things.
Feel like it's about to get worse.
Do we want to hear from Kevin now? Here we go.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so Bubba, here, what are we going to do here?
One thing here, Rick.
Oh, the Army Navy game.
Well, this too. I got an email here from Garrett Hill. He says, I'm watching live on Facebook and on my computer today, watching all of you guys mess around with a VR headset.
Yep.
I was thinking to myself, man, I'd like one of those. So now, as I'm scrolling through my phone, doing my usual thing, what do you think I'm getting? Ads for the Oculus Quest.
Oh, yeah.
They are always watching and listening.
Guys,
They are.
I don't want to go all,
always
conspiracy, weirdo, coast to coast, I just, is this good? I mean, it just feels like
it's weird, right?
It feels like if I was watching a movie about modern day society, I would be in the theater screaming, "This is not going to go well." They know too much, guys. This is going to be problematic.
Well, it's tailored ads to the things you're looking at, talking about, thinking about.
But why is it tailored? How do they know?
Well, they are listening. They say that. They admit that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no secret that they're doing
I know
it. It's just what kind of limits you put on it.
Look, if there's, this is a reminder, because long before this technology was ever created, God has always been seeing and listening. Oh, yeah. Everything we do.
Yep.
And I lived a lot of part of my life thinking that he can't, for some reason, that there's somewhere I can go. Well, right now he doesn't know what's going on. But anyway, and so that's convicting enough. But I really believe that this will get to the day where you're sitting there, and let's say you're somebody out there and you're going a little bit rogue. You got something going on at the office, or maybe you got with your company or this whatever. And I think what's going to start happening is one day your phone's going to text you and say, "Do you want anybody to know about what you're doing?"
Mm-hmm.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, if we don't have $1,500 in the account today and tomorrow, or this amount of money, we're going to tell everybody. We're watching you. We're listening to it. We know what you're doing. Do you want anybody to know? If you don't want them to know, you better pay us off.
And that's just the FBI.
Well, the reason, thank you. The reason why we know
I'm just
that's
joking, FBI. I love y'all.
Yeah, I want to tell everybody I love everybody at the FBI, the CIA, and
NSA,
right? Certainly,
those other agencies.
And if I had to do it over again, I probably would. You never know. These Democrats are making some sense, man. But go back to this. Here's what we know. See, that's not far fetched at all, because what are one of the cyber crimes that happen now? They take your computer and they shut it down, and they say, unless you pay a certain amount of money, we won't give it back to you.
Yeah.
So that's really not far-fetched at all.
Rick, that ties into one of the stories out today. A Georgia couple who purchased a Ring security camera to watch their dog while they were not at home were terrified when a hacker yelled at the woman while she was still in bed.
This is spooky.
It is.
The unnamed couple said the incident occurred on Monday, 3 weeks after they had bought the camera to keep an eye on their puppy. She says, "I was terrified. I literally could not move my body."
Say that again.
The woman managed to record the man yelling at her, and in the footage, he's heard as screaming, "Wake up, I can see you in bed," and then some other things.
And then some other
The couple reported the incident to Ring and filed a police report. Ring reportedly told the woman's boyfriend that his information had likely been stolen. Now, here's the thing, and I was reading this. I've had several people email asking me about this. These systems, I think, are fairly secure. It's just like all of the things that you hear about hackers, 90 to 95% of them is just somebody got your password. There's not a mysterious group getting into these things that you normally wouldn't be getting into. It's just good old-fashioned password thieves. And that's how they get into a lot of it.
There was another story, I want to say it's around our first of this month, where an 8-year-old girl, they had a Ring camera in her room,
bedroom,
and this was out of Mississippi, I think. Someone hacked into it and was talking to the 8-year-old like they were Santa Claus.
Oh boy!
Yeah, I mean they have that footage on here of that. And again, I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I'm a little leery of some of it because you know, again, you got to look at the big picture of this. Obviously, if Ring is doing very good, this kind of thing would hurt their sales. You always got to look into that part of it too. And you know, getting somebody's password. This goes back to all kind of ID theft. Again, most of it is just somebody got your password. You let them have it. You let them see it. You know, everybody hates to go, oh, don't look, I'm putting in my password. But you really need to do that because it can get away from you
How do
easier.
they do it?
There they come in.
It's like you hide a piece of cake.
Matter of fact, I need to run down that list of how to protect your ID that I've had to work off of since I've had mine stolen a couple of times.
20 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba show. Here we go. Paul Thorne update. Our friend, singer-songwriter Kevin Derryberry had a concert with Paul Thorne. Those of you that don't know the background, Paul Thorne appeared in our program several times. We made a connection with Paul Thorne. Love Paul Thorne's music. Love Paul Thorne. And we thought everything was going great. And then all of a sudden, something took place. We don't know what. And Paul Thorne has never come back to the show, even though he has been requested to come back several times.
And been polite through conversations or texts.
That he's good.
Yeah, that he's fine, but yet then he doesn't come on.
So Kevin, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Thanks, buddy. How are you today, buddy?
I'm very well. Good morning, folks. Y'all about to just throw me under the bus, I can tell.
No.
That is not,
Kevin.
That is not our goal here, Kevin.
First of all, I am in error. We intended to tell you the background with Paul and to see if you could get some answers, and we all got to run in a bunch of different directions and forgot to. And then a caller reminded us that we were going to and asked us if we did, and we had to sadly tell her no. So you didn't know to ask about it, but you're saying it. It organically came up.
I got a lot of emails, texts, where
people looking at
Facebook posts. Kevin asked Paul about Rick and Bubba, and I'm like, all right, something's going on, So,
Not the old
and so I was kind of like wanting to just stay in my lane, I didn't want, hey, Paul, what's up? Good to see you, blah, 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 but this looming question kept going around in my head. I wonder what it is,
Sure.
But,
now you're us.
And don't leave anything out there, Barry.
Yeah.
Tell him exactly what you told me.
How
it started.
Well, he came in, and I'm wanting to stay in my lane, right? Just, opening act, he didn't really, I don't think he remembered who I was.
Sure.
And so I said, I played with you at the Fat Fest, and he just kind of went, well, that was a long time ago. And I'm like, yeah. He said, that Bubba Fest is what he called it. And I said, yeah. And then he kind of walked off, and I just kind of followed him around a little bit. And I said, I've been asked, to find out what's going on between, you and Rick and Bubba, why you don't go on their show. And he just kind of hesitated for a while. And I was like, I done made him mad or something. But he says, man, I got a new CD coming out in a few months. He said, I ain't got nothing against him. I'd be willing to go. And I thought, well, and I just kept, kind of following him around, and he just kind of turned around and looked at me and he says, gluttony's a sin too. And I was like, okay. He said, they point out other sins, but they need to know gluttony's a sin too. And I was
it. There it is. We got it.
There it is.
It has taken this long to get there. That's it.
That's it?
Wow.
What'd y'all call him?
And you know me, I would have ran out. So what was your response?
Yeah, how did you respond to that, Kevin?
I didn't say nothing, man.
Did you put down your sandwich?
I still don't think that's a deal breaker.
No, I'd already eaten it.
Did you get you some ice cream?
It was and I knew what he was getting at. He's probably thinking, well, y'all preaching and stuff like that. Y'all don't need no gluttony to sin too. And I'm like, well, hello. I wanted to say, well, Rick's lost a lot of weight.
Well, one of the reasons I have is because of the point he's making. But and every time, you wouldn't believe over the years how many times, obviously, I've gotten that comment and gotten that email anytime somebody felt a little bit convicted. And I thought, well, maybe I should work to take that off the table. I can sit and try to defend it or talk about this and that. What if you just took it off the table where they didn't have it anymore?
Mm-hmm.
Just to not for a legalistic standpoint, just to be more effective and not have that. But I didn't know he was still toting that. See, that actually makes sense because I told Bubba that
I'm glad it wasn't me.
That something happened.
What about that old
directly?
That something happened that I was talking to him because the last time I don't want to get overly serious here because it's a very serious topic, but the last time he was arriving here was he came one time after Bronner had just passed. And he and I had a one-on-one conversation about who God is and all this. And I kind of got the sense he didn't really like the take on that. And you didn't say anything, but I mean, there was just kind of the facial expressions. And then he never came back after that. But now what you may have said, which, God did eventually deal with me on, is he might have been saying, well, there's a lot of things in your life you need to address, which he's right, and there's still things I need to address, to be on this sanctification process. But at that time, it was, I don't know. I knew it was. I felt like it was something in the spiritual realm, but I didn't know what it was.
Yeah, I think there's
always thought
there's a lot of bad representation from people of spiritual, like, that say they're this, preachers and all that he's picked up on a lot.
I know, yeah.
And so, therefore, he's kind of standing back observing all this and going, well, look at all this. And I at one point, I did say, well, for me, I said, if a preacher's preaching something and it's not in the Bible, then that preacher is not preaching truth.
Right.
I said, if it doesn't line up with Scripture, it's not truth. But then the subject would immediately change, and I tried to kind of hang on to that, but But on the lighter side, I mean, he's got some great songs.
Incredible. No, we don't have any problem with him. But that's that thing again, and everything.
And Kevin, for the record, I've lost 31 pounds too.
There you go.
So.
And tell him that. Well, there you go. Well, I found him, Bubba, and when he said that, I was going, doggone, man.
Well, but
Lord, chased me down today.
Well, right, and all of that's accurate. But one thing that I think that there may be a slight flaw in that is there'll never be, and that doesn't mean I'm not justifying sin. Absolutely, it was sin in my life, and I had to deal with it. I'm not justifying it at all. However, there'll never be a person presenting the truth of God ever that is sinless. Jesus is it. So you can't go around and say, well, what about what the person's saying? If what the person is saying is of God, he's telling me God's standard, which we already know because what Jesus had to do, this person's never going to live up to. But he's pointing to the truth. The truth is the truth no matter who says it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And what we try to do is say, if I can find a flaw in the messenger, maybe I can ignore the message. And I've done it. I mean, I know that's something we do. But we need to be more concentrating on what Scripture says. If, as you said, Kevin, if the person's pointing that out correctly, because if we're looking for someone who preaches the gospel that lives a perfect life, they wouldn't.
Not gonna hear much
that was only here one time when God became a man. But he told those imperfect people to tell his message and tell them all I commanded, not all we commanded, all he commanded. Because none of us will ever have a consistent message because his message is perfect and we aren't perfect people. So there you go. Yeah.
That's why Jesus came.
Amen. Kevin, thank you, buddy.
And
Great job,
what?
Kevin.
I'm just loving Jesus.
We'll be back.
The problem is, and look, you're right. The problem is, and this is so funny, and we talk about this a lot. I certainly understand that you want to go with good passwords. I got it. I certainly understand you don't want to use the same one for everything. I understand.
But then
all
you
that.
got to keep up with that.
That's it.
Yeah.
And the problem is, I come up with all these really hard passwords that I can't remember.
And then you can't remember.
Then you have to write them down. Then I can't remember where I wrote them down.
Right. Then you got to get an app to remember them. But what if that app's hacked?
Can I tell you what Rick? We can tell you what Rick Burgess does way too many times on these reoccurring things I have to deal with passwords. I can't tell you the amount of times I have to click, can't remember my password
all the time,
and I have to start over and do a new one.
Yeah,
it happens all
the time.
The time.
Yeah,
I mean, I can't find it. I can't remember it. Where was it? And you just get beat down by it.
And here's the thing too. Even if
but I mean, you got to.
Even if you do all that right, then you have a break or a hack like at Equifax. Equifax has every detail on every one of us if you've ever bought a home or financed a car. They know everything about you. And when they get hacked, all that information goes, and then what do? Because they've got it. They can set up accounts. They've got everything. So then you got to have other circuit breakers in place on top of that you can stop that if it gets away from you.
Well, and then we've talked about this a lot. Then the fear, some people probably do live in fear of it. The concern, which that's okay. The concern, but I've noticed with most human behavior, the concern about privacy can't seem to defeat the desire to tell the whole wide world what you're doing.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
listen. I mean, and I got news for you. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. You want information on people, just all you got to do is follow
media.
Follow them on social media.
You put most of the stuff you would consider private on there and tell everybody. If you're a stalker now, I mean, this is the heyday. I mean, the old days you used to look through the window. Now it comes right to you.
Yeah.
They send it over.
Look, somebody's sitting there right now going, "Man, we need to be really careful about identity theft or cybercrime." You mean I can't show everybody I'm snow skiing and where we are? Well, I mean, it's probably not the best thing to do.
Well, how about this?
But
the bad guys know.
I have to do the snow picture. I'm sorry, and I have to tell the whole wide world about it.
Here's the problem: if you're on the slope skiing, the bad guys know one place you ain't.
That's right.
At home.
But I promise you could tell somebody, you go, look, if we post this right now, everybody's going to know that we're not at our house. But we're snow skiing and nobody knows it. You know, well, I think most people can persevere not knowing you're snow skiing, but we have to. Gift number 7. Jingle all the way. Bubba, gift number 1 went to Chris.
Be here and welcome everyone joining us now for over 25 years. How about that?
If you do not have the live video streaming option today, Bubba is wearing the
pretty snazzy
the cap and gown that you were given,
stripes and things,
and whatever that thing is they throw over your
I think
your
they
neck.
call it a hood. It was called a hooding ceremony,
Really?
which I thought that's what happened when people in a van pulled up and threw something over your head and kidnapped you for a prank.
It's better than what I thought. I thought that's what I heard my uncles talking about with the Ku Klux Klan.
I
mean, but anyway, no, it's the hat you were telling me at the party it didn't work.
Well, we didn't have to wear one, so
Okay.
I was glad to hear that.
Oh,
So-
you should have worn it.
Yeah.
And anyway, the one I gave them my hat size, but this nowhere close in this. So
That's not just your regular little hat. There.
No, it's not.
That's I don't know what you call that.
Doctor's hat. It's a sure enough one.
Might need that to read Shakespeare in.
Right, exactly
Something.
what it looks like.
Right? Yeah.
Huh? That's
The honorary doctorate.
Yeah, I'll we'll cover it. There's several stories with that, and the fact that Speedy was there.
Oh,
and,
yes.
and Tyler walking across stage made it even more special.
My daughter was there. Chandler was there. And
Was she?
Mm-hmm.
Was
Friend of hers was graduating, and she said, "Hey, took a picture and sent it to me."
Yeah, that's cool.
Who was graduating?
One of her friends.
Oh, one of her friends. Okay. Yeah. So and I heard the speech. Have I heard it? We'll play it today.
Well, it just a couple of quick comments.
Sure.
I had a few more I bailed out of. You don't want to hold everybody up with lunches on the other side of the ceremony.
No, we got to get going.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
What a big honor, Bubs.
Yeah, well, it's very nice. I appreciate Jack State doing this, the Board of Trustees, and we've talked about it. I grew up in Jacksonville, so being at Jack State something I've always been very familiar with, and
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thanks for being with us. HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Let me tell you something. What a great product. And I know they got competitors out there, but this is America's #1 meal kit. Nobody does it better than them. We have fallen in love with this, and I've got family members and kids that use it because, man, it just really makes meal planning so easy. I know different guys on the show, your families, y'all use it too. They just send it right to the door. You can, let's say that Paul Thorne's called you out on gluttony. What you could do is say, I need to drop a little. No, it's very simple.
Right.
And then you go there and you say, hey, here's the calories I want to stay inside. Here's the food that I want to deal with. This is what I'd like to. Because that's the hardest part sometimes is, preparing the right meals, staying there. They can do it for you. And so anyway, so go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba. But maybe you just want to try some new things. You run into a rut on your meal planning. Things cost. I mean, the costs are going crazy. It's a lot less expensive than takeout and delivery. So go to HelloFresh.com/Bubba right now. If you subscribe, for no matter how long you subscribe, you will get a breakfast item for free. And these egg bites, they have really good. You'll love those. And so go right now. They also have quick lunches, sides, snacks, appetizers, desserts. HelloFresh.com/Bubba, America's #1 meal kit. Nobody does it better. They send you the pre-portioned ingredients, easy to follow, recipe cards. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Now, I do think
you all right?
No, I'm not. What are you laughing at now? Just a continuation of everything Kevin was saying. And off air, he was so uncomfortable trying to talk about it. I know when he came on, he was so not wanting.
Listen, there's so
my favorite line. I tell you what, he does have some good songs.
Listen, call that the transition.
Listen. There's so many elements to this story that are phenomenal. And one of them is the fact that the audience knows us well enough. They made sure to tell Kevin to do it because they knew we'd forget.
Yeah. He said, I got a lot of emails.
I got a lot of emails because Facebook, YouTube. Because first of all, they knew we would forget. And so they got that right.
Can I tell you something? I hate that he feels that way.
Sure.
In whatever.
Should have probably went Matthew 18 and talked to us about it.
I'm seriously relieved. I don't mind that it was you. I'm just glad it wasn't me. No, you know what I'm saying? Because I thought I had sunk the boat,
right?
And I just feel so much better it wasn't me.
I want y'all to. I want y'all to. Well. I want y'all to think about this for a minute.
I didn't want to be the one that pulled the plug and the boat started bubbling.
Right.
You know what I was
We're the only show. Listen, we're the only show also to make this comment. Man, I sure am glad he said I was inconsistent in my Christian walk, and not that I made fun of his song.
Woo! I'm relieved.
He just thought I was a hypocrite. I was afraid I'd mispronounced his song.
Yeah.
That's right.
Woo!
Gluttony. Yeah, all right.
Woo! He just thinks I live in open sin. I didn't mispronounce his song.
Yeah. Hey, that's a relief.
Oh, I'm so uncomfortable.
Oh, my gosh. My gosh. Well, but honestly, I don't know how we can be serious about this at this point, but all it would have taken, as Bubba said in the break, and he's right, Matthew 18 clearly said he should have come to us privately and said, I got a problem with this part of how y'all do the show and how you live your lives. And I just want to tell you that bothers me.
I think he knew you well enough to do that.
Right. And then if that didn't, if we didn't address it, then he could have had some other people come to us and say, hey, I really think this is an inconsistency in y'all's life and we don't like it. And then if we, just said too bad, so sad, then you can go out and tell the whole world because, and that's how it's supposed to work. And I hate he didn't do that because I would, it's been a struggle. I haven't ignored the struggle in my own life. I've tried to address that struggle. And I could have had a man-to-man conversation with him with no problem about it whatsoever.
Yeah.
And I understand where he's coming from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and I would have, tried to tell him some other things that might be helpful, and I'd appreciate him holding me accountable.
Sure.
But to be mad and not address it is not the way you handle it. And I have nothing against Paul Thorne. Don't hear me saying that.
We love Paul.
Yeah. And I'm.
Kevin just texted me and he said, "I'm pretty sure Paul's not going to like me now." But you just were being honest.
No, Kevin, what's wrong with that?
I mean, what a bridge.
I like how he kept following
you don't
him
want to be
around.
honest?
We go back to Matthew.
You want to be honest?
Back to Matthew 18. Kevin
Yeah.
wouldn't have had to tell us.
Yeah.
If Paul just told us.
Right? Barry was the bridge.
How about
he said,
Kevin's-
"So I'm going to need major promotion for my appearance at the Song Theater in Columbiana now."
Absolutely.
So I'm like, "You got it,
Of
Kevin."
course.
And his golf
And
tournament's
golf
coming up.
tournament's coming up. Yeah.
Yep, that's right.
The biggie.
Yep.
Probably that acoustic set. He won for Paul Thorne's out now.
Yeah, sure.
But I loved how Kevin kept walking. He said he kept following him around, just getting a little information at a time.
No, let me tell you what else I love about
So
this.
I just kept
Listen,
following.
no, and I'm look, and we've all been there. Kevin realized he didn't want to have to tell the audience he didn't ask him
That's a
more
good
than he was
point.
worried about
Right,
ruining the
right,
relationship.
right.
That's a
That
fact.
is true.
I've been there.
Yeah.
The audience, they're waiting.
Oh, yes. They want to answer and they want it now.
So good.
Gosh almighty.
It's kind of ironic that Paul Thorne played Fat Fest.
He took that check, didn't he?
He did.
I mean, it was called Fat Fest.
It was.
But what I don't remember.
What did he expect?
Yeah, I don't remember. Because at that time, my mind was in a much different place. I don't remember saying anything to Paul that was directed at him. I don't remember that at all. I don't know. You know what I mean? Because it seemed like if you were going to get upset with somebody,
Yeah, like you called him out for something.
and I don't remember calling him out for anything.
No, I do remember a conversation on air, but it's so vague. I don't even want to bring it up because I might
how
have
many
it wrong.
years ago was it?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a long time ago.
What if Speedy agrees to box him? You think
No,
he would come
sir.
back?
No, sir.
Yeah. He was,
Clearly, that's
Roberto
Adler's.
Duran.
He fought Roberto Duran.
Yeah. Hands of stone.
All Adler's got to do is get him on the ground, he said. So
That's
that's
true.
clearly
Yeah,
Adler.
okay, done. Doing it.
Rick,
I got beat up by
his
man with
stories.
arms
I got to thinking
I
back
loved his stories.
the time we
Oh, his
saw him on the
stories are so
airplane,
good.
and we told everybody he was Huey Lewis.
That was fantastic.
And made everybody get out of the way for him.
So good.
But I thought we had fun with that. I thought he was happy
did
with
too.
that. I didn't think that.
He
bothered
seemed
me.
to enjoy telling the stories. He was always a very good interview. Very good interview.
Yep.
I never got to meet him, and I appreciate you guys for that.
Yeah.
Thank
ruined
you.
that one for
I've
you.
never seen him. Never seen him in real life.
I've also realized based on comments and based on my email that total strangers are much more willing to point things out in your life than friends.
Yeah.
That's true. Isn't that funny? Yeah. It's kind of weird.
Right, shouldn't it be the other way around?
Who's my real friend?
Right. But that's okay. I mean, it's hey, you know what I say, Bub? Hey, our bad.
Yeah.
Or my bad.
Yeah, well, it's ours. It's our bad.
Right.
I say it a lot every day.
Right.
Just get in line.
Sorry about that.
Let's get that picture out he painted and put it up in here.
Are y'all good, though? We happy we have closure on it, though?
I am.
And so now we know how to proceed.
I wouldn't say it's closure. I
Right.
would say we know more than we did.
Right.
I say closure
if we could
on
get Paul back
pretty much
on, it
what's
would
the
be
problem.
better.
Because if he just paused like we do sometimes and then brought up something, that's what's bothering him.
Well, I think we should all learn something from this, and I know it can be uncomfortable, but and you don't want to be rude about it, but it's better usually to just be straightforward, communicate things to people. I think sometimes you keep thinking people will they'll come to this conclusion on their own, and a lot of times people would fix something if you would just bring it to their attention, and just say, hey, this is. This bothers me or whatever. Now, you may come back and say, oh, wow, maybe it shouldn't bother you. You might go, wow, I didn't realize. Okay, thank you. That helped me.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, new CD coming up and all that.
Yeah, maybe we can get it back in here.
Maybe not.
Probably not.
Yeah. Let me go back to
I
here.
think so.
Let me go back to here. Schedule Paul far away from breakfast delivery.
Right, we don't want that. Let's go early or late in the
Maybe
day.
9 o'clock.
Certainly
hour.
don't have him on charity charge day.
Right? No.
Oh, not doing that.
Or Thursday
right-
after peanuts.
Right. I'm writing the word Wednesday and crossing through it.
Yeah.
On a charity charge day.
Right.
So anyway, that's but we know now, Bubba. At least we know. It's not. It's not a
Rick,
mystery.
It's one of those things. For every mystery, there's an answer right there.
Took a
Finally-
long time to
finally
get
got
this
that
one. And who would have thought Kevin would have done it?
I know.
Or he forgot why he was mad. He just went with that because it seemed appropriate.
I done forgot why I was mad.
I know if he knocks on this door, one of y'all are answering, not me.
Do you think you right, Greg? Do you think he looks back and goes, "I was actually mad about something. I realized now was kind of petty. Let me think of something big."
Yeah, let me get a little better now. I was mad about Bubba mispronouncing the title of my song.
Phone calls are next. Let's hear from America. Wait, the mystery is solved. 866 We Be Big. Thank you, Kevin, and thank you, audience, for picking up the slack for us. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I told the crowd we often joke here on the air about my college days since I graduated high school in 82 and college in 92. We call it the decade of learning.
The decade of learning. And I heard you even reference that it really might have even been 12.
It's actually 12 if you count the high school years that I took.
Oh, well,
But really and honestly, people never can believe that.
No.
So we just round it down and go with 10. One of the little lines I wanted to tell the crowd I bailed out of this weekend was, I did go so long that a lot of my family members would go, "Hey, pal, are you trying to be a doctor?" And now I can go, "Well, yeah,
absolutely." First thing I thought of. That's the first thing
Have you seen my hat?
Yeah, let me show it to you because I can't wear it.
Yeah.
I was. That's the first thing I thought of. That joke's over now.
Yeah, I know. That's funny.
That's why we'd get that joke a lot.
But Jack State, I'm very thankful. It did afford me a wonderful opportunity, and as I told the crowd, it wasn't that I was necessarily that bad at academics, but I quit 3 times to take a paying job because so many people in the communications department that fellow students were working at least a part-time job. Some of them stopped to do full-time jobs in cities all around the Southeast. So, they were very sought after. And I'm very thankful that Dr. Theron Montgomery, who's one of our former presidents, had the vision to buy the TV station in Anniston through a private foundation, hold it, and then sell it several years later and make several $1 million profit on it, which they used to build Self Hall, which is a state-of-the-art radio and television production facility. So to get to use that equipment, be in that environment, had a lot of great instructors along the way. Major Turner, who I think we all had in communications, the Mage, as we called him.
Oh, yeah.
And Terry Marbett, who was one of my technology instructors. Again, I had a lot of them. I hate to name anybody, but they particularly took extra time and care with me in a lot of things, and I appreciate that. And Terry was there getting his emeritus award this weekend too, but he's been sick. I didn't get to spend any time talking to him, but Terry, we've been thinking about you, brother. I hope you're doing good. So.
Yeah, so really, if we saw your transcripts, we would see you actually were a pretty good student. It just took a long time.
Yeah, it was, a little of both. Right? A little of both. I'm not claiming I was wearing the dean's list out while I was there. Okay.
No, because I was just thinking about.
I had a few academic missteps along the way.
Yeah, I was thinking that myself because it took me 6 years, and I was the same thing. I was working for all but 1 year of that. And of course, that year I was playing football, so I probably worked harder that year than I did the other years. But you can't take as many hours. But also, my transcript would reveal that some of the extensions were because D's don't give you anything toward the GPA.
Right, you got to bump it up just a little bit.
Yeah,
and I am thankful too for another guy. I haven't seen him in many years, Greg Warren, who invited me to come up and see the college radio station while he was working. And I was already interested in that business, but I had, to get to come up and see the station, it was still at Bill Graves, Rick. You know what I'm talking about?
Is this pre Mr. Allen?
Yes, it is. This is pre. This was when I was in high school. So he invited me to come up and see everything, and boy, it lit a fire. And here we are today. It's still burning, man, you know?
My mom and I were telling.
Too cool.
Thanks,
Greg.
Mom was telling my wife the other day a story about me doing the radio show inside Bibb Graves because it involved the police coming to her house and taking me with them.
Well, Bibb Graves was such a big building.
I remember that,
to give the students running the radio station access to the whole building. Yeah. Because of where the station was, there was no way just to get in and out right there. So,
I discovered that if students are inside this giant building in the radio station, but can walk out the door and walk around the entire building, it can lead to issues. It can lead to some issues.
There it is.
We found out what I was told by the police is that if you have a fire extinguisher battle all over a building, it can damage computers.
Yes, it will. It will. I will tell you. I've got to tell you one of my favorite memories of the radio station when we moved it down to Bibb Gray's.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's in a building and stuff's coming out the windows. People will think a building's on fire, and they'll call the fire department. They'll show up too. We'll be back 15 minutes past the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Minutes to the top. Phone calls coming in at 866 We Be Big. We would love to chat with you if you want to join us. Come on. And the 23rd day of June. All right, so as we work our way back, Alan's standing by. We'd love to hear from you if you want to join us. Helmsy now moves to the phones, and lines are available.
And Rick, we've actually got another chapter in this story. Come to life.
Yeah, it's Super Tom, the engineer, has.
Do you not want to tell it?
You don't want to tell it?
Oh, Tom, you got to
Tom,
tell
you don't
that.
have to if you don't want to.
Tom, don't let us.
Tom, you don't have to do it.
Don't let us pressure you into this.
Come on.
Use that. Bubba's going to let you hunt again. You ain't got it. Huh?
Yeah, he'll threaten it. But
yeah, so
he's got a coal buck for you.
Yeah.
Speaking of coal bucks.
So good. Tom can find him calls. We've nicknamed him Cole.
All right.
So Tom, we tell this, we lay it out. Yeah. I thought I had done something. Rick thought he had done something. Now we've been accused of gluttony.
Right.
Speedy knows
but not the first time on that one, by the way.
You said
you could come up with something else.
You said you had a possible idea.
Well, the last time he was on the show, he and I were in the kitchen just reminiscing about we grew up. We didn't grow up together.
You knew him in high school.
We went to school together in junior high.
Right.
And
y'all was barely stinking.
Yeah, when I first met him, I step out in the hallway and I hear some electric guitar play that funky music, White Boy, and I walk around the corner. He's sitting in the floor, and then we just hit it off. But it was a short time, a couple of years. I think his father had to move out of town. But during that time, and I had forgotten all about it. But during the show one morning, the last time he was on the show, we were in the kitchen, and he goes, "Hey, Tom, you remember that time we almost fought over?" And I'm not going to say her name, but a girl.
Right.
I had totally
in the seventh grade.
In the seventh grade.
Oh my goodness.
Ooh.
Tom.
It may have been Tom.
And I thought,
Tom, he brought up bad memories.
He must have really liked that
for
girl.
someone to bring that up after all these years.
Were you eating when he told you that?
No, I don't think I was eating.
Okay,
Well, I could have. I was in the kitchen.
Right.
Could have had a donut.
Maybe it's all on Tom.
Do you remember how y'all settled it and just said, "Okay, we ain't fighting"?
Either a teacher walked up, or I don't recall. See, I'd forgotten all about it.
He boxed Roberto Duran. What were you? Were you trying to get yourself killed?
But that's the first thing I thought of when he said that. I thought, oh no.
And at that age, and
Does he want
we've
to
all
settle it now?
We all remember those days. So at that age, you thought that if you won the fight, that means you get the girl. Like she has no choice.
Oh yeah.
Like whoever wins gets.
Yeah.
You may win, and her go, "Nah, the guy you just beat up, I like him a lot better."
Right. Yeah.
But I had forgotten about it. And the thing what's funny is after that event, and then later in life, he and I would run into each other at there's a wellness center there in Tupelo where we both go to work out, and we would chat up about gigging. Maybe I could come sit in with you guys and do a show or just play, knock around.
Those who don't know that, Tom is also a musician. So
and he again never brought it up until it just must have hit him that morning when we were in the studio.
That's it. Did he ever come back after that? That's crucial. We need to know the timeline.
That was the last time he was on the
Bubba.
show.
And y'all throwing us under the bus.
Did he mention anything?
Tom opened old wounds.
Did he mention anything about weight?
No, never mentioned that. And
well, he didn't want to tell Kevin that I'm mad about the air engineer and fight we got into over a girl. He don't want to tell that.
He and I laughed it off, but at first I got worried. I thought you're a boxer.
Is it?
You don't want to settle this now.
You think seventh grade Tom could have took him though? Back in the day.
I don't even want to go there.
I'm trying to get him in.
Of course, Greg,
gonna be a
don't
rematch.
answer. Greg's going to land right there. Hey, is it a fact, Bubba, if we were fact finders, is it a fact that you had that conversation with him and he never came back?
That is a fact.
Okay.
That was the last time he
Is
was
that
here.
before his segment or after his segment?
It might have been before.
No, probably
wasn't he on a couple segments or more? It was,
he always was.
Yeah, it was between segments.
The last time he was on, he played. We pulled up a chair.
Oh, we let him play for an hour.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I remember.
And
I was there.
Jam, man.
I thought he liked that we had biscuits and stuff.
Well, hey, Rick.
Most guests are thankful when they
laugh.
You know,
James Gregory always.
They'd always said they were glad to come here because they knew we had breakfast.
Yes, it was part of our
breakfast is not a sin.
Being a great host is we always have food for people.
Well, the reason I brought this up is I've held on to that ever since we haven't seen
You
him.
held that.
And then
How you hold that card?
When he told the reason, I thought, I'm off the hook. I can share it now. That was a private conversation, and I guess I should have kept it that way. But we were laughing about it.
No, that was funny.
Oh my goodness!
But I had forgotten
it's all
about
somewhat laughable.
It is. It is.
Yep.
Phone calls. Let's go to Alan in Nashville.
Boy, the mystery. I mean,
Well,
when
there's
we
no innocent
started
people in
finding
here.
out,
There ain't no
when we
innocent people
started
here.
finding out things, I mean, the dam broke
They
here.
really
didn't it?
did.
No wonder he don't want to come around.
A minute. Here in a minute, Speedy's gonna come clean.
Yeah, every rose has its thorn.
Alan, go right ahead.
Good morning. I'm almost scared to call y'all biggins because I don't want to insinuate that you're gluttons.
That's right. Thank you.
Listen, I understand what you're talking about, Rick. I'm a family life pastor and outreach pastor, and I'm a biggin too. And over the last 2 years, I've lost about 138 pounds, so that tells you how big I used to be.
Wow.
But part of that too was, like you're saying, conviction in my own life, trying to end the sanctification process. And you know, it sounds like Paul, God love him. If he's a brother in the Lord and he confesses Christ, you know, more power to him. But everybody's in a different stage of maturation too. So him holding on to that. But you said it just right a while ago. He should have come to you if it really bothered him, if that was the thing. But I think the way y'all get him back is since he thinks that y'all don't preach about all sins, if Bubba would just have a beer with him down at the lake and smoke, and Speedy would go outside and smoke a cigarette with him, and you let Greg cuss a little bit around him, then he'll feel accepted.
I'm willing to do my part.
Greg's willing to do his part. Yeah, Alan. Yeah, thanks.
So I love Paul's music. I'd kind of like to see him in here live singing.
Look, I don't have any
I
problem.
really want to compliment him a lot, so I don't get a call from him.
Okay,
I'm a little nervous.
No,
I don't want a mad Paul calling me.
No, I'm going to reach out to him and have a person. I will. I mean,
Yeah.
I will if his number's still good.
Yeah.
Earl in
Speedy,
Butler.
you're pretty skinny. You're all right.
Earl, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Talking about flashbacks, I was listening this weekend to Best Of. When was the last time y'all heard from David Johnson from Mississippi? Have y'all heard from him lately?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
he's usually pretty close by.
Tom, did you go school him too?
Well, he quit calling because Tom tried to beat him up in 7th grade.
Yeah. He called
about
about
a girl.
He called about a month ago. I talked to him off air. Said he had some long COVID.
Oh
Did he?
boy.
Okay.
that he was working
Is he on pro-Trump or you know he broke away from Trump for a little while, but I
He
think
did say
he's
he had
back.
a song for me, but we couldn't keep.
Well, I know
talking.
exactly
Why
how it
did he
sounds.
break away from Trump?
I
remember
forget.
that.
He got
but
mad at Trump about something. I forget what.
Did
it
he
was.
really?
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
After he'd written all them Trump songs that were basically him saying Donald Trump.
I think he
over
tried
and
to
over.
tell us what he was upset with Trump about, but we couldn't understand what he was really. I didn't follow it. Did you?
Nah,
You know, that's another best of bit. The time he advertised where he was performing at, and he put "as heard" on the Rick and Bubba show. It was written on like a piece of cardboard at the venue.
So good, so good. The you know, and when you're dealing with stuff like that Earl, it you know, there's a certain responsibility when people can't cull themselves, maybe for maybe some challenges or things in their lives, and so it's kind of our job to sprinkle, and if we see that maybe. That when you try to sprinkle, you give
Coming
them
in a little hot.
You give them the ball, and they can't quite seem to get it in the end zone. They keep fumbling it, and you finally think, okay, we've heard the best this particular caller has to offer, and so every attempt we've made after that has not met our expectations for what they bring to the table, and and then if people hear it all the time, which some people will call every single day. And you've heard our show. None of us can really pull off being funny every single day. You know what I mean? It is and for a caller to take on that responsibility, that's a lofty goal.
Every single day.
Yeah. So we
my goal is 2 days a week.
Right. So what we try to do is give David his platform, and we think it's time to try again. And we started we didn't get as many wins as we got in the past.
Is that a nice way to say it?
It is, Rick, kind of.
Yeah. So
good as anything.
Love him though.
Yeah. You're just saying he's not funny anymore.
Thanks, Greg, for didn't want to say that.
Rick and Bubba.
You know, we're all there and kept saying, "Are you taking it every 12 hours like it says?" Oh, I forgot. I missed around. I'm like, honey, you can't. All about.
How about Aaron? Just sweet as she can be.
Hey, the Adlers were as precious as they could be.
Yeah.
I drew a lot of heat, by the way, last night where I need your help. I get home, of course, Sherry's got a blanket and in her pajamas and all on the couch, and she said, "Can I see some pictures?" And I was like, "Oh, I didn't take any." And
Yeah,
she's
well,
like,
let the pro handle.
She's like, "You didn't take any pictures?" And I was like,
"Oh, here's the video."
Yeah, and
I think it's got audio.
Does it? Is that Sky Bell right there?
Yeah, he's got to let him click a couple of buttons there. He was just doing B-roll.
But we did a little pseudo baby shower. All right, here we go.
All right, is everybody ready?
Yes.
Okay. Guess what? This is a video, so let's just all together say, Merry Christmas! 3, 2, Merry Christmas!
Look at us. And that aside,
couldn't be any cuter.
But with the Adlers as precious as they could be.
Oh, you kidding me?
Of course, in an uncomfortable moment, as Helmsley's wife always does, she's a lactation nurse, and she forgets that that's what she does for a living.
Yeah.
So it's no big deal to her, and she'll just talk so open about it.
Yeah, the term she uses.
At one point, she got this wraparound nursing thing and started showing Aaron how to use it, and we were like, Amanda, we're all right here.
There's kids in the room, babe.
Rick, she threw that thing on quick too. You know what I mean?
She was ready.
I mean,
kidding me?
It would have took us longer than that to get it out of the bag.
Yeah.
She just threw that thing on and started demonstrating it, and I was like,
"Oh, is that a float? Are we going swimming? What are we doing?"
I was telling Sherry about it, to which I got, "Show me a picture of it." I'm like, I didn't take a picture of it. I'm sorry.
And I was like, man, that thing's going to be awesome to use for me. Oh, that's for the baby.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Baby.
That and the
Gotcha.
the onesies for the baby too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we told Adler he could wear the onesies to the baby you got here. Yeah, well, you and your wife and her little pregnant self, y'all were just as precious as y'all could be last night. I'm not talking about just precious.
She's pregnant.
I know.
My wife is pregnant. It is official.
I know it. And your dad's breathing a sigh of relief.
Yes, he is.
Yeah. She was in the kitchen. Aaron was getting a snack, after we ate, and we were all transitioning to do something else. And I know she's only 5 months along, but I started my own the baby prediction thing. I was asking her some questions,
Yeah.
And she said, right now, if it's food, I'll eat it. I don't care what it is.
Right.
But she was giving me some hints.
That may
I'm
explain my problem.
I'm getting an idea here.
I think Aaron thinks it's a boy. I think it's a girl, but we don't know. We'll find out later.
Greg, a moment you would have approved of big time on your behalf. Started going over names with Aaron and Adler.
Oh, boy.
And if it's a boy, let's think about the initials. Brock Adler. And the initials B.
I mean, that right there sums it up.
There you go.
You don't go with that.
Yeah.
Aaron, in a kind of an uncomfortable moment, we were sitting there talking about names. Aaron was like, we sit and talk about names, and then all he does is talking about me is joke names. I immediately
I was there for that.
Yeah, I was very uncomfortable.
Yeah, you and I were both standing there. She was like that thing where your wife will say something in front of people who know you,
Right.
so maybe they'll join her in trying to straighten you out.
Right.
Well, it's kind of hard for us to do this since all Chris wants to do is do joke names over and over.
Hey, I'm like, Brett Michaels Adler is a great name. What are you talking about? You think I'm joking?
Yeah.
She started it. She's good. Of course, we can't do it because he wants to do joke names over and over.
Right.
It is kind of funny to see Aaron and Chris together because you realize that Chris has much more hair product than she does.
I know.
I do. Yeah. So that's good.
Can I tell you, I laughed my head off at the Daily Documentary Friday because I didn't hear you say it. There was too much going on. I'm pointing to Bubba.
What did I say this time?
When he was up there with the Oculus,
I don't like that documentary.
When he's up there with the Oculus VR, I'm talking about Adler, and he's acting like he's fighting, and you said this is what it looks like when Jesus fights the devil.
missed that live. I don't know how you got a lot of my stuff just needs to be said, enjoyed, let it move on.
Yeah, let it
I don't like it to be documented too long and be critical and looked at too close.
It was so good. I had to subtitle it. I do not want the people to miss that live.
Fantastic.
It was awkward also when I first got there. Speedy had to tell me my shirt was buttoned incorrectly. I'm like, great, I'm supposed to be somebody's dad. I can't even dress myself. How am I supposed to dress
That's
a kid?
actually part of being a dad.
Yeah.
He
was a button off, so one side of his button up was longer.
Your dress
than
will
the
get
other.
worse as you go.
Yeah.
I know you kept your record going of not being on time.
Yeah, I did. Yep. 20,
Okay, well, I messed that
good
up.
20 minutes. It was 10 minutes. Only 10 minutes this time.
No, this was on time. I mean, this was a record of how close to being on time y'all were.
I thought it was going to be worse, but it was actually not as bad as I thought it was going to be, so that's good. The view is amazing up there.
Yeah,
Last time it was a pea soup fog. We could barely get there. And
Right.
this time you could actually see. That was really nice.
Yeah. We had the pea soup this morning when we left.
Yeah. How long did it take me to tell Betty how much I thought the hammer tower looked good out there?
Oompa Loompa.
Did she show you the picture I sent her after I was done, after I left?
I noticed Amanda wasn't helping any either, reliving her childhood days from her dad being a ham guy. She was really talking about how much she liked everything, and I noticed Betty was not enjoying her positivity on the antenna.
Y'all are so funny. Y'all are comedy acts. I mean to tell
The
you.
good thing it can't be seen from the road.
Well, it was mobile, too. It's mobile.
Well, that's if it was there and it's not in
It's
there.
usually in the garage.
In there.
That might have been one of your guests. It's on the trailer.
Yeah. What a great party. Love it.
Rick and Bubba.
Minutes past the hour from the Big Boy Studio, from Sweet Home Alabama to the world. Calvin Speedy Wilburn, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler, Helmsy, all here as we roll into another hour. And we'll get your phone calls in this hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you're just joining us, we've covered a lot. And you can go back and pick that up on our daily archives if you missed it on the live show. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day.
Bubba, it is time for us to do our daily check-in on the leader of the free world, Joseph Biden.
Anybody know Basement Joe?
How about I saw a car in a grocery store parking lot yesterday after church that had a Biden bumper sticker on it.
Did you have to look at them?
I did. Nobody was in it, but I found myself walking over and looking at the car. I did.
got to see
I
this.
just like, I can't even believe these. So these exist.
Yeah.
It looked like an old sticker, so I don't know. You don't know how they may feel about it now. I'll tell you one thing. Once they walked out of the grocery store, I bet they look at it the way I did.
Yeah, once they had that receipt.
But anyway, so we have a couple of Bidens today. You want to just roll them in order,
Yeah, let's
Adler?
just roll them out.
So here's a false story about Trump. This is. Can you help me with this? This I know what he's going to say. You want to play it first and then say, yeah, okay. Here is Biden. It's something he's been saying about Trump, but the only problem is this didn't happen.
And he gets into this old man yelling. He
He
starts
does that.
hollering.
Yeah, he does that when he's mad.
Donald Trump, when he was commander in chief, refused to visit a cemetery, U.S. cemetery outside of Paris for fallen American soldiers. And he referred to those heroes, and I quote, as suckers and losers. He actually said that. He said that. How dare he say that? How dare he talk about my son and all of us just like that?
My son and all the rest of us. Is that what he said? My son and all the rest of us like that? I think that's what he said.
Yes, that's what he said. But that story is not verifiable at all.
No.
Yeah, it seems like I vaguely remember that being thrown out there, but again, I don't know what the
context.
What would be the point to make that? Why? Just ask a common sense question. Why would you say that?
Does this?
You know, I don't see what you would. Anybody think that would be a good idea?
Does this somehow? Is this a spinoff of what he said about McCain?
No, he did say he preferred his heroes uncaptured.
Yes,
Yeah,
he did.
I remember
So
that.
I
need to rethink that.
Right. Is that a spinoff from that? Has somebody taken that statement and said,
I've
you know
heard
what?
this before,
I know, but did they take it? They start there and then build on it and say, well, you know what? If he said that, then that really what he's saying is this. And somebody said, well, oh, is he really? Did he say that, or is that what he's saying by saying that about McCain? And before you know it, he actually said that. Yeah. And so I'm just trying. I'm just trying to look for any reference point on it. You know, I can't believe that it was just grabbed out of thin air.
But you would think in today's world, and I guess this happened when he was president, there would have been some footage of it.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, matter of fact, if he said that, I'd be running it in every political ad opposing him.
Absolutely.
I'm talking about in the primaries. I mean, you know, not even in.
And was he referring to, is his son?
His son
buried over there?
No,
he died. He was in the service when he died. But now he's also, and I'm not going to get into this because it's horrible no matter how anybody dies. But he acts like he's up there with Gold Star families, and I think he died of cancer while he was in the service.
But he hadn't served in a few years, many years.
Bottom line is,
from what I understand,
he's trying to say because his son was in the military, and we thank his son for his service, and his son died, that he's trying to somehow pull his son into. Now we know his son did not storm the beach at Normandy.
Right. But he's told of other people before. You know, my son also was
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because age wouldn't work out for that. But anyway,
so he's saying by disrespecting them, he's
if you
disrespecting my
disrespect
son.
Anybody who's ever died in the military, their son would be included. And I guess
the mystery disrespect that he's referring to.
Now I'd like to have somebody play the clip when Trump actually said that.
Yeah,
that out.
Because that's a pretty big accusation.
That's a big one. Yeah. You know, and again, I just feel like did it spin off that McCain comment maybe?
Well, you know how they love to half quote Trump and then stick it with something else he said and add it together.
That's what
it's just like when he said that there were a lot of people coming over the border who were bad people. That we've got criminals and some other things. He didn't say every single person that was an immigrant coming in here. He didn't say every single person from Mexico. But he pointed out without vetting this, you don't know what's coming over here. And we've had several people who committed crimes, some of them very heinous crimes, gang-related stuff, who did come over the border illegally.
And the Charlottesville thing, remember that? He's talking about white supremacists. He said some were good people. No, he meant people who also protested you taking the flag down that were not white supremacists.
Right.
They were, you know, it was
Right.
bad heritage.
But they
still.
turned it into he was praising white supremacists.
Yeah, he said some of them are nice. Good
He
people.
was trying to say just because you want a Confederate monument to stay up, that doesn't necessarily mean you're a horrible person.
Now, he did a terrible job in delivering that.
He did. Well, and I like my heroes uncaptured is not a great.
It's probably hard to defend.
Right. That was
It probably could have been phrased a little better.
Sure.
Here's another example of Biden twisting his words because Trump just said recently, talking about the economy, when there's a crash, I hope it's going to be during the next 12 months because I don't want to be Herbert Hoover. Okay? So he wasn't wishing for a crash. He was predicting a crash. And here was Trump's comments. Or here's Biden's comments on this, kind of twisting his words a little bit.
All right.
That American consumers are facing real confidence in their economy we're building.
Because of you.
Let me tell you who else is noticing that. Donald Trump. Did you see what he recently said about that he wants to see the economy crash this year? The sitting president.
It's embarrassing.
Of course, he's
So they
not
say in
president.
my face.
He's not the
sitting president.
You can't have it both, Joe. You can't have it both
You don't
ways.
even know who he is.
He can't be
I'm the sitting president?
He can't have said it last week, and he can't be the sitting president.
Yeah.
You just can't roll it.
I
all
hadn't
together.
seen him do the close eyes lockup in a long time.
What octave was he in right out of the gate on that one? Did you hear him? He came out of the gate way up here. You know?
He did. So hard to go any higher. When
He's like, I pitch.
Yeah. All right. So and now what happens?
He does a little bit better here.
Okay.
Asylum officers. and over 100 cutting-edge inspection machines to help detect and stop fentanyl coming on our southwest border.
Goodness gracious.
What about the drug dealers carrying it?
How about the barbed wire? Why don't you leave it alone?
I don't know.
Yeah, just leave the.
I don't know who he's
razor wire, Joe.
The sad part
They're
is,
hurting you.
if there was somebody said go out as the president and compliment a group of people, we can't identify what group of people he's talking about. No, look at this border. I mean,
Right.
all right. So, and now this is the one about if I were smart.
Yeah.
See, is this one? Is this one 3? 1C.
Yeah. I'm not looking.
1C.
Folks,
You okay, Billy?
if I were smart, I'd say thank you and leave.
Yeah.
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 Guys, you know
that applies to a lot of the speeches you give.
Listen, we're not. I'm all for this. Okay, moving the defense out of the way and letting the kids score touchdowns.
Yeah, right.
Letting somebody in a ball game let them score.
Sure.
Nobody covering them.
Right.
We shouldn't do that with the president of the United States.
No. Yeah, you should draw the line at that position.
That's a good point. Yeah.
We really shouldn't.
Hey, that's a pretty important spot, y'all.
No.
You're the most powerful in the world.
No. We want to be kind to those that are going through what he's
Absolutely.
going through, but we shouldn't let them. We shouldn't go as far as, like you said, let's act like it's okay for them to be president.
Build back better. Burger.
Yeah. Let them get a base hit. Base hit, sure.
Yeah.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Eddie Van Adler, all here. Caitlin Bussey helping out. You look more like Patty than the dog.
There's a precious moment shot just completely destroyed.
Hey, we are live.
Wow.
Rick, you can't take it back. It's gone now.
Yep.
Well, he doesn't look like Doc.
That wasn't the Doc, by the way. Right. I don't have a beard.
Right. He doesn't look like Doc. I look more like Doc. He looks more like Patty. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah,
but stop it.
Move on.
Rick and the dog. So
might dive on him.
But anyway, speaking of that, the representatives of Jacksonville State University will be with us next hour as we recap. We've talked a little bit about Bubba getting his honorary doctorate, but we'll play back some of the live stuff from it coming up next hour. So we'll talk.
We'll have to ask them really the question everybody wants to know. Hey, what were you thinking?
Yeah. You know, I was laughing about that because I've been to graduations with my two oldest kids where they've given honorary doctorates, and they get up and talk about that person's contribution to society and why they're getting it and what this represents. Did they ever tell you what yours represents?
Oh, they had something they read there.
Okay,
it's
something they read.
Parts of it were a little hard to follow, but it was.
Reese missed that part. He was talking to 911.
Yeah. I asked Reese about it. He said, I don't know. I was talking to 911. But anyway, so
I had a lot of people say, I didn't know you and Todd Jones were related. And
Bill Bubba Jones. Bubba Jones. Oh, yeah. So we'll talk about that coming up. But so Rick and Bubba Christmas party. We talked about the precious Adlers, and we did a little baby shower for them and how precious they are. We talked about Bubba and I. Really, at one point, we're working out, just really being therapeutic about the fact that we're 55 years old, and we actually have dogs in our homes that we have to get various prescriptions for.
Oh yeah, yeah.
When Betty looked at me and says, "Wait a minute, Rick, you trying to give me a dog that's got 3 prescriptions?" I said, "Yeah, he's got some sort of liver problem, and sadly, he keeps doing well." How about I got to the point after the chicken attack yesterday? I called one Brooks Big Love Burgess over. I said, "Look, your mom would be fine. I think young Broderick would be fine." I said, "You're the only person that I think the reason why this dog is still here." And I said, "I need you to just acknowledge." Because he did that thing, you heard him talking about it at the party. He goes, "Well, I told Dad I would take it to start." Well, I said, "See, this is showing that you're not there yet. You don't understand." So I did this, and it was the end of it. I said, "All right, you're at college. The people that your 3 roommates, y'all want to go to the Hangout Festival, which they've talked about that, down at Gulf Shores. You got your tickets. Y'all going down there. Y'all got somewhere to stay." And I said, and here comes the question: what about the dog?
Yep.
What about the dog?
I said, you're going to bring into your life this horrifying thing that hangs over every family that has pets. Hey, man, let's go do. Oh, what about the dog?
Hey, what we're gonna do about the dog? Hey, look, we're gonna do that thing. Then let's do this. Hey, I'll tell you what. If we do that, let's. Hey, but what about the dog? I got the dogs. Hey, somebody goes, what about the dog? What about the dog? What about the dog? What about the dog? And I said, so that you want to take that to college? And he's like, no. He acknowledged, no, I really don't. Yeah. I said, it sounds good. You're picturing yourself watching TV, the dog sitting over there, you and your friends. I said, but you're not thinking about the real. I said that's part of adulthood when you realize what this really means. Yeah. And I said, so I've got Betty Bussey ready to take this dog, and you're ruining it. And so then she found out he's got liver problems and 3 prescriptions.
Yeah.
When you two and we've had a history on this show. Y'all talking about animals, especially you, and I'm pointing to Rick. You talking about how you got to give your dog 3 pills a day?
Unbelievable.
I said I can't believe it was you talking.
I said when I'm getting
got to that point.
When I'm getting out peanut butter, and I'm dipping various pills in peanut butter. With a plastic knife, I'm trying to spread it on there and dropping it, putting it down in a pan and putting dog food over the top of it. And I'm thinking to myself, what have I become? I'm 55 years old. This is the stuff I should have been dealing with in my 30s. I mean, what's next? You're going to show up tomorrow with a newborn baby? We're going to do that all over again? I mean, I'm just like, this haven't I moved past this? Isn't this over? Little kids want pets, so daddy's got them. What am I doing with this dog? How did I end up with it? And it'd be one thing, like you, Bubba. Betty takes care of the dog, but I'm really the one who, a lot of times, has to be the primary dog person.
Well,
before
we got in fairness, before we got the dog, I announced that I'm not doing stuff for the dog. If this is the deal that you're willing to make. As a matter of fact, it was with Caitlin, I believe, and I do, of course, I don't completely avoid.
Let's go with it. We're back. Thanks for being with us today. Much to cover, and we've covered a lot of it. Catch the archives on any part that you may have missed. All right, so more things to cover today, and I'm not saying that people, we shouldn't damage property. I know that, but only this show would want to go deeper than that. Can somebody explain to me, and I'm good, and maybe I'm just missing it. How are we tying damaging famous, priceless art, or attempting to? They have them covered, so it's not doing any good other than making a mess.
I believe I'd want to put that up and just put a copy out there.
Yeah. What's the tie of me seeing you damage art, and I go, you know what? I think I will be a little more cognizant of saving the planet. I don't understand how art is tied to death of planet. I would think that most of the people, could be wrong, that might be drifted into the cult of earth worship would probably come from a more artistic left view, right?
Right.
You would think they would be appreciators of art.
Yeah.
I don't understand what they think they're accomplishing. And the story we have here, we have the video. A bunch of idiot climate people are throwing soup on the Mona Lisa. Why are we doing this?
It's behind glass, and that's good, but what if it wasn't? What if they broke the glass? I mean, that could destroy that.
Of course, I've stood right there, bail.
Somebody needs to slap the snot out of him.
What's Patty Moultrie doing there?
Where's Dan?
They're speaking. We can't understand.
French, yeah. They're speaking French.
Where's Sherry when you need her?
Yeah. I don't know if they're cussing.
Hey, let me tell their security. Instead of putting up little barriers, why don't you go slam them to the ground?
Greg, now then there's going to be another story.
Well.
But I don't understand. I don't understand the tie-in.
As long as they keep getting a slap on the wrist when they do this.
You're right.
So the security thinks if we cover them up, that somehow
it's like somebody trying to hide signals at an NFL game.
Right.
Or a college game. What are they doing?
We should make, to Bubba's point, throwing soup on the Mona Lisa such a bad experience.
Yeah.
That somebody holding a can of soup would put it down.
Yeah.
And
say, you don't even want to pick up soup in the supermarket.
No,
anymore.
you won't even eat soup anymore.
Yeah.
It was such a bad experience.
Look at them. But they're letting them stand there while they put things in front of them. Well, that's doing a lot of good. There's that Mona Lisa with stuff all over.
But back to my original point, I think it's goofy, but I can see someone tying themselves to a tree because I love the earth and I love old growth.
Right. I mean, at least it makes sense.
Then I go, okay, you don't want
see the point.
You don't want people to cut the tree down. I got it.
Got it.
How is the Mona Lisa and damaging it tied to the climate?
I guess that they know it'll make world news going after something so priceless.
Just to stand there.
Attention.
So I stand before the Mona Lisa, which, by the way, you see that thing in front of it? That's exactly what Sherry went behind to get a better picture. Okay.
Yes.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
That barrier?
So she's standing right where the protesters are.
Correct. The only thing difference, take the soup and put a camera.
Yeah.
But Sherry was excited about the experience.
Yeah.
And,
she didn't understand what rails are for. But, just like Eric, there goes Sherry right up under.
No, she understood it. She just said, I can't get a good picture from it.
Well, I understand.
Right.
You want a good angle, Rick.
And she was like, I'm just in and out. I'm not
Rick, I've traveled this far. At least I'll be able to.
Well, but you look at
You're on the
this.
other side of the world.
Well, if you look at this right now, though, you go, if you're going to let people crawl in and throw soup, really, was my thing a big deal?
Yeah, really.
You know what? A little more security on soup, a little less on people taking pictures.
Bubba, you know what they need to do? Be
Back to
hog-tied and
Santa
taken out. That'll stop it.
Yeah,
wonder what
hog
kind of
tie them,
soup.
take them out, and don't mention their name on the news, and let them get caned out back.
Sure.
Ain't nothing like good caning.
But
You don't see repeat offenders with caning. You got to admit.
Yeah, you're right.
We ain't heard a peep out of that teenager they got.
No, we haven't.
No.
We have not.
No.
I think he's still picking up trash on the side of the road just in case.
Yeah, I'm good.
And you couldn't get him right on the car for anything.
No.
But let's go back to this again. Is this them giving up on people like us? Because see, this makes me hate the climate change movement even more.
Oh, I know.
It doesn't win me over to them.
That they would destroy fine art.
It angers me. And I don't even really care about the Mona Lisa. I'm just mad about it.
Yeah. But I mean, Adler, do you know, like in
I thought it was overrated.
Your jujitsu,
Not that good a picture.
and your belts and stuff, how you can, as you move up, you get a different colored belt.
Yes.
Do you think in their community, if they do stuff like this, they raise and they're I guess promoted in the
get
ranks?
so much for
or
gluing
something?
yourself to
You
the
mean
floor.
like the naked and afraid people have a survival score?
Yeah.
And they're
Yeah.
trying
Yeah.
to up
Yeah.
there. I saved the planet score.
Right. Yeah. Look what I did. I threw stuff
went
on
up
Mona
2
Lisa.
points.
That makes sense.
I glued my face to the concrete.
Yeah.
Which
All right.
I've never understood.
Also,
That is the glue myself down.
What is that?
That's different.
now video 9. Who in the world vandalizes and steals Jackie Robinson's statue?
Yeah.
What are you going to do with it?
And
Who does
this
it?
is at a youth baseball field in Wichita, Kansas.
Right.
What in the world?
And they cut Jackie's statue off right at the ankles.
And that's a pretty good looking statue.
It is a great looking statue.
It is.
Who's anti Jackie Robinson in 2024? I mean, does somebody think it's valuable? Or are they trying to get
is that
money
them
for
backing
it?
Look
up
at
to
that.
it?
That's them getting it.
Oh, so they just knocked it over with
Cut
their
it
truck.
off right at the ankle.
Right.
Look at that.
Wow.
I wonder how many hacksaw blades that.
Do they think it's of value but you can't sell it?
It's gonna be tough to.
Then
move
everybody goes. You're the one that knocks Jackie's.
I mean, I've heard of street signs in your college apartment. Is that what they're trying
Boy,
to do?
that's a walking dog. There.
Yeah.
We got Jackie Robinson with no feet.
I know you're gonna have to do something about the feet.
Yeah.
And all the bases he stole, you want the cleats.
I know.
You know, I mean, that's
who? Why do people just? Are they gonna try and take it to scrap yard? What?
I don't.
Somebody,
know.
I did see that. Somebody, they're probably going to sell it for scrap metal.
Well, who's gonna buy it?
I guess they got to bust it up or something.
Unless they got some.
I mean, you don't want to have that on your property somewhere. That'd be easy to
That's
spot.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
Is
So
that a 42 amongst that rubble?
Yeah. What in the world?
and you know when you think about the stupidity of this and these people, I know. Didn't you say there's an attempt to say there's some racial aspect to this?
Well, the story that
you
got all
aspect.
kind of headlines on it. One of them said Jackie Robinson statue stolen a week before Black History Month. I really don't know that had anything to do with this. I mean, these criminals were just trying to get the copper. I guess.
I think you may
bronze
be
or whatever.
After precious metals.
Yeah. I think that you may be overthinking this. I think this is just dumb stupidity.
Yeah.
Thinking that somehow it's worth something and they're going to sell it for the copper or whatever.
Drunkenness.
But anything's on the table. But it's just I don't understand why anyone would ever say, yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
You know, we used to go change the letters on marquees.
Sure,
that's funny.
That's not
Sure.
permanent.
You know, but
Sure.
right.
Live music and evil music so close together.
It really is.
Yeah.
And the time we changed the sign on our high school and
our principal, trying to get out there with his ladder every morning to get it before everybody got there. It's just
bright
so,
and early on
it's
Friday,
just so
right before the
good.
pep rally.
See, that's good. That's good stuff.
That's just good
But
humor.
this is just stupidity and destructive.
Yeah, this is criminal. Yeah.
Speaking of removing statues, did y'all hear about the Thomas Jefferson statue that they removed from New York City Hall after 187 years?
I knew some of that was going on, but I didn't know that specific thing.
Do y'all know why?
Why is that?
I mean, it's other than just like whitewashing our history and getting rid of our founding fathers.
And I know the world's going to be a better place once they get that thing out of there.
Right.
Is this because of the slave thing with him? Is that what it's about?
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't think they had any other reason.
Right. Took us a long time to get mad about it. I mean, it's
187 years.
Yeah. We'll be right back. Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Didn't deny the dog. But
Well, you're like me. Sometimes you have to. You have a choice.
Yeah, and
because you don't want to be animal cruelty.
Right. But they take care of it for the most part. And I love the dog too, but I just didn't want the responsibility because I'm on the run a lot.
Well, what about the dog? Well, this was the deal I made. I didn't think through was with the kids, not with Sherry. Well, the kids are gone.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So, and Sherry's like, well, I didn't make that deal. And then I was like, okay, so the people you made the deal with are gone.
Yeah.
And so that's
What about the deal?
Could anything be more?
Well, but here's where you made a mistake, and you were just talking.
Yeah.
Talking about the maintenance of animals, and we talked about Claudia, our cat, or was our cat, and we were going through this, and you were just talking about the daily routine with yours, and Betty, it hit her. Betty said, "Wait a minute,
I know.
Are you trying to give me a dog that requires 3 pills a day?"
I know.
And then I think she realized at that point the maintenance that was going to come with getting your dog.
Well, because she's picturing her dog's got to go to chemo, then my dog's got to have pills.
She has to give it two medicines a day. It's not a pill for him. She has to squirt it into mouth.
And we got to talk about that.
She has to sell it to make it think it's getting a treat. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's funny.
So
the old meat treat.
It was so funny when the dog attacked the chickens across the road yesterday, and I've got neighbors standing in my front porch talking about our dog keeps trying to kill their chickens.
Yeah. And their crippled chickens.
And their crippled chickens limping around.
Tasting chicken blood.
And
they gimped up.
So I guess you compensated them for that, I guess.
Oh, of course. Yeah. Well, what's a chicken cost? $3? Yeah. So anyway,
wasn't that bad?
So the door shuts, and Sherry says, "Do not start with your age." Because that's how I always start. I am 55 years old. I am a grown man, and I am dealing with this glorified stuffed animal that keeps causing me hassles. I wanted to be effective in this time of my life. You know what I mean? The chaos of all these different responsibilities stuff. People,
you should have that filtered out by now.
All this should be over. How am I still in the dog years?
But Rick, what it is, we're still having to deal with some of the mistakes we made earlier in their life, and that you just now you realize, hey, I'm not going to do that again. But you're still dealing with what's out there.
I didn't think this dog would live this long.
Right. Because he's hanging in there like a champ.
Because a lot of times when you get these weird dogs where people create them in like laboratories, Cavapoo, Labadoo, all this kind of stuff. Usually those dogs get sick. Well, they are sick. This one's sick too, but now it keeps making it. I'm like, this will be the last time here. They won't be long. And then
so if you fix that one area of your fence, are all problems resolved, or is there multiple areas?
This fence cannot hold a dog this size. No way. No way, no how. I'd have to go back to. But he doesn't. If he was a stay outside dog, you'd think about getting an electric fence. But he only goes out to go to the bathroom and come back.
And chase chicken.
And if you can make that go well, but what it is, every now and then on that trip outside, he goes rogue after the chickens.
So do you have to keep him occupied, like his attention? Like when does he take off? Is just unannounced?
Unannounced. Sometimes he'll come.
He hear something like kids playing or something?
Yeah. And sometimes, though, I don't know how it's happened.
Just catch a whiff of the chicken.
That might be it.
He stays on the screened-in porch, that I spent a fortune on to make nice. Now it's got a dog on it. But anyway, is
he appreciates it, Rick.
I can't remember the last time.
Little buddy Burgess.
I can't remember the last time a human being even has been on that porch that we just had to have. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And actually spent time on it. You know what I mean? But anyway, there's a dog on it. But anyway, so he's got a really nice setup. But there's times I think he must know the chickens or smell them or something that if you open the door for the bathroom trip, he'll bolt. And now if Sherry hollers at him, he'll come back. If I holler at him, he'll come back. The time he got away from me is I was on the phone with the truck that got hit 1.6 miles from the car lot.
Right.
And so he knew I was distracted, so he took off.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the boys who are now home, and credit to them, they are taking responsibility for the dog. The problem is they're not there enough for him to respect them. So he doesn't pay any attention to them. It's like, I don't know, y'all are just part of the pack. Y'all ain't nothing special. And so he got away from. I heard the clapping of hands in the backyard, which means that's somebody trying to get him back. And I thought to myself,
get his attention.
I thought to myself, chickens are in trouble. I didn't know. See, where they corrected me, and I thank my neighbors for correcting me on that. I thought he was just barking at them and running around the coop or something. And they clarified that he's actually successfully biting them. I didn't know.
Okay.
Yeah. So that took it to another level.
We're the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba.
We're back. Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. TheraBreath. TheraBreath went on the road this past weekend. TheraBreath lozenges in tow. Let's go. That way, when I decide to get a little something to eat there, and of course not anything that was overindulgent, sometimes you get a little spicy, drink a little coffee, then I use the lozenge and get the breath fresh again. So if I'm gripping and grinning, nobody's like, wow, Burgess has got stank breath. And you can get all these products by going to TheraBreath.com. And there's over 100 retailers that have TheraBreath products on their shelves. Look for that orange cap. You got the mouthwash, you got the toothpaste, and then you've got, for gum health, they've got a gum rinse that is fantastic. They have a whitening oral rinse that's superior to the others. Everything is designed to address the situation. Valentine's Day is going to be here before you know it. Fresh breath is a great gift for everyone. So get yours right now by going to TheraBreath.com or just shop at these retailers all over the country and get these products and put them to work for you. Because they're unmatched by the competition because they actually take care of the problem. They don't just cover it up for a few minutes. All right, so we have a couple of stories now. We didn't want to do base jumper first or Saban on boogie board?
Let's do base jumper. Come back to Saban
because we'll need Saban to take us out of the funk of the base jumper.
That's a good call there.
Yeah, we've got a video here of a British base jumper. And apparently he is pretty advanced in this. He does this a lot. He was going to jump from a very high building in Thailand, but apparently he had a parachute misfunction. Well, let's hear the video, and then we'll kind of talk.
Okay, it's just in a foreign language, I think.
No,
is it not? I thought it was, but maybe not.
He counts down in English.
Okay, all right.
What's about to happen?
They were talking about his light.
I said, watch that.
He asks about his light right here. Is my light flashing, mate? Is it flashing red? And his buddy's like, no, it's not flashing. Which tells me he's not all together. He hasn't done his checklist. See, he's asking about his headlight.
No,
it's not flashing.
So now
he has to take his helmet off.
So he's about to not go.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
It's not going to go good.
No, it's not.
But you can see he's holding, like Bubba was talking about, he's holding the little reserve chute, the thing that catches everything.
Yeah, that throws it out.
Yeah, he's holding that in his right hand.
What's he?
And then he's gonna switch it.
Oh no, I can't watch.
It's not gonna show. It's not gonna show it.
No,
it's not gonna show
Shows
it.
It's
gonna
but
show
there you go.
Oh, it's around. Well,
see, he went to his left hand.
Yes.
Does it catch it again?
Which put the whole
the
tail of it across the back of his body.
It catches on the backpack.
He goes, see ya, and there's the ambulance.
Oh no!
So that thing went to come up and it couldn't throw it out.
So when he shifted over to that side, it just grabbed the bottom of the backpack and would not come forward.
Supposed to go past.
His brother, who is also a base jumper, said he made a simple mistake with his parachute that caused him to plunge to his death. Simple mistake. That's
Can't
his brother
make mistakes
speaking.
when you're doing that.
No, you want to check all your little pre-trip. Jump, pre-jump.
I look at hobbies, and to each his own, okay? But I look at hobbies kind of the way I look at pets. Never have a pet that can take you. Never have a hobby that can kill you.
Yeah.
And
who would have thought jumping off of antennas and bridges would be bad for you?
Yeah, I didn't see it actually hooked to the backpack, but his brother says the chilling footage shows that the mini pilot chute was caught in his harness, meaning there was no chance it would ever have deployed the parachute.
Oh, man.
Good night. So at what point does he realize? Because he's probably, to your point, I know he's so experienced. He knows as soon as it doesn't, it doesn't do what it should do. It's like, oh no.
I think on those jumpers, I mean, it should come out immediately.
Yeah,
I mean,
they ain't got a lot of time.
No.
Well, you're right. I bet his expertise he knew.
Yeah.
And there's been other examples. Greg, I remember the one that Dad told us, and I don't know how Dad got this story, where it came from, about those that went on that. They got on foot on a safari with a guy who did it all the time, and those elephants surrounded them. Do you remember that?
I do.
And he's sitting there with them, back to the experts, and he sees the positions the elephants got in, and they slipped in behind him, and these females had him, and he basically looks to the group and says, "My responsibility is to get you all to safety, but we're done. I'm done. There is no way out. So let me tell y'all what to do. I'm going to distract them." Basically, he said, "I'm going to get them to come after me, and y'all work your way here," and they get back to safety, and those elephants killed that guy. And he knew it, though. He looked at their position, and almost like in Jurassic Park, when that guy looks and goes, he says something about it being smart or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
He said, he tries, when these females start getting nervous about them being around the babies, if you keep them in a certain position, you're all right. And somehow they'd got in and around behind him, and he was like, "I'm done." So, see, I think he probably knew immediately, "Hey, I'm done."
He didn't have long to think.
Yeah, at a height of 29 stories, he would have had about 3.6 seconds of fall time.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Boom.
Can we go to Sabin now?
Yeah, I think we need to.
I think the order was good on that.
Yeah.
So now let's go to someone who's enjoying their life and to its fullest.
Yeah.
And that is one Nick Saban, who's so thankful to be out of the world of transfer portals and NIL deals, and now he's on a boogie board playing at the beach. Is that correct? Is that what's happening?
I was getting.
It looks like a man just having fun right there.
He's having the time of his life. You earned it, Coach.
That's right. Enjoy it.
He's moving really good, by the way, out there, because those waves will tire you out.
Well, considering he just had a hip replacement, was that last season or this season?
That's impressive.
It's relatively.
Yeah.
Now, he's not good at boogie boarding.
He isn't. Well, not yet.
But who is really?
I got to give him props for getting in that water. That water's got to be freezing.
I want to know where it's so warm you can do that.
All right, I got to tell you something, because I'm looking at Greg right now. He doesn't think it's him.
I just doesn't look like
it. Might be that guitar player. That's hilarious.
I think it looks like too young of a person.
It really does. But I think it's him, Greg. Not everything's a conspiracy, buddy.
Yeah,
all right.
yeah. I could just tell the way he was
doesn't
looking.
look like him.
The way he was looking. Zoom in on
right
it.
Right at the end, you can tell. Look. That looks like him.
That guy's 15 years old.
It really he looks so young.
Hey, y'all,
really does.
Is that a guitar?
Well, I like how you zoomed in and go, see, and it still doesn't look like him.
Hey, look at those teeth. He's smiling.
Oh, yeah.
So big.
If this really is him, okay,
stand by.
Stand by.
Yeah.
Could it be someone saying that Nick Saban
that
is likely doing it?
Like Nick Saban.
That looks exactly
His hair's
like
way too thick.
No, it's all wet, and that's why it's slicked down, Greg.
I don't.
Adler,
to me, that looks like somebody in their 30s.
Adler, you're in an interesting position right here. Why are you clinging to this so much? It's like you don't want it to be.
I'm just telling you, it didn't look like. I'm not saying it's not him, but that doesn't look.
It looks like him.
I said at the beginning, wow, he's moving good. So I was surprised how he's moving.
Can we see the guitar player that looks like him?
Yeah, can't we? I mean, we need to compare.
Yeah, that guitar player. I saw him on like a regular show one day.
No, you did not.
Band. It was like an awards thing.
No, you
did not.
That
guy looks like Nick Saban.
We played it on the show.
Yeah, let me tell you.
No, I mean, but I saw it.
Okay.
When we see it again, Adler?
When you let your mind go there and let it become Saban, and then watch him shred the guitar, it becomes funnier and funnier because he looks so much like him.
Yes, he does.
It may have been there was some show we were watching. Jason Crabb was on. It had like a band behind it.
Y'all,
that is hilarious.
That guy looks more like him than the
absolutely. I would believe that he's playing that than I would the boogie board.
Y'all, do you realize how much like Saban? Do you realize how much like Saban this guitar player looks?
That is so
he looks a lot like Saban.
Has he ever met him? Has he ever brought it up?
I hope so.
Adler, I just sent you a picture of him standing, I think, with maybe some family or something.
Okay.
So if he's in the water, Bubba, I'm back to you. He's not down at the Gulf Coast.
No.
So is he on an island
You can
somewhere?
tell by the sand it's probably South Florida.
Yeah, and Speedy sent me this picture he took
you
later.
can really tell his Oh man!
That footage is supposedly from Kristen Saban, though.
Well, that was her husband.
Who
then.
took this?
Well,
who took
Greg,
the photo.
why can't
Might
it
have
be?
been her husband.
You know what I'm talking about. Y'all are seeing a guy.
Welcome back, Greg.
That the weight of all this current state of college
That
football
looks a little bit like
has been lifted off him.
Oh, so
that's the whole reason I wanted to play this.
And he's living his best life now.
Yes.
Rick, I don't know what song would be appropriate, but if it was playing right now, what would it be? Just the freedom he's
I feel like
feeling.
it's Jimmy Buffett something.
I think right there, you got to go Buffett. You got to go Beach Boys.
Yeah.
Philadelphia Freedom.
Philadelphia Freedom. Even though that's about Billie Jean King, but still, you're right.
'Cause I'm free.
Yeah, that's
Kenny Chesney, maybe.
Oh,
free falling. Is that what you're saying?
Diving,
yeah,
boogie boarding.
Look at that. And so you know what he'll do though, because you know his character and his intensity. We'll see him
100%
this summer. He'll be owning it.
He'll probably be surfing. Full blown surfing.
He probably had a nap after this too. You know, just whatever you want to do, buddy.
Wow, lots of phone calls.
Retirement's made him look 30
Really?
years younger.
We'll be back. We'll take
All right, Greg's on it.
We'll take your phone calls next. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're going to jump in now. We have acting president at Jacksonville State University, Don Killingsworth here, and also AD Greg Sykes. We've known both of these men for a long, long time. Great guys, and they were part of bestowing upon our very own Bill Bubba Bussey, Dr. Bill Bubba Bussey, his honorary doctorate. And we're going to go to Jacksonville State University on Saturday, and as if we were there to watch Mr. Bussey receive this prestigious honor. Here it is.
Whereas it's fitting and appropriate to recognize and pay tribute to individuals who, by achieving outstanding success, bring honor, glory, and pride to Jacksonville State University. And whereas Bill Bubba Bussey was born on March the 27th, 1964 in Montgomery, Alabama, and raised in Jacksonville, Alabama, and whereas Bill Bubba Bussey is a 1992 graduate of Jacksonville State University with a Bachelor of Technology degree. And whereas while attending Jacksonville State University, Bill Bubba Bussey worked for the campus radio station WLJS 91.9 FM in a variety of positions, including management, promotions, and radio engineer. And after graduating, got a job as an engineer for WQEN in Gadsden. And whereas Bill Bubba Bussey served as an engineer for WQEN Radio in Gadsden, Alabama as an engineer, he joined Rick Burgess to form the Rick and Bubba Show and debuted on January 8, 1994 in Gadsden, Alabama. Whereas the Rick and Bubba Show is a nationally syndicated radio show which is heard for 5 hours each weekday morning and is carried on 75 affiliated stations in 75 states in the United States. Wow. Whereas Bill Bubba Bussey has co-authored several books, including his debut book entitled Rick and Bubba's Expert Guide to God, Country, Family, and Anything Else We Can Think Of, that made the New York Times bestsellers list at the number 7 spot in the miscellaneous category, and been an accomplished actor with roles in Hermie and Friends, The Fruitcake Christmas, I Can Only Imagine, and Rustin. And whereas the Rick and Bubba Show is celebrating their 25th anniversary this year and entertained millions of listeners over the last quarter century, and whereas the achievements of Bill Bubba Bussey reflect immediate credit upon Jacksonville State University and the entire state of Alabama, and he is truly deserving of special recognition. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Board of Trustees of Jacksonville State University confer the honorary Doctor of Letters on Bill Bubba Jones for the outstanding accomplishments. Resolution adopted. No, you wrote it wrong on here. I'm serious. That's what y'all wrote wrong on here. Bill Bubba Bussey on the 22nd day of October 2019.
Oh, gosh.
You can't get good help.
There it is. Oh, my gosh.
There it is.
Oh, Bill Bubba Jones.
That's a lot to read.
The doctor's coming to the mic now.
Yeah.
That's what they... I'll be brief.
On the radio, a lot of times we joke about my college experience. You see, I graduated high school in 1982, and I set out here like you do today as a graduate in 1992. So we finally call it the decade of learning. What's really funny about that is because I went to Jacksonville High School that was right here on the campus, we actually could take classes when we were still in high school. So I took classes in 11th and 12th grade. So technically, I went to Jack State for 12 years. But people just don't believe that, so we rounded off to 10 on the radio and call it the decade of learning. But there was a reason that was taking place. Like myself, several of my other classmates all ended up quitting or dropping out for a period of time to take good-paying jobs in the field that we were studying. And the ones that didn't were working part-time jobs, some of them 2 and 3 jobs in cities all over from Huntsville to Talladega to Birmingham and everywhere in between. And the reason was that the university was doing a great job training us at what we were going to be doing. And that is a great testament to the training and the things that were going on here at the university. And I especially want to thank a couple of people. I want to thank my family today for being here and for keeping me in line all this time. I want to thank all of the teachers and instructors and professors that I had while I was here.
And the real Greg Burgess on the phones. It's not time to talk to Greg Gregory. I mean, he's just trying to get you on here on the show so we can talk. 866-WE-BE-BIG. I'm going to tell you, plenty to discuss if you've been listening to the whole show today. If you missed some of it, then go to our Rick and Bubba archives that are available every day on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel. Pick any parts that you may have missed live. Andrew is standing by. Looks like Greg is going to be a somewhat right again. Andrew, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm doing just great. How are y'all?
Fired up. That's all we know.
Oh, the Nick Saban video y'all watching with his boogie board, that's from 2018. His daughter put it on Instagram.
Yeah, Greg is declaring a somewhat right again, but where he's not right, it actually is Saban, but it is also true that it is a much younger Saban.
Yeah.
So our relatively
That's correct.
Yeah.
A few years back.
I love that his daughter thinks that she can now put stuff like this out.
Yeah.
There's just a whole
more to come.
2018 seems so long ago.
Oh yeah.
Anything pre-COVID,
right?
Which was 2020, I guess.
Yeah,
right?
it does.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well,
the world changed.
But you're right, because I'll say something, happened and it seems long ago because of all the reasons you just said, and you'll find out it wasn't. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Because everything, as you said, feels aged because of that. So I'm just going to find something here. Okay. All right, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Angela in Helena. Angela, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Hey, guys, I'm the one who called earlier that opened the Paul Thorne Pandora's box.
Thanks. You happy now?
Yeah.
You
So
happy?
I either need to apologize to the audience or humbly nominate myself for Listener of the Week.
Hey!
Combination of both.
Hey! Oh my goodness! Thank you, Angela. Thank you for making our day. At least we got the answer.
Yeah, we got it done.
They did.
Let's go to Bill in Florida. Bill, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
I just wanted to see if y'all caught a glimpse of Blue Collar Joe from Scranton and his hard hat this weekend.
I heard he put it on wrong. I haven't seen it. I heard people talking about it. This is where, and I don't know why we don't learn from the Dukakis situation and things like that. That these photo ops that some of these candidates and presidents and people want politicians.
He got it on back.
Oh, he's got it on back.
Yeah, he does.
We're looking at it right now. But somebody do something on these photo ops. I mean, it's not always the best thing. You want your candidate or your sitting president to look presidential, or to look like we can sleep at night and feel good about them. When they look goofy,
yeah. Just so he has his wits about it. It's a good start.
Yeah. So somebody just sent me something. Saban playing acoustic guitar. What are you singing here? It just sounds familiar.
And we'll end up hand in hand somewhere down. That's
free as you'll ever be. He sounds good, doesn't he? Huh?
Man,
he
that's a
sounds
good
great.
song.
We continue. Let's go to Alan in Trustful, 104.7 WZZK. Alan, go ahead.
Guys, I don't know if y'all seen the news this morning. Cook Springs Nursing Home is actually in lockdown because of the police chase they had last night on I-20, and the suspect fled near that area. But breaking news a minute ago, they found a box of tennis balls labeled from Greg Burgess, and it said snowball fight on there. So they're actually in lockdown because the
That's terrible.
Workers are having a snowball fight with the clients there.
That's good. Let me tell you something, Alan.
Long way home.
I hope everything's okay there.
Yeah.
But the whole tennis ball thing, Greg, my grandmother when she lived there, Miss Cook Springs. There are just so many Cook Springs memories that, and until my grandmother stepped into eternity, we had to do all those things. She just never had the attitude of she didn't ask about anything. You were told what to do, and you needed to do it. And her attitude was, I hope I don't hear any opposition on this at all.
Yeah, and do it with a smile on your face.
I remember trying to get out of emceeing the Miss Cook Springs beauty pageant, and because there's the speaking schedule's a little tight, and stuff. And she would just call up and say, Tuesday night we need you here at 5:30, and I'd say, can I need to, Mimo, I need to look at my calendar. Okay, well I told them that you probably be here about 5:30. You need to wear a suit, and before I knew it, I was there. I mean, that was just it. We continue, and we got those tennis balls down there too, didn't we? Alana in Springfield, Illinois, maybe? All right, go ahead, Alana. How are you?
Yeah, good morning, guys. Have a good day. I hope you're having a good day. Hey, I recall on that last segment you had with Biden when he was yelling at the crowd about that Trump quote from the soldiers. I remember that exactly. The quote came from, it was completely made up by Jonah Goldberg, who is the editor of the Atlantic magazine, which is a very old established magazine. It was bought by Stephen Jobs' wife years ago when they were going bankrupt. And it was when Trump was over at Normandy and they were touring that. They were up in a helicopter, and he was with some military people with him, and the weather was fog and weather, they couldn't land, so they just kind of flew around. And that guy, it was right before the election of last time, what they call him an October surprise or something real outrageous. So that editor made that up, and then within 2 or 3 days, even the military people who weren't big Trump fans went and said that I was with him the entire time, and he never said it. So everything was debunked from that, and the editor of that said, well, maybe I misunderstood it or something like that. So that was, Biden didn't pull that out of thin air. That was a quote from Jonah Goldberg, who's editor of the Atlantic, who tried to just throw some trash at Trump before the election last time. So,
well, I knew it had some background.
I remember that. I remember that exactly. But within 2 or 3 days, the military people that were on the helicopter with Trump that weren't big fans of his were even like, "Hey, that's a little outrageous." They were with him the entire time. They said it never happened.
So our sitting president, with all that information that you said was readily available, so much so you know it, still is quoting it as if it happened.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that background. That was. I knew it, because all these things, as you said, they have a little bit of. At least they come from some deal, and then it'll be debunked or proven wrong, and people just keep saying it.
Mm-hmm.
It's we talked. We remember this perfect example, and it was awful, but it was in Charlottesville. I have my hands up.
Mm-hmm.
No matter how many times people kept coming out saying I was there, that didn't happen. This is a false narrative, been debunked by people who are not even that are not even conservative. Not even I was there. What they're saying happened did not happen. Destroyed the officer's life, and people would just go up and quote it again.
Well, I don't know. There's several different versions of this, of what's out there, which I think goes to the point that it probably was not what really happened.
Yeah.
This is one story, The Atlantic. Now, it's not a conservative group.
Yeah, and that's what he was talking about.
Did he say that about the weather being bad?
Yep.
On this one, it says they were supposed to go, but the weather was bad, so the helicopter never took off.
Right.
They didn't go. He said he was up in the air and got
right. Yeah, he did.
So they didn't go. They couldn't make the trip. It was so bad they couldn't even drive there because of the roads they had to go on.
Yeah. So
and of course they're saying that he could have gone. He didn't want to go because he's afraid the wind and the rain would have messed his hair up. I mean that. And then they're saying that he didn't want to go to see a bunch of losers, and then he referred to something else later in the day as suckers. Now they've all put it together.
Right.
See, it wasn't even when they were reporting it. It's two different incidents.
Yeah. So at least we now know what the source of that was.
Nobody in their right mind would say that.
No. And look, this other thing about his hair, I've flown in bad weather, and I don't ever want to do it again.
Yeah,
it is zero fun.
Yeah, and I imagine even worse in the helicopter.
Oh, worse, yeah, absolutely. Thanks for being with us. If we're wrapping up our time together, we hope that you'll be back with us on another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. If you got more Rick and Bubba coming up, enjoy it. If you missed any Rick and Bubba today, catch it on the Archives podcast channel or our YouTube channel. And we love hearing from you, and thank you so much for watching and or listening to the show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.